Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
Part 4 Chapter 31. Confrontations and cheerleaders on board the Death Egg, Eggman, and his minions decided to rest before the festival resumes. They just witnessed the end of the cavalry battle as their favorite target. Izuku survived the onslaught of all the teams gunning for the 10 million points. He almost lost it late in the contest with Todoroki and his team snatching it. But again, Sonic, being the speedy and sneaky Hedgehog, jumped in to snag it from their hands, giving back to Izuku for the win at the dying seconds. For the Eggman Empire, they witnessed some potential recruits including Monoma, who could be the second favorite to join since he has a quirk to copy other people's quirks. For now, they would wait with the one-on-one tournament still to come. Dang it. We were all hoping the Izuku boy would lose, Coconut said, but that Hedgehog comes out of nowhere and saves the day like usual. Scratch threw a wretch at the monkey Badnik, hitting him in the head. Are you that stupid? Why would you want that boy to lose? He asked. Yeah. We still need to keep an eye on him now that the next round will be one-on-one battles, Grounder yelled. You know what was very interesting, Orbot said. I've noticed that in the last 2 rounds, the boy didn't take advantage of using the Chaos Emerald despite activating it. It makes you wonder, did he need Sonic help throughout those rounds? That is a very interesting question, Eggman said. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters were in this tournament and the Hedgehog would have run away with it because of his speed. He could have won the obstacle course, but didn't want to spoil the fun on 3 competitors that almost won this race. He stayed put to help the boy along with the students to motivate them to take part in this race. Then came the second obstacle when he pulled out a Wispin to let the boy hover over the cliffs. Finally, the minefields which he and the boy joined to do a double boost tactic to run away with the whole thing. Don't forget Shadow jump in to try to win the race, Snively said. He went into battle with those 2 students that were perhaps the strongest ones in the boys' class. They were so distracted that they didn't notice Sonic and that boy did the double boost to win it. It was actually the boy that won it because Sonic threw him to the finish line at the last second, Eggman said. Then came the next battle we've witnessed, Cubot said. That boy was scarred as ever when he notices that winning first place came with 10 million points. Everyone including his class was all gunning for him. But the Freedom Fighters protected him despite being on different teams to keep the headband. That boy almost lost if it wasn't for Sonic's help again. Either way, the boy moves on and we'll see if he does well in this one-on-one battle with the Chaos Emerald now, Eggman said. Let's make a prediction, Deku said. Who probably thinks the boy we battled at Bakugo Kid? Or it could be against that Todoroki kid? Boko asked. Call me on crazy, but how crazy it'll be if it's Sonic and the boy battling one another? Grounder asked as every looked to him with a surprised look. I mean, it could happen, right? You never know what possibilities might happen, Snively said. Either way, we'll see how this plays out. They should announce the competitors by drawing balls. I believe that should work either way. Eggman said when they heard the doors open. Everyone turned to see Stain walking in. The minions shivered in fear. Ah, Stain. You missed the entire first 2 battles of the sports festival. But they got the one-on-one battles coming up in an hour, so you won't miss a thing. No offense, Doc. But I could care less about seeing students trying to become fake heroes in the society we're living in, the hero killer said. I just pretend I didn't hear that. Anyway, you're a student here? Eggman asked, referring to Koda. He's here. We're ready whenever you are, Stain said. Very well, since the festival is in a 1-hour break, we can start on the blood transfer to the kid. Let's head to the medical room right now, Eggman said as the 2 were walking out of the bridge. Excuse me, sir. What are we talking about? Snively asked. Oh, I didn't tell you about it, but a couple days ago, Stain came to me asking about having to do a blood transfer to the boy's body to get the quirk he holds towards the boy. They both can have the same quirk, Eggman answered with surprised looks. Are you serious? Snively asked. Are you sure about it, boss? It could be dangerous, Cubot said. Relax. I'm the doctor and I'm sure it won't be a problem. Let's go, Snively. The rest of you don't disturb us while we're working. We should be done before the festival resumes. Eggman said as he and Stain exit from the bridge with Snively following them. I got a bad feeling about this, Orbot said. You mean Stain? Grounder asked. Maybe him. But the boy. I wonder if he agreed with it, Orbot said. Perhaps. We might know the answer once they're done, Scratch said as they look at the door closed by itself. Back at the UA Sports Stadium, the sports festival went on a 1-hour intermission after kicking off the first 2 battles of the event. The next event was coming up after the intermission, letting students head for the cafeteria to eat before the next round begin. But 3 people weren't heading for lunch. Todoroki brought both Izuku and Sonic inches away from the students in a tunnel of the faculty and student entrance to have a conversation. Izuku grew nervous seeing the boy stared at him with his green and blue eyes. The Hedgehog looked at him, tapping his feet, wasting much time with silence. So, you brought us here, now what? Izuku asked, breaking the silence as Todoroki continues to stare at them with his glare. Hello, idiot? Either you're going to say something or you're wasting our time here, Sonic said, rolling his eyes with the boy not answering. You know, you're one step closer from slapping you silly with that stupid look on your face. Really, Sonic? Izuku asked. He's looking at us with no answer. Besides, I'm hungry and we need to get to the cafeteria, Sonic said, staring at the dual quirk user. That's it, your time is up, Izuku. Let's go and eat. This good-for-nothing is wasting our time. Probably saving his glare towards me when we meet in the next round. The 2 were about to exit from the tunnel, until Todoroki finally broke his silence. I was overwhelmed, he said as the 2 stopped, turning back to him. Now you want to speak, Sonic said. It would be nice if you stopped talking for once so I can continue. I'll talk about you and your friendship with Midoriya in a little while. Todoroki said, turning to Izuku while the hedgehog mocked him. It made me break a promise that I made a long time ago. What do you mean? The cinnamon bun asked as Todoroki pulled his left hand out from his pocket to look at it. Iida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and the two that I don't know if none of them felt it. He said, with Sonic and Izuku looking at one another with confused looks. At that moment, I sensed that true power. You were just about to use it right before Iida used his quirk for me to capture that headband. But that power reminds me of something. Experiencing All Might's quirk. Izuku was getting more nervous, knowing the boy was talking about the quirk he has in him. Sonic knew what was coming. He jumps to trying to deflect. I don't know what you're talking about, but Izuku's quirk is not related to All Might. You're probably thinking of something else, he said. What I'm saying is the power coming from Midoriya is similar to All Might's, Todoroki said, looking towards Izuku. Tell me, are you All Might's secret love child or something? The boy and Sonic looked at him with a blank look. What, seriously? They both thought, dropping their jaws comically to the ground. Izuku's mind flashed back to that moment in the locker room about Todoroki saying about All Might's power in him. What kind of dumb question is that? Seriously, did Bakugo or Shadow drop your head during that obstacle race to ask that kind of question? Sonic asked, jumping into the conversation. Well, are you? Todoroki asked, ignoring the hedgehog. Is he ignoring me? Sonic thought, with a blank face. And no. No way. Not even at all. But I guess even I was. You probably won't believe it. Anyway, I promise you got the wrong idea, Izuku said, stuttering. I see, Todoroki said, closing his eyes before reopening them again. If you're not related to All Might, then you might be okay if you ask you this next question. He turns to Sonic. You and Hedgehog have known one another for quite something. You both have a strong connection. I've seen that during the obstacle race. I would have won it if distractions came in my way. You two teamed together to speed past us. Then came the cavalry battle where the Hedgehog protects you in keeping those 10 million points. I came close in winning it if it wasn't for Sonic. Since you're not related to All Might, tell me about you and Midoriya. You guys are close. Also, I want to know why you have that green emerald in the boy's hands. Sonic turns to Izuku as the boy looks at him a little nervous. The hedgehog turns back to Todoroki, looking at him. You want to know about us? Fine, I'll give you a ton about us, he said as he begins to explain the whole thing. At another part of the stadium, another confrontation was happening. All Might, the number 1 hero encounters the number 2 hero, Endeavor. The hero kept his smile as usual with a friendly. He told both Uebami and Ryuko to take cream and cheese to the cafeteria to meet her friends. The hero dragon carried the young rabbit away, knowing it wasn't going to be a friendly confrontation with the snake hero the following suit. Well, it's been a long time. I haven't seen you since that press conference 10 years ago. The symbol of peace said. I saw you standing in the seats from the VIP seats while watching the cavalry battle. I guess you were looking at your son, right? You should be glad he's moving on, despite using half his powers. Endeavor flinched, thinking that was an insult since Todoroki only used his ice quirk in the first 2 battles. But was calm, not want to do anything stupid. Are you implying something? He asked. No, I want to know your secret. All Might answered. How do we train the next generation of heroes? Do I think I should tell you what I taught the boy? You're all flash and brains as usual. Endeavor said, walking past him only to bump into him on purpose. Out of my way. Really? Seems the boy didn't show anything else you trained him. The heroes heard a voice as they looked down the steps to see the dark hedgehog, with his arms crossed. Young Shadow. What are you doing here? You should be at the cafeteria eating and resting before the next round. All Might said as the hedgehog approached them. Don't worry, I'm heading there. But first, I do want to talk to this flaming man. Shadow said, staring at the number 2 hero. You're Todoroki's father, I believe? Yes, and who are you? Endeavor asked, looking down at the hedgehog with malice in his voice. Just want to let you know that your son couldn't even do his job. Second, he was in my way of winning the first obstacle. But I guess he's weak because he couldn't use his left side besides using his ice quirk. Also, if he was man enough, he would have beaten everyone by a mile. Shadow said, decided to take it further. Hell, I would have no problem beating the likes of the 2 of you. Endeavor's flames lit up. He stood in front looking down at the hedgehog with a sense of anger. Are you trying to insult me? He asked. I'm insulting both of you, Shadow said, getting closer to him, and I'm not afraid of taking you down. You better want to back away or else. Or else, what? Endeavor asked again until All Might got in between. Calm down, you two. Don't start anything here, he said looking at the 2 before Endeavor stood up. I want to ask you something. You're related to that blue hedgehog, correct? The one who snatched that headband from my son in the hands of victory with that speed, Endeavor said. What is to you? Shadow asked. If I'm you, I tell that hedgehog to stay out of my son's way. He'll be burned to a crisp, Endeavor said. Is that a threat? Shadow asked. It's more than a threat, Endeavor said as he walks past them down the steps. He pauses for a minute to speak again, turning to All Might. Let me assure you one thing, All Might. Whatever it takes, my kid of mine will beat you someday, I'll make sure of it. That's why I made him. You did what? All Might asked, not smiling this time. What's he talking about? Shadow asked. He's in a rebellious face, but he will take your place. I'll make sure of it, Endeavor said, with that evil smile on his face. Good luck. Unless Sonic kick he's an ass like you will. Or maybe me. Shadow said as the hero looks at him with an angry look of flames sparking. Watch your mouth, punk. Like I said, that blue hedgehog stands in my way. I'll burn him to a crisp. Just like I will to you, Endeavor said, walking off. Shadow was about to jump in when All Might stopped him. Let him go. He only thinks of himself. Besides, I don't want you to get disqualified from this tournament, the hero said. You should have punched him in the face when you had a chance, the hedgehog said. It'll be a waste of time. I would just move on and let him be, All Might said. I wonder what he meant he made him, Shadow asked, referring to Todoroki. I'm thinking the same thing too. Just remember, he didn't use his other quirk and I know you saw it too, All Might said, before changing subjects. Anyway, focus on the next round. I took Cream with both Uebami and Ryuko to the cafeteria. You'll see her there with the others. Suddenly, footsteps were heard running the steps when Vlad King arrived at the scene. There you are. We got a problem. Nezu wants the two of the recovery girl's office right now, he said. Have you seen that blue hedgehog? I think he's at the cafeteria with the students. Why? All Might asked. There's a group that sneaks into the stadium and in the nurse's office. I believe they're called the Lightning Bolt Society, Vlad King said. What? Shadow asked with a surprising look. Back in the tunnel, the confrontation between Sonic, Izuku, and Todoroki continued. The hedgehog was explaining his story about how he and Izuku met 10 years ago. He didn't bring up anything about the boy being quirkless nor the story between Izuku being bullied by Bakugo in the past, as he kept that to himself. He brought up the part of the USJ incident where he helped in rescuing Izuku from death by the League of Villains. Then brought up the part of Eggman's appearance and his plans to a one-world government in the future. The Eggman you saw was him at USJ crashing into the party, the hedgehog said. I see, and this reason why he's here on the planet, Todoroki asked. To create his one-world government where heroes don't exist in this world. He wants a feudal government where he's king. I advise you not to say this to anyone, Sonic said. Whoever this Eggman is, I could care less about him, nor the person in the mask that created an All Might replica. I'll make sure he doesn't get in my way, Todoroki said, referring to Infinite. Really? You want to take down Egghead? Sonic asked, shaking his head. Good luck, buddy. Because of Egghead's smart, he can make sure any quirk doesn't get in his way. Plus, he has Infinite on his saw, and you witnessed what he just did to the other heroes. They were outmatched. I'm warning you. You're making a big mistake thinking you can take on Egghead. As I said, I could care less about him as long as he's not in my way, Todoroki said, changing to another subject. Now, to another one. The Green Emerald. The boy looked to Izuku. I've seen you relied on that object many times. Rumors of you using it during the entrance exam. Witness it when you took on Bakugo in the combat training. That thing makes you stronger and you grow confident with your quirk at the same time. Well, you see, the boy couldn't finish when Sonic grabbed the object from him to show. This thing is a rare emerald. It'll make him stronger to combine his quirk so he can take on anyone, he said, showing the emerald to him. Interesting, he didn't use it during the first 2 rounds of the sports festival, Todoroki said. Because he's saving it for the next round. Do you think he'll use it in the right place at the right time? Don't worry about it. You'll see it up close and he'll be ready for it at the time, Sonic said, giving the emerald back to Izuku. Anyway, are we done talking? Because Izuku and I got to get to the cafeteria to eat to prep for the next round. There's something I need to tell the two of you, Todoroki said, turning to Izuku. My father is the hero, Endeavor. You must have heard of him. Which means you are aware that he's the number 2 hero. So, if you're connected to the number 1 hero in some way, that means I'll have more ways to beat you. Here we go again. You're talking all that smack. Just remember, Izuku kicked your ass. And don't forget, you got me to deal with as well. So, if I was you, I warned you earlier, keep talking because I'm coming for you every step of the way, Sonic said, stepping in front of Todoroki. I got nothing to say to you unless we meet. I'm focusing on Midoriya right now, he said, turning back to Izuku. My father is ambitious. He uses his powers to make a name for himself as a hero, but he was never to best All Might. So, the symbol of peace is living proof of his failure. He's still at it though. Trying to take down All Might. One way or another. Well, that's too bad. Because All Might is better and whoever your father is, I look forward to taking him on myself, Sonic said. I don't get where you were going with it, Izuku asked, confused. Have you ever heard of court marriages? Todoroki asked as Sonic and Izuku looked at him with confused looks. They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. They were sought out by potential mates with creating powerful children. Many people force relationships. They were viewed as old-fashioned to rearrange marriages. Clearly, it was unethical. My father not only has a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He brought my mother's parents to get his hands on her quirk. And now, he's using me to erase All Might. Hold up. Are we talking about your mother? The one I made fun of? Sonic asked. Yes, you did. And I take it as an insult for what you said earlier, Todoroki said, glaring at the hedgehog. You should have never gone that far with it, Izuku said, looking at the hedgehog. I didn't know about any of this, nor the planet we're on with the history I'm hearing, Sonic said. I refuse to be a tool of that scumbag, and every memory of my mother, I see her crying. Todoroki said, hearing her crying in his mind. I remember when she said my left side was unbearable, before she poured oil and water on my face. Sonic and Izuku were shocked when they heard that confession. So that's how he got that red mark on his left eye, Sonic thought, looking down. Guess he's right. Should have never taken that far taking about his mother. The reason I wanted to pick off the fight towards you is to show my old man of what I was capable of doing, without relying on his damn fire quirk. But the hedgehog shows up out of nowhere and ruined everything that I asked for. This ends here. I'm going to show him I can reject his power. And I can take first place without it, Todoroki said. Sonic looks up, only to turn his eyes slowly to his left without Izuku or Todoroki looking. He could sense that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation in the darkness. He wasn't going to say anything until this conversation ended. For now, he continues pretending nobody was there as he turns his eyes back to Todoroki. The hedgehog was ready to respond when the dual quirk user decides to exit from the tunnel. Wait, that's it? Conversation is over? He asked as the boy continued to walk. Can't believe what just happened. The hedgehog felt a hand on his shoulder. He turns around to see Izuku with a determined look. The boy walks past him, exiting from the tunnel. Where you are going? He asked as he followed him. Hey, wait, Izuku said as Todoroki stopped walking, still have his back towards him. I'm only here because others supported me, including Sonic and the rest of the freedom fighters. I've been lucky to have them as true friends. They gave the emerald to train as a hero. To give me a chance to see me achieve that dream. That what got me into UA. In fact, you mentioned All Might. He's the greatest hero. And I want to be just like him. In order to do that, I have to be stronger to become number one. Todoroki looks back at Izuku while the wind was blowing at the same time. I know my motivation seems stupid compared to yours. Still, I can't lose this one. I owe it to everyone who supported me to try my best. Izuku continued. Everyone has declared war on me earlier. Well, right back at you. I am going to beat you. Sonic looks at him with a surprising look, but he begins to grin by those words. He turns back to Todoroki with that same grin. That's right. You heard him. If I was you, I get to prepare. Better yet, I already made my guarantee at the start of this tournament. It's going to be Izuku and me in the final and we're going to show the world who we truly are. So, if you really want to win this badly, you gotta get through us, he said. Todoroki looked at the two with that same look. He turns around to continue walking forward. So much for that, Izuku said as Sonic pats him on the back. Don't worry about it. We just gotta stay focused and plan this one out. He's just trying to provoke us, Sonic said. Sonic, Izuku turned to the boy, thanks for being there for me. Anytime. The hedgehog said, turning back to the tunnel. Something wrong? Izuku asked. I think I forgot something. You better get to the cafeteria before the next round begins. I'll be there in a little while, Sonic said. Okay, I'll see you there, Izuku said as he walked off. The hedgehog waited for the boy to disappear before turning back to the tunnel with a serious look on his face. I know you're right there, Bakugo, he said as the explosion quirk user walked out with a serious look. You knew I was there? He asked. Guess you were eavesdropping on everything, right? Sonic asked with no response from the boy. Here's what's going to happen. All that talk you heard earlier, it never happened. Keep that to yourself. Don't say anything to anyone about it. The hedgehog begins to walk off when Bakugo stopped up. Hold up, he yelled. What is it? Sonic asked. That emerald Deku has. You know more about it because you gave it to him. Where you found that? Bakugo asked. You want to know? Just wait and see in the next round, because Izuku's going to be using it. Until then, keep the entire conversation to yourself. I'm not in the mood to deal with you, Sonic said as he walked off from the bully. Sewer rat, Bakugo thought as he walked off the other way. Everyone went on their separate ways for now. What they didn't notice was someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Mirio has his cartoonish face on the wall of the stadium. He still had that smile on his face but was very interested in everything he heard. Well, that one a great conversation, he said. Seriously? You know you shouldn't eavesdrop on people's conversation, Tamiki said, appearing from a tree nearby. Really? You're doing the same as well, Mirio said as Najire appeared from the bushes, pouting on her face. Is something wrong? I was so eager to talk with them about their quirks, she said. We can't just jump in on conversations at the right time. We can just wait until after the tournament is over, Mirio said. Besides, I'm very interested in talking about that emerald the boy has. At Recovery Girl's office in the stadium, All Might, Shadow, and Vlad King arrived as they enter. They saw the nurse with Nezu, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms. The others pointed their fingers to the left side of the wall. The hedgehog had a surprising look when he saw the Lightning Bolt Society tied up from their wrist to hands. Hi, Dave said again. Are you kidding me? How did you guys manage to come all the way to the stadium? Shadow asked. It's kind of a long story, Dave said. I thought we left E-123 Omega to keep an eye on you, Shadow said. That's a different story, Willy Walrus said. Back at the airfield, E-123 Omega sat on a chair next to the Blue Typhoon. The robot looks at the view of the ocean with Angel Island in the distance. A ton of seagulls flew above him. Some landed near him and on him. So boring, it said. Are you trying to tell me that robot didn't pay attention to your escape? Shadow asked. He was just minding his business. He couldn't hear our footsteps when we escaped, Chameleon said. What do you want us to do with them? Death Arms asked. Take them somewhere in this building and lock them up. Make sure they don't try to escape. I'll let Sonic and the others know about it after the tournament, Shadow said. Please don't tell them. Especially to Amy. You know how she is with us, Dave said, seeing flashes of the pink hedgehog with a hammer. Not my problem, Shadow said as he walks to the exit. Wait. Kamui Woods walks up to him. I'm just wondering if you're related to that blue hedgehog? Why you ask? Shadow asked as the Amber Quirk user gave him a card. If you see him, please give this to him, he said as Shadow looked at the card before walking off. Sorry, he's that silence type of person. Has to focus on the next round, All Might said as he followed the Hedgehog out the door. Meanwhile, Izuku and Sonic arrived at the cafeteria. They were still in deep thought after their conversation with Todoroki. The Hedgehog didn't mention to the boy about Bakugo eavesdropping on their conversation. He kept that to himself for another time. They looked to the clock next to the exit to see they still have enough time to eat something before the next round. Luckily, there was no line for them as they hurried to get their food. Well, at least there's no line, that's for sure. Hoping there wasn't going to be a long line after that conversation, Sonic said, looking for chili dogs. He wants it. I'm not sure, there's no chili dogs here, Izuku said, getting his food. Do you say chili dogs? They heard a voice from the kitchen as that person rushed towards them. The person's appearance shows he's wearing a cooking apron and a chef hat. He wore a mask that covers his face. He also wears white gloves and shoes. Whoa, who's this guy? Sonic asked, surprised. That's the hero Lunch Rush. He's the chef who works here at the academy and he has his own kitchen, Izuku said, becoming a fanboy. Yeah, Sonic said, with a sweat drop. Good to see you, Midoriya. First off, congrats on moving on to the next round. I know you are, Sonic. The principal told us everything about the USJ incident. Anyway, as a token, I thought I'd give you guys this, he said, pulling out a tray of chili dog. Whoa, Sonic yelled. That's so many, Izuku yelled. Eat up while you still can. I got to get back to work, later, Lunch Rush said, running back in the kitchen. Well, I'm glad for that. Question is, how are we going to carry all of this? Sonic asked, looking at the chili dogs. Sonic took half on his tray while Izuku took half on his tray. The two walked together, looking at rows of tables already being packed. They were hoping to find their friends or the freedom fighters in anywhere at any table. They saw an empty table near the window. The two walked towards it to sit and eat for the remainder of the time they got left. Mr. Sonic. Mr. Izuku. The two stopped eating when they saw Cream and Cheese running towards them. Cream. I didn't think they would let fans enter here, Sonic said, leaning over to her ear whispering her. Who brought you here? Ms. Uwabami and Ms. Ryuko people brought me here. Then they left to see if they can find Mr. All Might, she whispered back. I see, Sonic said. Anyway, just want to say congratulations on your wins, Cream said. Thank you, Cream. I hope you're enjoying the festival, Izuku said. I'm going ahead and go on back to talk with Koda at the table nearby. He also has a friend named Sato and he can make sweets and all. He's even let me eat some of the cookies he made. They're very good, Cream said as she said her goodbye before running back to the table with her new friends. I wonder who this Sato guy she was talking about, Sonic asked, eating a chili dog. Ricardo Sato is one of my classmates from Class 1A. He's a nice guy to me. His quirk is Sugar Rush. He would eat either sweet, candy, plus other sugar related to gain strength. Are you serious? Eat a ton of sugar to gain strength? Sonic asked with a surprised look. That's how it works, Izuku said, eating another chili dog. Oh, I forgot. I didn't have a chance to ask, but how did you and the others arrive at the academy? Oh, that was easy. Nezu sends in a bus like around 5 a.m. in the morning at the airfield to take us to the academy, Sonic answered. And what about Big? How did he manage to accept it? Izuku asked. That's a different story, Sonic said, rolling his eyes. Flashback 7 hours till the sports festival. The morning sun was slowly rising behind the Pacific Ocean. At the airfield, Sonic and the freedom fighters were tired and yawning. They were still half asleep after they received the call from Nezu that a bus was on their way to their location. Didn't think we wake up this early, Knuckles said, yawning. Nezu did say there was a bus coming this early. They want to keep us hiding from the public before the students and fans arrived. Only people that will see us are teachers. Sonic said, yawning. Bright side, we understand everyone's quirk. So, it gives us enough time to think it over. Good thing I'm bringing my device, Tails said, holding the Miles Electric. Suddenly, they heard an engine coming from the woods. The bus drove slowly out of the woods and on the runway. It parked next to them where the door opens on the side. They saw none other than All Might, driving the bus with that same smile. Fear not, everyone. I am here to send you to your destination, he said. Good to see you again. Everyone's ready to go, Sonic said, looking at the freedom fighters. He notices someone was missing. Wait, where's Amy? Everyone looks around to notice the pink hedgehog wasn't going them. Maybe she's still asleep. I'll go get her, Cream said when they heard a voice. I'm here and I brought a friend with us, Amy said, appearing with Big. Big. What's he doing here and how did he get all the way from the island? Sonic asked. We got a hovercraft from the Blue Typhoon and I thought I'd use it to get to Angel Island to get him, Amy said. Wait, we got a hovercraft? I don't remember building one, Tails said. I thought you did build one a long time ago, Amy said. Save that thought for later. Anyway, what's going on here and why you brought him here? Sonic asked. He wants to be part of the sports festival, Amy answered. What? Everyone asked. End flashback. I don't know how Big knows any news about the sports festival. We didn't tell him anything after we left the island until Nezu brought the news about it at the airfield that day, Sonic said. That's weird. So you guys accepted him in? Izuku asked. All Might told Nezu about it and the principal just accepted it. After that, we got on the bus and we arrived in UA the next hour. Enough time to get prep and ready for the tournament. Sonic said when his watch started beeping. Must be All Might calling. I'll be back in a minute. Need to take this call. The hedgehog jumped from his chair, walking to another direction away from everyone. Izuku looks around with some of the freedom fighters talking with students. He saw Cream and Cheese talking with Koda and Sato at another table. He turns to his left to see Jiru talking with Vector, Charmy Bee, and Espio. Then I saw Tails talking with Hatsume at another table. No surprise since the Fox Cub was interested in seeing the girl from the support department about her inventions. Izuku. The boy turns to see Momo, Uraraka, Iida, and Kendo approaching him. There you are. We were looking all over for you. Guys, sorry. I was busy with Sonic, that was it, he said, didn't want to mention the conversation with Todoroki. What are you guys doing? We just finished eating. Kendo, Yaoyorozu, and I are going somewhere. We're getting the other girls from our class and 1B to join us, Ochako said. Where are you guys heading? Izuku asked. I don't know. We heard from both Kaminari and that perverted boy that our teachers told us to dress in that as part of the next round. Kendo said, pointing her finger at the window where the cheerleaders running past the outside. Seriously? Izuku asked, looking away with a blushed face seeing much skin being exposed. I don't know, I like the sound of that. I get that feeling we're being set up. Momo said, looking at the cheerleaders running past them. Oh, Izuku. I did want to apologize about earlier before the cavalry battle. And no, it's fine. I mean, I didn't expect that to happen, he said, looking away with a blushed face. What exactly happens? Kendo asked, looking to Momo. You don't want to know, we should get going, she said, walking off quickly with a blushed look. What's up with her? Kendo asked. You don't want to know, Ochako said, with that blank face remembering the kiss Momo put on Izuku's head. Anyway, we'll see you back at the stadium. I'm heading off to the stadium. Need to get prepped for the round. It depends, who we're facing. I'll see you there, Midoriya. Iida said, walking off. Seems Iida and I are back on good terms. He came close at beating me from before. You never know, we could be meeting again in the next round. I got to get ready for that. Izuku thought as he kept eating. Are you freaking kidding me? Sonic asked as he was outside, talking with Toshinori, who was back in his normal form on the screen. It's a long story. We placed them in a cell, so they won't get out. You can deal with them after the tournament. Right now, just focus on planning for the next round, he said, informing him about the Lightning Bolt Society sneaking into the stadium. Amy isn't going to like this. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Sonic said. Oh, and did Cream made it to the cafeteria? Toshinori asked. Yeah, she did. She's chatting with a couple of classmates from Class 1A. Tell both Uebami and Ryuko I said thanks, Sonic said. I will. Good luck in the next round. I'll see you there, Toshinori said when he notices something. One more thing. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Sonic asked. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman arrived inside the medical room. Stain laid on the bed with Koda laying on the other bed to his left. Lines were connected to each other's arms from the boy to the hero killer. The doctor typed in a couple of buttons on the computer for last-minute attempts. I hope you're ready. Just doing one more test before we proceed, Eggman said, finishing typing before turning to them. Now, Koda. I'm giving you one more chance to decide. You can back off now, so you don't want to do this. Or you'll agree with this to transfer the blood from Stain to your body. The choice is yours. I made my decision. I want this, the boy said, with a determined look. Eggman turns to the hero killer as Stain nods his head up and down. Very well, then. Let the transfer begin, he said as he types in the last buttons on the computer. The blood from Stain goes through the lines slowly towards Koda. The hero killer looked towards the boy. It's like a father and son bonding. I hope he's ready for the real training to begin. Once we're done with this, it's off to Hosu City, he thought. Back at the stadium, the 1-hour intermission is over and the sports festival resumes. Crowd returning to their seats already fired up and students returning from their lunch break. Present Mike got the crowd going. Get those hands in the air. It's almost time for the final round. But before that, good news for everyone that didn't make the finals. Since this is the sports festival, we prepare for some super fun side games everyone can participate in, he said, looking to the cheerleaders. We even brought some cheerleaders from America to get your blood pumping. Aizawa looks down and notices something that caught him off guard. What the hell? He asked as Present Mike sat up to see. Izuku and Sonic return from the cafeteria as they walk out of the tunnel. They heard from Present Mike's voice when they turned to their left. The boy was caught off guard when he saw the girls of Class 1A with a blushed look. What are they wearing? He asked, turning away. I have no idea, Sonic said with a curious look. The Class 1A girls wore a two-piece cheerleading outfit consisting of orange, green, and white colors. They also have yellow pom-poms and the words UA on their chest. The girls' reaction had a dumbfounded and embarrassed look on their faces. Looks like Class 1A is going full on fanservice, Present Mike yelled. This is so embarrassing. Vlad King said. Vlad, that class is not the only one. Look. Snipe said as he pointed his finger to show the blood hero. You got to be kidding me, he yelled with a comical shocked look. The Class 1B girls were also the same cheerleading outfits and the same look that the Class 1A girls have. Even Class 1B is getting in the on the fanservice, too, Present Mike yelled. Them too? Izuku asked with a shock as Sonic saw both Kaminari, Mineta, and Awase giving thumbs up to one another. I guess they had something to do with it. The boy turns to see the three, giving a sigh. I think that what Momo was thinking when she had a bad feeling. The girls were tricked, he thought. What? You tricked us? Momo yelled at the three with a comical angry face. You're going to regret this. You were in on it too, Awase. Wait until this festival's over, Kendo yelled with a comical angry face. Momo dropped down on her knees with a sad look. Why'd I always ended up falling for that little pervert's stupid schemes? She asked as Uraraka pats her on the back. I hate those guys, Jiru yelled, throwing her pom-poms on the ground before wrapping her arms around her chest. Well, we do have time before the finals start and I do like these kinds of uniforms so, Hakagor said, shaking her pom-poms up and down. Let's just roll with it. Are you crazy? Jiru asked with an embarrassing look. Wow, Toru. You have skills. Ribbit, Suyu said. She's enjoying it. Let's have fun with it, Setsuna said, waving her pom-poms. I'm so embarrassed, Kendo said with a comical sad look. Yui notices Izuku walking, trying to hide his face. There's Midoriya, she said. Midoriya, over here, Setsuna yelled trying to get the boy's attention. Only the Hedgehog would see. That girl's calling you, Sonic said. Let's just keep walking, Izuku said, trying to ignore her when a tongue wrapped around the boy. What the? Izuku got pulled as Suyu uses her tongue to pull him over to their side. Setsuna saw him being pulled. She forms a pout on her face with jealousy. Seriously, that frog girl from his class is dragging towards them. I won't let it stand. Let's go, she said, dragging both Yui and Kendo towards the group. Suyu got the boy to their side before standing him up and getting her tongue back in her mouth. Izuku turns around to see the frog girl smiling at him. He was growing nervous. TT Su, what a surprise, he said, trying to look back. I know you're focusing on the finals coming up, so I dragged you here. I just want to ask you what you to think of these outfits we're wearing. Ribbit, she said. WWL, Izuku trying his best to say something until Setsuna, Yui, and Kendo arrived. Midoriya. Good thing we found you. The reptilian girl said, doing a pose with her hands on her hips. I like to know what you think of our outfits. Izuku looks down at Kendo with still that comical sad look. Is she okay? He asked. She just embarrassed because she was tricked into wearing these. I kind of like it. Make me more super hot. Setsuna said as Mina joined in. Yeah, Midori. She's right, these outfits made us hotter than ever, Mina said. Izuku looks around, trying to find a way to get out. His eyes caught both Uraraka, Momo, and Jiru. The gravity quirk user continues to confront the creation quirk user. The earphone jack noticed the boy looking as she looked away, embarrassed. The boy walks towards them when Uraraka looks up, quickly jumping up with a blushed face. Deku, I didn't think you were coming, she said as Momo quickly jumped up. Izuku, I got tricked. I knew when I had that bad feeling, she yelled when Kendo jumped up. Midoriya, this isn't what it looks like, she yelled. That was fast. Setsuna and Mina thought. It's okay. I wish I would have done something myself, he said, trying to find a way to say something. I mean to tell you the truth, that outfit does make you pretty. Momo had a blushed look after the boy's response. She did smile by what he did said. Thank you, she said. Uraraka had a pout on her face, hinting the same jealous. She wasn't the only one as Kendo had that jealous look. Midoriya. The big fist quirk user got the boy's attention by swaying her ponytail. Do you think it fits me with this look? Like what she said. Do you think to wear this make us cute? Ochako asked, standing next to Kendo. The more nervousness was hitting on the boy that much. He had to focus on the final round, but with this, it was getting to become a distraction. TTH those make you, see cute, he said, with more nervousness. Uraraka's face blushed even more. She got behind the big fist quirk user to make sure no one looked at her. Kendo blushed a little but was grateful for him to praise her. Thank for you those kind words, she said. Izuku still in his nervous mode when he felt scary auras. He notices both Mina and Setsuna look at him with scary looks. Yui did have a look kept at a straight face. Hakager's look couldn't tell since she was invisible but did sense that aura. He looks away, trying to get out of the pressure. He notices to see Jiru, looking away with an embarrassed look. He walks to her as the girl looked to see him coming towards him. Hey, Jiru, he said. Deku, what a surprise, she said, trying her best to look away. I just want to say that outfit, make you look very cute, if that's alright. Izuku said as he ran off quickly to rejoin with Sonic. The girl saw him off but heard everything she heard. She couldn't help but smile a bit for his compliment. Thanks, Deku. She thought. Wonder what's that all about, Sonic asked as he saw the boy still nervous. Why you don't want to know, he said. In the VIP seats, Toshinori looks on to see his successor walking with Sonic. He saw that he was talking with all of the Class 1A girls and some of Class 1B girls. Wonder what he was talking with those girls? Ryuko asked. Not sure. Perhaps he was talking with them about those outfits, Toshinori said. It does make them look cute, Uebami said. Would it be nice if the two of you WOU? Toshinori couldn't finish with both ladies pulled his ears at the same time. Don't even think about it, Ryuko said, pulling his ear. Pervert, Uebami said, pulling his ear. Ow, he said. Alright. Sorry for the wait. For those 20 that are about to compete in the final round, let's prep you up. President Mike yelled as the screen shows a tournament bracket. The top 20 students will be duking it out in a one-on-one in a tournament-style competition. Promise you better not miss out on this one. Finally, we're getting a chance to show what we're made of, Kirishima said with his smile. I watch these finals every year and now I'm actually in them. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against, Midnight said, holding a box that said, Lots, on it. Then enjoy the recreational games before we start. The 20 finalists have the option of participating or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first place team. The R-rated hero was walking towards Izuku's team with the box when Ojiro raised his hand. Excuse me, he said as everyone turns to him. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. Everyone including his classmates was stunned by that announcement. Shadow and Tokiyami were surprised by that news since he was part of the team that was going to take part in the final round. No way. You're kidding? Izuku asked. But this is your best chance of being scouted, Iida said. Even after the hard work of you of being part of our team? Tokiyami asked. I know. But I felt like I didn't do that much, Ojiro said. Sure, I was on your team but, kind of felt like I was used for a chance to get in on this one. Sorry, but I made my decision. Shadow approached him, patting him the back. I respect your decision, though I want you to be a part of this for everyone to see how you can do. If you want to go this route, so be it. Nobody will stop you, he said. I have to agree with him on this one, Zero said as everyone looked at him. I'm also withdrawing. You're kidding? Even we were on a better team, you're just going to drop out? Kirishima asked, shocked. Even though we didn't do that much, I'm not complaining about withdrawing, Mina said. Make that 3. I'm withdrawing as well, Kaminari said, rubbing the back of his head. You're withdrawing as well? Momo asked shocked. After all this time you were on the right team to make it this far, Iida said. Wow, didn't think I see this coming, Sonic said. Question is now who's going to fill in those empty spots from them? Izuku asked. It's up to Midnight to make that decision, Sonic said as they looked to the stage. This sort of talk is incredibly native to my boys. That turns me on, she said, cracking her whip. Kaminari, Zero, and Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Did she say it turns her on? Everyone thought. Now then we need to find 3 more students to fill in for those final 3 spots. Midnight said, looking around for anyone to join in. Hey, over here. Sonic waves his hand, getting her attention. What is it, Sonic? She asked as he walks to the stage. If there's anyone that deserves to be one of those 3, I know who needs to be part of it. He said, pointing his fingers at both Kendo and Tetsu. Those are your 2 people that deserve to be in this final round. Wait a minute, are you serious? She asked. You're kidding? The Iron Quirk user asked. You guys deserve to be in this one. If it wasn't for someone from your class that didn't rob you of your headbands, maybe you have a shot. But with 3 people withdrawn, you guys are the right people to be in this round. Sonic said, giving a glare to Monoma before turning back to Midnight. It's your call, Teach. Oh, and don't worry about the last one. We found one person that can fill in for that spot. Sonic pointed his finger where silver was floating from above for Midnight to see. Very well, then. She yelled by cracking her whip again. Itsuka Kendo and Tetsu, you will be part of the final round. And Silver the Hedgehog is also the last one. We finally found all of our 3 replacements. Thank you so much, Kendo said. You're the best friend we ever have, Tetsu said, comically crying. I always have good sportsmanship, Sonic said, walking next to Izuku. With that being said, time to reveal the fighters for the tournament. Here they are, Midnight yelled as the screen reveals the opponents for the first round. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitomi Shinso Shoto Todoroki vs Tetsu. Ajiro Kirishima vs Knuckles the Echidna Bakugo Katsuki vs Ochako Uraraka. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume Sonic the Hedgehog vs Itsuka Kendo. Shadow the Hedgehog vs Fumikage Tokiyami Miles Tails Prower vs Nato Monoma. Big the Cat vs Mina Ashido Momo Yairozu vs Silver the Hedgehog. Keep in mind, after the first round, the field will be cut to 16 opponents. This means we will have another draw to determine those 16 will be facing one another in the round of 16, Midnight said. Izuku and Sonic look on the screen to see their opponents. No way, you're facing Kendo, the boy said. I know and it's weird I want her in the fight. Be interesting how this plays out, Sonic said, looking to see who the boy will be facing. Hitomi Shinso. That's the guy that was on Shadow's team in the last round. Of course. He's a member of the general department, Izuku said, remembering days ago when he encounters the boy outside his class with many students. Izuku Midoriya. Both turned to see Shinso, approaching them. And here he comes, Sonic said as he stood in front of them. It's good to see you again since our last encounter, Shinso said. Izuku couldn't finish when a tail came out of nowhere. Sonic turns around to see Ojiro behind them. Hey, what's the problem? The Hedgehog asked. Don't let Midoriya speak to this guy, Ojiro said, glaring at Shinso. What? Sonic asked as Shinso gave them a grin before walking off. Ojiro pulled his tail back for Izuku to speak. What was that for? Izuku asked. He said he shouldn't talk to him. Not sure what it means but it looks serious, Sonic said. Todoroki looks on screen to see he'll be facing the Iron Quirk user. He turns to see Tetsu all fired up for this one. I'm facing him from Class 1B. It'll be easy from here, he thought before looking on the screen. If the 16 advances, the next round will be drawn randomly for anyone who will face. Sonic and Midoriya better win their fights, so I can beat them with one hand. Bakugo looks on the screen to he'll be facing Uraraka. Uraraka? Who the hell's that? He asked, not knowing that the girl behind him shivered in fear. Great. I'm facing the same guy who was just on our team, Tails said, looking at the screen. Well, Furball. I hope you're ready to lose. This should be a quick one, Monoma said. Just remember, I already know your skills and attacks. Better be ready because it won't be pretty. The boy walks off with that arrogant smile. Better be careful, he can copy people's quirks, Tails thought. Knuckles cracked his fist, seeing the opponent he'll be facing with his smile. Piece of cake, he said. Let's make this a great fight, Kirishima said as the two shook hands. Made the best player win. The echidna said. Shadow looks to Tokiyami as the two stares down at one another. They were just teammates in the last round, now they're about to fight one another in the next round. Big? Who's big? Mina asked as she heard footsteps in a large shadow above her. She looked to see the cat looking at her. She shivers comically in fear. That's one huge cat. Silver approached the creation quirk user. Momo turns around to see the hedgehog walk towards her. You're Silver? She asked. That's me, you must be Momo, he said. You just look like Sonic but different, she said. A little. Anyway, I'm looking forward to fighting you, he said, shaking her hand. Made the best player win, she said. Hey, legs. Hatsume walked towards Iida as the boy turns back. You're Iida, right? Correct. I'm Tenya Iida, he said. That's perfect, she yelled in excitement. I'll have something nice for you. Sonic saw Izuku followed Ojiro to the tunnel to talk more about Shinso. He was going to meet with Izuku later. He looks on screen again at his opponent when he heard footsteps. Hey, he turns to see Kendo walking towards him. Thanks again for letting me in this one. No problem. I know you and I are going to be facing one another. Just remember, I won't go easy on you, Sonic said. I won't too. I'll see you in our match later, she said, walking to the tunnel. She notices she was still wearing her cheerleading outfit. She remembers when Izuku told her she was cute in those. I'm planning to keep this in my closet. Alright, the one-on-one tournament will begin in an hour. For now, we got the recreation side games that'll warm you up. For those about to participate in the final round, make your way to your rooms right now, President Mike yelled. The recreation games got underway for those who didn't qualify for the final round. The 20 opponents were preparing for the final round. It was going to be a long day, but this will determine who will be making their way to be the champion. Chapter 32. The Deku versus the Brainwasher on board the Death Egg. Eggman made his way back to the bridge in time for the sports festival to resume. He just finished with the blood transfer from Stain to Kota so the boy can get the quirk the hero killer contains in his body. The minions didn't pay attention to the doctor making his return as their focus was on the screen. Snively heard the doors slide open as he saw the doctor return from the medical room. Doctor, you're just in time. The festival's about to resume, he said. Anything happens? Eggman asked. You haven't missed anything, but the one-on-one tournament is set though with the matchups. The Izuku boy will meet with this Shinso guy in the first round while Sonic faces out a girl named Kendo. Plus, Knuckles will face that Kirishima kid and Tails against that Monoma person that he was teammates with during the cavalry battle. Shadow facing against that bird with the bird's head and Silver facing that girl with the ponytail. Snively said. This should be good. What about the other targets? Eggman asked, referring to Todoroki, Bakugo, and Iida. Bakugo is facing a girl named Ochako Uraraka. Todoroki is facing against a boy named Tetsu, and Iida is facing that girl that was on that team with Izuku. Her name is Mei Hatsume. That's pretty much all the matchup there is. We all know that Izuku is going to use the Chaos Emerald right here right now. Let's see how this tournament unfolds. Eggman said, sitting back in his chair. By the way, how did the experiment go? Snively asked, referring to the blood transfer. Successful. After that, they were heading to Hosu City, part of the Tokyo metropolitan area. I'm not sure where it is. Stain said this was going to be the next training for the boy. Not sure what it is but we'll find more about it later. Right now, the festival continues, Eggman said. Very well, then, Snively said. While they were watching, behind the door on the other side, the ultimate mercenary heard of the location where they were both headed. Hosu City. So that's where they're heading. This should be very interesting. Let's see how that boy handles the situation, Infinite said, walking away from the door. Back in the stadium, the sports festival continues. It just wrapped on the recreation games for the students that didn't qualify for the next round. The one-on-one tournament was about to begin. Cementos used the last of his quirk to create a large ring. He added on each corner flames as pyrotechnics for the excitement. Students that were taking part in the final round sat with their class in their own seats. That's it. I'm pretty much done here, he said, finishing the ring with the last remaining cement. Thank you, Cementos, President Mike said. Hey, sports fans, are you ready? The crowd responded with a loud roar. After all, the action you all witnessed, it's time for the real battles to begin. Can you feel the excitement? Our competitors are on their own now. Sometimes they have themselves to rely on, heart, skill, strength, wisdom, and courage. They have to use all of these things to rise to the top. In the tunnel, Izuku stood in the corridor near the exit to the stadium. His eyes were closed with his left fist on his chest and a determined look on his face while hearing both the crowd get loud and President Mike's voice at the same time. He and his match were the first ones to open the one-on-one tournament. He still felt nervous and all but was ready for the competition to go next level. Hey, Izuku. The boy's mind snapped when a voice was heard. He turned around to see Sonic walking towards him. Sonic, what are you doing here? I thought you were getting ready for your match after mine? He asked. I know I suppose too, but I just want to see how you are doing before you walk out of the stadium to the ring, he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're nervous? A little, he said. Don't be. You got this. You made it this far despite getting the help you have. You're on your own this time. Also, you got the Chaos Emerald with you. Now it's time you're going to have to use it. Remember, don't use it too much or the emerald will turn black, Sonic said. That's true. I haven't been using that much in the first 2 rounds, not to mention I didn't use All Might's quirk. I almost did before Todoroki took the 10 million headband in the cavalry battle, Izuku said. Maybe it's time you use it with the Chaos Emerald at the same time. You did it before on Angel Island after we got the emerald revived, Sonic said. That's true, too, Izuku said when they heard footsteps approaching. Hey. Both turned to see Toshinori with Ryuko and Uwabami approaching them. Sorry I haven't said hi. You've been great despite all the help by Sonic in the first 2 rounds. Sonic and I were talking about it. Not sure if I can use it yet or not, Izuku said when he saw both women. He freaked out, letting the secret out. Hold on, is that the hero dragon, Ryuko? And the snake hero Uwabami? Oh yeah, I didn't tell you this but, these ladies already know about my quirk and yes my true form as well. Toshinori said, rubbing his head smiling. Plus, they're also my girlfriends. Girlfriends? Izuku asked, with his jaw dropped on the floor before recovering it. You have both girlfriends, All Might? I didn't hear anything on the news or magazines about this. I keep my personal life in secret for a reason. But these ladies are good people, and they keep me company as well, Toshinori said as Izuku turned to Sonic. Relax, they know who I am including the freedom fighters. We meet them early this morning when we arrived. When I heard about All Might having them as his girlfriends, I was surprised by it. Then Amy went on with her love rant and all. Sonic said, rolling his eyes. I'm shocked All Might would have 2 girlfriends with him. Especially it's the heroes that I heard about, Izuku said. It's nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, Ryuko said with a smile on her face. It's nice to meet a cute boy who wants to be like my lover, Uwabami said as Izuku looks away with a blushed. TT that's my nice of you, he said, stuttering. Anyway, your first opponent is very interesting. Never thought that Shinso from the general department would make it this far, Toshinori said. I was thinking the same thing, Sonic said turning to Izuku. By the way, one of your classmates came by to warn you about that guy. What was that all about? He told me a lot, Izuku said. Flashback earlier before the next round, Ojiro dragged Izuku to the waiting rooms to talk with him about the person that the boy was planning on going against. What you mean? Izuku asked. I'm not sure, he has some type of quirk that can control people. Even that dark hedgehog knew for 1 minute when he accepts him in the team, he wants it to control. He uses his quirk on Shoji, Tsuyu, and Mineta after Shadow ordered him to do it in order to get the headbands from them, Ojiro said. So that's what happened to Shoji, Izuku said. Remembering during the cavalry battle of Shoji's team going after Izuku and his team for the headband but surprisingly ran back to the other way. Exactly. That's why I warn you to be careful, he'll trick you by using his quirk. That's the only thing he'll do to win, Ojiro said. End flashback. Perhaps you should have talked with Shadow about that person before you knew what was going to happen, Sonic said. That's true. I should be more careful, Izuku said as Toshinori does a chop hit on his head. Ow, what was that for? All I want to hear from you is to do your best, damn it, he said, only for both ladies hitting him in the head. Ow. Seriously? Hitting a child is not the right thing, Ryuko said. Never thought a hero would hit a childlike thing, Uwabami said. Here I thought I would motivate him, Sonic said, rubbing his quails. Anyway, Toshinori glaring at both women before looking to Izuku. You're never going to become a hero, you want people to believe in something like that. At the same time, smoke appears around him, indicating he was transforming. Listen, whenever you're scared or nervous about a fight, just try to deal with it by smiling. You made it this far, kid. Even if you're worried, you must stand tall. Don't forget that I'm counting on you, and cheer you on. That's right, I've been on your side for a while. Go out there and show your opponent who you truly are, Sonic said as Izuku smiled at them. Thank you, guys. I'll make you proud, he said with more determination, turning to the outside. All right, everyone, let's get to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer, President Mike yelled as the crowd roared with the fire around the ring lit up. Welcome our first fighters. The screen shows the first match of the finals. He looks a bit scared but he's ready to meet his destiny. It's Izuku Midoriya from the hero course of Class 1A. The boy walks out of the tunnel, approaching the ring with the crowd cheering on. He looked to see his class, mostly the girls except for Jiru, who look away with a blush look, cheering him on. Only Bakugo and Todoroki look on with cold glares. The freedom fighters did the same where they were sitting next to Class 1A. The others of Class 1B of Tetsu, Setsuna, and Hiryu were cheering him except for Monoma, who look at him with an arrogant smile. Kendo wasn't there as she was getting ready for her match, which is coming up after his match. And his opponent, from the general studies, who didn't expect anyone from that course to make it this far, but he's shown some courage. It's Hitoshi Shinso. President Mike yelled as the other boy walks out from the tunnel on the other side with a serious look. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to cry, "Uncle, bring on the injuries because we got our very own recovery girl on standby. So put your immortals on standby and don't be afraid to play dirty." Cementos used his quirk to create a chair outside the ring to sit on. "I'll sit here to make sure anything goes too rough," he said. The opponents look at one another as they were ready to fight. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, ready for the match to begin. "So, you can just give up, huh?" Izuku looked to see Shinso talking with him. "In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what people think." "Ready," President Mike yelled as he was counting down to the match, but Shinso had other options leading up to it. That monkey was going on about being used earlier, he said, referring to Ojiro in a taunting way. Begin. Present Mike yelled, but I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that, Shinso said, which got Izuku at his tipping point. The boy walks towards him, clenching his jaw in anger. Don't you dare talk to him that way, he yelled, running towards him to attack. That became a bad idea. Shinso smiled, evilly. He caught him in his own trap as Izuku stood there with a blank face. That's it. I win, he said. In the Class 1A seats, Ojiro got up, knowing Izuku made a big mistake. Other students including many of Class 1B saw his attention. The freedom fighters except for Shadow saw him. I warned him not to say anything, he yelled. What are you talking about? Momo asked, getting worried. I told him about that boy from the general department. His quirk is a brainwashing type, he answered. What? Momo asked. She turned back to see Izuku in a blank face. Izuku, wake up. What's happening to Midoriya? He's not moving, Tetsu yelled. He can't even hear me, Momo yelled. This is not good, Ochako said. If he's not moving or hearing everything, then that means he's been controlled by him, Vector yelled as Tails turned to Shadow. Shadow, you were teaming with that boy earlier. Do you know anything about this? He asked as everyone turned to him. I already know he's quirk. For Izuku, he's going to have to find a way to fight it, the Dark Hedgehog said. Fight it? You should have warned him about it in the first place, Jiru yelled from her chair. This is not good for him, Vector said, looking on. In the tunnel, Toshinori, who went back in his normal form, stood at the entrance with Sonic, Ryuko, and Uwabami as they look at the match. It wasn't going well for Izuku as he is caught in Shinso's trap. They could see the boy's blank face as he is being controlled. Crap. This is not good, he yelled, and I can't do anything about it either, Sonic said, getting worried for his friend. There's nothing we can do, unless he finds a way to fight out of it, Ryuko said. The boy has put Midoriya in his control. He'll find a way to order him to do something. It could be the end for the successor as we know it, Uwabami said. In the seats, the Shiketsu students look on with a shocked look as they see Izuku being mind-controlled by Shinso's quirk. What happening to Midoriya? Inasa asked, standing up. One moment he was running towards him to attack and the next minute he just stood still. I could hear Yaomomo's voice trying to call him out. He's not listening or anything, Kami said with a surprising look. He lured him in a trap with his quirk, Seiji said as they look at him. What are you talking about? Inasa asked. I'm shocked you two haven't noticed. Nagamasa and I were paying close attention to that boy from the general department. He has a quirk that can brainwash people's minds by controlling them. During the obstacle race, he controlled 4 students that carried him throughout that race. Then he paired with a team to brainwash another team by letting the Dark Hedgehog take a couple of headbands. I believe that's why one of the students from Class 1A withdrawn from the next round because he was being used. Seiji explained. So, what does that mean for Midoriya? Kami asked. It appears he's in big trouble. Therefore, the boy has been controlled and he could easily be out of this tournament for good, Seiji said. Not a chance in hell he's going to lose, Inasa said, turning back to the ring. Wake up, Midoriya. Get your mind back in control. Don't lose this one bit, Kami yelled back. He didn't stand out in the first round but it's possible Shinso's crazy powerful. Who could imagine this turn of events? That's the festival for Ya, Present Mike said, laughing. Shinso's a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't so rational, Aizawa said, who cut his mic off for anyone not to hear them. Huh? Why's that? Present Mike asked. Since we're on to the individual matches, I got some information compiled for our competitors, Aizawa said, looking at 2 papers of the boys who were currently in their battle. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. Since he applied for the general studies, he probably figured that would happen. His quirk is incredibly strong, but that entrance test consistent in fighting villains and robots. It gave a huge advantage for students who have physical powers that can show off. Despite his abilities, Shinso never stood a chance at passing. His eyes shifted to the Dark Hedgehog, standing with his arms crossed looking on at the match from the seats. I wonder if Sonic's friend knew about Shinso's quirk once he joined on his team during the cavalry battle. Back in the fight, Izuku was still being controlled by Shinso's quirk, standing there with a blank face while Shinso looked at him with a serious look. So here we are. You're lucky you've been so blessed, Izuku Midoriya, Shinso said. Now, turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. With that, Izuku turned around and walked slowly towards the way he was just walking right before the match. Pretty clear, Shinso was on the verge of winning this match. Midoriya's walking back to where he just came from. Thanks to Shinso's quirk, it looks like victory's in sight, Present Mike yelled. Back in the seats, Iida, Uraraka, Momo, the Freedom Fighters, and Class 1B were getting very worried as they see Izuku walking towards the out of bounds. Izuku, wake up, you're about to lose this match, Momo yelled, getting worried. He can't hear us, it's like we don't exist, Ochako said. If he keeps walking to the out of bounds, he'll lose this match, Iida yelled. He needs to wake up or it's too late, Hiryu said. Why bother yelling at him? He's already going to lose. Guess, he just came in with luck after all, Monoma said with that arrogant smile. Shut up, idiot, Tetsu said, turning back to the ring. Wake the hell up, damn it. This is not good. He's getting closer in losing not only the match but the tournament as well, Tails said. And we can't do a damn thing about it, Knuckles said, pounding his fist on the rail. In the tunnel, Toshinori gripped his hands on the edge of the entrance, getting very worried for his successor about to lose this match. Sonic looks on with his knee down, desperately wanting to help his friend from another almost losing situation. Ryuko and Uebami look on very worried for the boy. The Hedgehog clenched his fist, looking straight at Shinso with a glare that he never gave nor towards his rivals for many years. A hand was holding on to his shoulder. The Hedgehog turned to see the hero dragon, shaking her head sideways, not to intervene. Sonic understood because it would be a disqualification for him out of this tournament. Come on, Izuku. Wake up, buddy, he thought. Back in the booth, while Present Mike continues his talk on the mic, Aizawa was still in deep thought while looking at both papers of the students. In the fitness test on the first day of school, Midoriya scored pretty high. No surprise he would use both All Might's quirk and the Chaos Emerald at the same time in other tests. He would outperform Shinso. If they fought without powers, Midoriya would have certainly won. But he would have to overcome Shinso's brainwashing to do that. Either way, this match would be over very quickly, he thought as he saw Izuku getting closer to the steps. Back in the ring, Izuku was getting closer towards the steps as Shinso formed a smirk on his face, indicating he was about to win. His friends from Class 1A, Class 1B, the Freedom Fighters, and both Inasa and Kami were desperately trying to scream for his name to get him out of his thoughts. But the power of Shinso's quirk was so powerful, neither of it was working. For the boy, he knew he screwed up and he was about to fail. What's happening? He thought to himself. My body's moving on its own. I feel like my brain's full of fog. I can't concentrate. He inched closer towards the steps. No, not like this. Damn it. I fell for it even after Ojiro warned me about his power. It's all over. Even though, so many people are counting on me. Everyone is watching. He was at the edge of the steps with his left leg reaching towards it. Everyone. Suddenly, the green Chaos Emerald in his back pocket lit up. It grew brighter, surrounding the boy by blinding his eyes. The emerald activated itself. Wait a minute, if I remember, the emerald can read people's minds. Did it just read my mind? He thought. Wake up, child. Do you think you're going to give up like that? Snap out of it this instant. A voice was heard with the sound of someone snapping their fingers was heard. That sound forces the boy's eyes to flicker. His eyesight was back from a blank face to normal. He looks around, noticing the entire world froze around him. It wasn't the first time that happens for him from going through the sludge villain twice. He looked down, noticing his left foot was about to step out of bounds. He quickly stepped backwards from the steps. Now you finally came to your senses. Izuku froze when he heard a voice. He looked in front to see two familiar echidnas standing on the field in front of the tunnel he hasn't seen in a while. Pachacamac. Tikal. I haven't seen you two in a while, what are you doing here? He asked with a surprising look. You came this close at stepping out of bounds, ending this match and your chances at the top. The chief's daughter said. Despite being brainwashed, the Chaos Emerald heard your thoughts, erasing out of the brainwashing. Izuku grabbed the Chaos Emerald seeing it active. I wish it would have helped me out earlier in the match, maybe I would have won it. But it is my fault I let Shinso provoke me with insults about Ojiro, he said. Don't look down. You're the protector of Earth for a reason. There will be mistakes you'll make in your life, but you can learn from them in the future. Anyway, my daughter and I aren't a concern for you. If there's anyone that is, it's these people, Pachacamac said. People? He asked. The echidnas moved to create an opening, pointing their fingers at the darkness in the tunnel. 8 mysterious lights appeared. Izuku looked closer when those lights formed of 8 silhouettes with yellow eyes, looking towards him. Who are they? Let's just say they're friends of All Might. One of them is a nice person to my daughter and I either way, you got a match to win. I will talk more about them soon. Say hi to All Might and Sonic first including Knuckles as well. Until then, let these 8 activate one for all for you. Now, win. Pachacamac said as a wave of colors surrounds Izuku's body. Red lines appeared on his fingers of his left hand. The light got brighter for Izuku as he was returning to his normal time. He heard Tikal said something. Tell All Might if you get a chance that a certain person says hi for him, the chief's daughter said. The world around Izuku was back to normal. A flick of his fingers by using one for all created a wind force. Both Shinso and Midnight used their arms to shield the dust and dirt coming towards them. The Chaos Emerald was still active at the same time, creating the green aura around his body. They didn't notice that Izuku was standing in front of the white line, escaping from Shinso's quirk in the nick of time. What is this? Midoriya stopped in just the nick of time, Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. In the seats, Class 1A, Class 1B, and the Freedom Fighters were all breathing a sigh of relief seeing Izuku escaped from Shinso's quirk, inches away from defeat. That's the way to do it, Iida yelled, happily. Whoa, I was about to freak out, Ochako said, turning to Momo. At least he escaped, right Yaoyorozu? The Infinity Quirk user saw the girl's surprised look. Is something wrong? Look at the emerald, she answered as they saw the emerald grew brighter. Not a surprise, he's using it. It had to be his last resort, much like what he did when he saved me. Ribbit. Suyu said, referring to the USJ incident. I'm not sure about that. Everyone turned to Hiryu in the Class 1B seats. Like what the frog girl just said. He would activate the emerald by himself. There was no way he would do it while being brainwashed. If it wasn't him, then who did it? Tetsu asked. It was the emerald that did it. Both classes turned to the Freedom Fighter seats where Shadow spoke, still looking at the field with his arms crossed in a serious look. The Chaos Emerald can sense a person's thoughts. Despite the boy being brainwashed, there was always a last resort. The emerald read his thoughts and activated quickly, escaping from the other boy's power. Seriously? That was the last resort? Kirishima asked, jumping from his seat. Were there any reason you guys were worried that he would lose? Shadow asked, looking to the students. You knew that Shinso was going to lose this whole time? Ojiro asked. Don't count out Izuku one bit. He was going to win this thing after all. Shadow said, looking back at the ring. That's true. Always have a backup plan, and that was the emerald the whole time. Boy, I was stupid to worry, Knuckles said. Bakugo didn't say a word despite hearing what the Dark Hedgehog just said. He heard about the emerald when he eavesdropped on Sonic, Izuku, and Todoroki's conversation in the tunnel during the intermission. He got a glimpse of what it can do. Todoroki didn't say one word as he was focused on the emerald as well. Back in the ring, Izuku took a step back, turning his body around to face Shinso. He had a serious look on his face, looking to his opponent. Shinso was shocked that someone would find a way to escape from his quirk. The victory was within reach, but something snatched it from his hands suddenly. No, impossible. Shinso said with a shocked look. You were not supposed to fight back. What did you do? There was no response from the boy, which got him very angry. This time, Izuku wasn't going to fall for that trap again. That monkey may have told him about my quirk, unless, he looked to the seats to see Shadow, looking at him. That hedgehog may have talked to him about it. He clenched his teeth in anger before turning back to the boy. I got to get momentum back to me. He looked back to see Izuku curled into a ball, ready for his spin attack. Shinso kept trying to talk with enough insult words, but it wasn't working. The more it wasn't working, it was making him angrier by the minute. Instead, he charges towards the cinnamon bun with more insult words. This time, it was Izuku's turn to attack. He launched himself with enough speed, slamming his body on Shinso's chest, flying him back towards the wall, hitting it with enough force. Everyone in the stadium was shocked except for Shadow. Izuku put the brakes on his attack, landing on the ring as he opens his eyes to see his opponent pinned on the wall after his attack. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the round of 16, Midnight yelled as the crowd roared. Yes, he did it. Mina yelled in excitement. I knew Midori would pull it off, Hakagor yelled. That was so close. I was worried for him, but somehow he made it, Momo said, breathing a sigh of relief. That was so nerve-wracking, Ochako said, slumping to her seat, breathing a sigh of relief. He turned the tables at the last moment. A classic Midoriya maneuver, Iida said. The nerd pulls it off somehow. At least he didn't become an idiot. Jiru thought with red cheeks forming. Wait, why I'm blushing. That was mainly at what he did, Kirishima said with comical tears. That's my boy, Midoriya. Another victory as usual, Tetsu yelled. I was so worried for him, Setsuna said, breathing a sigh of relief. He can learn to do a spin attack? Knuckles asked. I think it must be his training during those 10 years. I never thought he would do that, Tails said. He's becoming just like us, Amy said. Guess he's a member of the Freedom Fighters, can we say? Vector asked as he saw Shadow walking away. Hey, where are you going? Getting ready for my match which starts soon. The Hedgehog answered as he left the section. I got to ready myself, Tokiyami said, leaving his section. Todoroki silently left his seat as he was getting ready for his match. The Iron Quirk user followed suit. Their match was coming up right after Sonic's and Kendo's match. For Bakugo, he sat there gritted his teeth in anger after seeing his former friend winning his match. He escaped defeat again. That emerald he has holds strong powers. No wonder he was like that during the combat training. He thought, clenching his fist in anger. He's definitely aiming for the top. I'll make sure he doesn't get in my way of winning. In the other seats, Inasa and Kami breathed a sigh of relief after Izuku pulled off his victory as they sat back down in their seats. Midoriya pulled off that victory at the last second. Never thought he did that, Inasa said. You saw that emerald he had? Yaomomo and Itsuka were talking about that he uses it to save both Uraraka and Itsuka from that big robot during the entrance exam, Kami said. Seriously? Inasa asked. I've never thought a jewel like that would be that powerful to have, Seiji said. Interesting that he was brainwashed in the next minute that emerald activated itself, causing him to wake up from him and win it, Nagamasa said. I guess you guys saw it as well. Another voice caught the Shiketsu students off guard as they turned to see the big three sitting behind them. Were you guys hearing our conversation throughout? Seiji asked. The part about the emerald that the green-haired student has, of course, Mirio said with a smile. We don't know much about it anyway. Inasa and I are friends with that green-haired kid, Kami said. Really? Wow, we got lucky that we actually can meet the green-haired student's friends, Najire yelled in excitement. Not another bubbly girl. I already have one, I don't want to deal with another, Seiji said with a deadpan face. Anyway, you guys want to know more about the emerald? Mirio asked. What you mean? Inasa asked as Mirio could only smile. Great, here we go again, Tamaki said, placing his hand on his face. Minutes later, both opponents returned to the ring. Shinso still looks down in defeat despite being injured from slamming the wall. Izuku deactivated his Chaos Emerald as he looks at the boy with a normal look. Present Mike told the crowd to applaud the opponents for a great fight. Izuku decided to speak to him. Why did you want to be a hero? He asked as Shinso looked up to him for a minute. He then turned back before answering his question. You can't help what your heart longs for, he answered before walking off. Izuku's eyes grew wide, knowing what he meant. I felt the same way. Before I got both the emerald and one for all, I was just like him. But, nothing I say will make him feel better, he thought, forming a sad face feeling sorry for him. Shinso approaches the tunnel. He was inches away from entering when multiple voices were heard from the seats. You were awesome out there, Shinso. The boy looked up to see students from the general department compliment him despite losing the match. We're proud of you, the girl said. You didn't tell us you were that good, another boy said. Yeah, you're the star of our program, the third boy yelled. I can't believe you put up such a great fight, especially against the boy who came in first place in both rounds, the fourth boy said. There were pro heroes also praising his quirk. Shinso stood there with a surprising look. Despite losing, everyone praises him for a good fight. He didn't notice a pink blossom petal floated down near him. You hear that? Another voice was heard from the tunnel. The boy saw Shadow approaching him. There are many people besides me that liked your quirk. You almost pulled off an upset. Still, you got a lot of work to do to be better. Keep it up, you'll be a great hero in the future, and likely despite losing this match, there's a great chance you still be transferred to the hero course. Shinso stood there with a surprising look. He closed his eyes and smiled at the same time. You're right. Despite the results, they might transfer people to the hero course, he said, turning to Izuku. Remember that. Even if it works out this time, I'm not giving up. I'll get on to the hero track. Get certified. And then, I'll become a pro better than any of you, he said. Izuku was about to say something when he was caught in Shinso's quirk again, having the same blank face. He fooled him again, Shadow said, shaking his head. He got me again. Why? Izuku thought. You know people tend up when people talk to me, Shinso said with a smile. If you're not on guard, someone will defeat you. He deactivated his quirk, making Izuku back to normal. So be careful. You better not lose, or you'll make me look bad. Izuku formed a determined look. I won't, he said, only to be caught in his quirk again. This boy has a lot to learn, Shadow said as Shinso stood next to him. Thank you for believing in me, he said before walking off. He'll be a great hero, Shadow said, cracking a smile on his face. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions just watched Izuku's close victory. They were surprised that Shinso came close to winning it but were very relieved their target stayed in the fight. That Izuku boy almost lost. The other boy had very good quirk, Grounder said. He must have a brainwashing type quirk. I'm very surprised the boy escaped from the likes of very strong power, Snively said. He had the Chaos Emerald to help him out, Eggman said. Remember, it does read people's minds, so my guess Izuku was talking in his head when he was brainwashed. It activated it on its own, freeing him from that power. Either way, the boy lives on to the next round. So, who's next in the other fight? Cubot asked. It's Sonic of all people. He's going against that girl with a quirk that can enlarge her hands, Scratch said, referring to Kendo. How funny will it be if Sonic loses to a girl? Deku asked. It'll be the biggest embarrassment of his life, Boko said. Not happening. Though I do want the girl to win, don't be surprised Sonic pulls out another victory. Seems this one-on-one tournament is getting better, Eggman said, grabbing another bag of popcorn. Back at the stadium, Izuku went over to Recovery Girl's office. No broken bones or anything on his fingers after activating One for All. The Chaos Emerald protected his body, preventing broken bones. But the nurse uses her quirk kissing his hand to get the stamina he needs for the next round. Toshinori, Ryuko, and Uebami stood next to them. Sonic was already getting ready for his match. He did tell Toshinori to pass along his congrats to the boy. Well, the good news, no broken bones after you use All Might's quirk. The Emerald has done a great job of protecting your body, Recovery Girl said. Thank you. I was very lucky with my match against Shinso. I was caught off guard by his quirk and I almost lost. But thanks to the Emerald, it saved my life. It read my thoughts, escaping me out of his quirk. Izuku said, turning to Toshinori. Sorry I didn't smile as you would do. Shinso did some insults to one of my classmates. I heard some of the things he said. It must be painful to see how you relate to him, the hero said. Still, I couldn't let that happen. Either way, I must stay focused. Get to the top. Just like you said, Izuku said as Recovery Girl let out a sigh. You poor little darling, she said, turning to Toshinori with a glare. Have you been putting too much pressure on him? She was about to hit him, only for Uebami to block it. Don't worry. Allow us, she said as she and Ryuko elbowed him from both sides of his both. Izuku turned black and white. Ow, seriously you too? He asked, rubbing the pain with both arms. Next time don't put too much pressure on him, even if he's your successor, the hero dragon said. Thank you, girls. At least you know how to treat a man, Recovery Girl said as Izuku realized something. Oh yeah, All Might, I realized something, he said as they turned to him. I had a vision. When I was brainwashed, the Chaos Emerald active, escaping Shinso's quirk. I saw both Pachikamak and Tikal. They were trying to motivate me, but as weird, they said they weren't alone. They both turned to the tunnel and I saw like people. Maybe 8 or 9 of them, I'm not sure. At the same time, One for All activates and that's how I got back in it. But what I saw were eyes just like yours, All Might. Do you think, all those people that use One for All were there pushing me on? Are you saying, I'm a ghost? Toshinori asked, comically shivering. I thought you have answers? Izuku asked as Ryuko pulled the hero's ear. Ow, again? Toshinori asked. He wants questions not being like a zombie for once, the hero dragon said, taking her hand off his ear while he rubs it. Women are scary, he said. You damn right we are, Uebami said, giving him a glare. All right, Toshinori said, turning to the boy. Actually, I saw something like that too. In my younger days, It's a clear sign you're getting closer to making one for all your own power. What was it? Izuku asked. I think it's like a trace of a user's free spirit left behind one for all when it passes on, Toshinori said. Don't worry, whatever you saw it won't be interfering with your progress in the future, I'm sure. But I'm curious about how both Pakahakumak and Tikal were with those silhouettes, especially when the Chaos Emerald freezes time. Either way, I'm grateful for them saving your life to escape from Shinso's quirk. I wish I said hi to them since I haven't spoken to them in a while. If you see them again, tell them I said thank you for healing my scar. Oh, I forgot. Right before I returned to my match, Tikal did mention that a certain person said hi to you, Izuku said. What? Toshinori asked. I'm not sure what she meant. If I do see them again, I'll find out who it is, Izuku said. That's fine. Anyway, you get the rest you need now you're heading to the round of 16. Keep in mind, before the next round, you will be drawn against a random opponent. Speaking of it, Sonic is about to fight in his match next, Toshinori said. That's right. He's fighting against Kendo. I hope he doesn't go that far, Izuku said, getting up for his chair. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for your help, Recovery Girl. The boy ran out of the nurse's office to get back to his class. So, he saw you there, too? Recovery Girl asked, referring to one of the silhouettes in Izuku's vision. That's a good thing, Toshinori said. I wonder who that certain person Tikal mentioned. In the tunnels, Sonic was stretching both arms and legs, preparing for his match against Kendo from Class 1B. Finishing up, he got up on his feet, walking his way to the ring. He would hear footsteps approaching his location. He turned to see Todoroki walking towards him. The hedgehog looks up at the ceiling with a sigh. What do you want? If you're here for another conversation, I don't have time for it. I got to get to the ring quick, he said. I want to ask you a question, Todoroki said. I heard Shadow mentioned about the Chaos Emerald activating itself when Midoriya was brainwashed by reading people's minds. I witnessed it when Midoriya escaped from that boy's quirk to win it. I wish Shadow never said anything, Sonic said, shaking his head. Yeah, it does. Besides, I knew Izuku was going to win anyway. You got your glimpse of how the Chaos Emerald works. I'm done talking with you. I got a match I have to get to. Ah, there you are, son. Both turned to see a familiar person walking towards them. For Todoroki, there's one person he never wants to encounter. What do you want? He asked as Endeavor stood in front of them. You should be grateful I'm here to support you. Second, you're acting disgraceful, Shoto, he said. Who is this guy? Sonic asked, looking at both men. Remember what I told you earlier, my dad being the number 2 hero? This is him. Todoroki said as Endeavor turns to the blue hedgehog. You must be Sonic the Hedgehog, I presume? The hero asked. Yep. That's me, and you're the number 2 hero and his dad. Your son told me a lot about you, Sonic said, referring to the conversation he had in the tunnel during the intermission. Anyway, I was planning to talk with my son, but since you're here, I got one advice to you. Endeavor said, leaning in front of the hedgehog. My son's going to win this thing. I know you robbed him a chance at winning that cavalry battle. Get in his way, or else. Is that threat? Sonic asked, placing a finger on the hero's chest, avoiding the fire. I got news for you. I told your son the only way he'll win if he uses his left side. Plus, I heard of your little conversation with All Might and Shadow. I'm not going to mention it to your son. However, if he wants to win, he needs to get through me first. And better yet, I got no problem facing you. Endeavor light up the flames around his body. You talk a lot for a small hedgehog. I met your friend the Dark Hedgehog, and I told him about you. I will burn you to a crisp if I have to, he said. I'm so scared of a fireman trying to burn me. I love to see you in the ring to face you because I'm not afraid. Second, All Might is more of a hero than you ever be. He'll kick your ass all over the floor if he has to, Sonic said, taunting him more. Todoroki witnessed the stare down between the two. Deep down, he wants the hedgehog to teach his father a lesson. Already started the whole thing. Everyone turns to see Shadow standing with his arms crossed. Here I am heading to the locker room to warm up, to encounter the fireman all over again. It seems you finally meeting Sonic. He turns to see Todoroki looking. Must be a father and son moment when Sonic joined in the fray. It was me that was talking with him only for my father to walk in, the dual quirk user said. Either way, I'm done discussing with the both of you small hedgehogs, Endeavor said, about to walk before turning to his son. Remember what I said earlier. Don't let me down. The hero walked away with that evil grin on his face. I love to smack that grin off his face, Shadow said, turning to the two. You better get going on your match, Sonic. And you, focus on getting ready after this match. Don't let that old man get in your way. I'm heading there right now, the blue hedgehog said before turning to Todoroki. Focus on doing what you can do. Just remember, it could be you and me in the tournament later. Sonic walks off to his match, leaving both Todoroki and Shadow in the hallway. I wish Sonic did something to my father, Todoroki said, turning to the dark hedgehog. So, you met the old man as well with All Might? How was it? Let's just say a day, nice conversation, maybe a little, Shadow said. Back in the seats, Izuku arrived as his class except for Bakugo, who gave him a dirty look which the boy ignored, greeted him. The freedom fighters also saw him, saying their congrats on his win. Members of Class 1B except for Monoma also said their congrats to him. Momo waved to him, opening a seat in between her and Uraraka. Izuku ran up to seat in between them, getting all nervous. That's a great win, Deku, Ochako said. You had us worried there by the moment after that boy uses his quirk. I'm glad you won, Momo said. Thanks. I get enough time to rest since I'm in the round of 16, Izuku said. I'm still wondering how you managed to escape from that quirk, Ed asked. Izuku couldn't say anything when Present Mike came on the mic again. Alright, everyone. One round is in the books, but we continue with the next match. I hope you guys are preparing for this one. With that, let's bring out on the next contestants. The screen in the stadium changes to the next match. This student here can take down her opponents with one big fist. She's the big sister of Class 1B of the Hero Course. She's Itsuka Kendo. The girl walked out from the tunnel with the crowd roaring. She has a determined look but smiles as she walks the steps of the ring. She could hear her class cheering on for her. Go Kendo! Setsuna yelled. You got this. Make Class 1B very happy. Tetsu yelled as she responded with a thumbs up. I hope she's ready to face your friend, Momo said, referring to Sonic. Trust me. I hope she's a great quirk to find a way to stop Sonic's speed, Izuku said. Music insert. In the bushes by Oasis. Her opponent needs no introductions. He's the faster hedgehog that finds a way to sneak into the action while everyone's distracted. He's the speed demon from the Freedom Fighters. He's Sonic the Hedgehog. The blue hedgehog ran out from the tunnel instead of running. He jogged to the ring by fired up the crowd. He throws his fist multiple times and yelling let's go. The crowd cheered louder than ever. The music on the PA speakers played throughout the stadium with the LED lights flashing at the same time. Sonic looks up to see the Freedom Fighters cheering him on. He saw Izuku as he gave him a thumbs up. The boy returns the thumbs up back to him. He looks up the VIP seats to see Toshinori, Ryuko, and Uwabami returning to their seat. The hero saw him, giving him a thumbs up and a smile. The hedgehog returns a thumbs up then saw Nezu applauding for him. Cream and cheese cheered on. Sonic jogged up the steps with the pyro rising up the fire around each corner. He saw Kendo approaching towards him as they stood at one another. I hope you're ready, because I'm about to show you fast I can be, he said, getting in his defensive stance. I've seen your speed in the first 2 rounds. Let's see if you can handle my quirk, she said, with a serious look in her defensive stance. May the best fighter win, Sonic said. Always, she said. Are we ready? Then let's get in going in 3, 2, 1, fight, Present Mike yelled as the fight got underway. Chapter 33. The Hedgehog vs. the Big Fist. Music insert. Nookie by Limp Bizkit. The second match of the one-on-one tournament got underway. Sonic wasted no time by using his boost to charge towards the Class 1B student. In his mind, this could be a quick match by just sending her over the ring and out of bounds. That was not the case for Kendo as she took a deep breath, with the hedgehog now inches towards her. She quickly pulled her right arm back, enlarging her right hand to attempt to slam the hedgehog out of the ring. Sonic saw that moment by going in the air, dodging her attack. From the air, he does an axe kick to go the quick ko. But Kendo quickly pulled her left arm back, enlarging her left hand to whack him. The hedgehog does a backflip, dodging the attack. He landed on the ground, facing his opponent. The big sister of Class 1B is giving the speedy hedgehog no chance at a quick victory. We're in for a good fight it seems, Present Mike yelled. She's using her quirk to make sure the hedgehog doesn't do any sneak attacks. She has good intelligence while the hedgehog thinks this was going to be a quick victory for him. He missed that calculation, Aizawa said. Thanks for the compliment, idiot, Sonic yelled at the booth. Whatever, Aizawa answered back as the hedgehog turned to Kendo. I got to admit, you're pulling out all the stops to beat me, but you have to try harder, Sonic said, going for another attack. Oh, I will. Come on and try again, she yelled. The hedgehog does the same boost seconds ago. He charges towards the girl as she stretches her arms forward. Sonic quickly does a spin attack, locking on towards the girl. Kendo flashed a grin. She uses her enlarged hands again by trying to sandwich the hedgehog. Sonic knew the attack was coming. He dodges it by doing a slide, passing between her legs. Now's my chance to end it. Sonic got back on his feet to do a surprising boost attack. Nice try, Kendo yelled as she uses her right hand to whack the hedgehog, sending him to the edge of the ring. Boom. The big sister delivers a huge blow to the speedy hedgehog. He could be heading out of bounds. We may see a big upset, Present Mike yelled as Sonic put the brakes neat the line. Scratch that. The hedgehog remains in the fight. Sonic regains his balance. He rubs the left side of his face, feeling the pain from Kendo's attack. He saw the girl looking at him with a grin on her face. Man. Here I thought this was going to be a quick fight, he thought. Have to admit, she's really showing her big hands towards me and she almost beat me. She must have seen all my skills and attacks in the first 2 rounds. Also, I must admit to Izuku's teacher. He's right on one thing. She has good intelligence. Either way, I'm planning on winning this thing. Ready to give up? She asked as Sonic flashed his grin. Who said I'm ready to throw in the towel? This match is just getting started, Sonic answered as he charges towards her again. In the seats, the Freedom Fighters were surprised by how Kendo took on Sonic. Much like the hedgehog, they thought it was going to be a quick fight. Turns out, the Class 1B's big sister had other plans. Izuku and Class 1A were surprised by how this fight is turning out. Class 1B was cheering on for their classmate in the fight, seeing the advantage she has. That girl is giving Sonic a big fight. He must have thought this would be an easy win, Vector said. With those big hands she has, she can squash Sonic like a bug. Thank goodness I'm not in this fight, Charmy B said. She has a quirk that can enlarge both her hands, Tails said, using his Miles Electric with information of Kendo's quirk. She can grip her opponents very tightly into submission. If Sonic were to be trapped in her hands, he could be in big trouble. He almost got himself in trouble by being out of bounds and losing this battle, Knuckles said. Unless there's any skill he has, he better come up with one or he's done for, Amy said. What's that I hear? Is that the sound of panic I presume? They turned to the Class 1B section across Class 1A where they saw Monoma looking at them with that arrogant smile. Guess our class representative is showing your friend who he really is. A fluke. Hey, be grateful you made it this thanks to us. If I was you, I'd keep your mouth shut. Tails are going to show you how's it done, Knuckles yelled as Monoma laughed. You think I'm going to lose to that furball? Good luck with that. It'll be over within a second, he said. Dude, will you shut up for 1 minute? It'll be bad karma for you if that fox cub beat you, Kamakiri said, seeing Tails clenching his fist. Don't listen to him. I hope you beat that idiot. He has no respect for our class anyway, Kirishima said, talking with the fox cub. He's really on my last nerve, Tails said, glaring at Monoma. Don't let him get to you. I know you will win, Momo said. Just believe in yourself. Look at Sonic, he's doing his best to fight, Izuku said, looking at the fight. Sorry, guys, I better get going, Tetsu said, running from his seat. Where are you going? Setsuna asked. I got to get ready for my match. It's coming up after this. Let me know if Kendo wins, he said before running off. He's fighting against Todoroki. I hope he's okay, Kaminari said. He wasn't happy when he was trapped in the robot with Knuckles and me during the obstacle race. You know he wants a peace with him, Kirishima said. Izuku was worried about Tetsu. He knows he could be in big trouble, especially when he and Sonic were talking with Todoroki during the intermission. In the VIP seats, the heroes with Nezu and Cream look on at the battle. The rabbit was getting concerned for the Hedgehog. She never thought a girl would be outmatching the Hedgehog. For Vlad King, he was very happy to see one of his students easily outmatching Sonic. Kendo's showing that Hedgehog who's boss. There's a reason why she became class rep in my class, he said, turning to Toshinori. Looks like your friend could be in big trouble. Don't give up on Sonic yet, Nezu said. Sure, Kendo is doing a great job. But you can't always count out the Hedgehog just yet. He'll have a trick up his sleeve one way or another. You sure about that? The Hedgehog knows he's fighting a big opponent, the Blood Hero said. True. But like Nezu said, you can't count out on Sonic for a reason, Toshinori said. You want to bet on that? I'll bet you 100, Vlad King said. 400, Toshinori said. 400 is it then? Vlad King said with a smirk. Just get that money ready if my student wins. Don't say if that I did warn you, Toshinori said with a smile. In the seats, the Shiketsu students and the big three look on with the fight. Kami cheered on for Kendo. Inasa, Mirio, Najire, and Seiji focused on the Hedgehog's speed of how he dodges the girl's quirk. That Hedgehog one fast person. Amazing that he can speed around to avoid attacks, Mirio said. That's an awesome quirk he has. I wish I had one, Najire yelled, in excitement. You said you and Kami met him before? Seiji asked to Inasa. Well, a little. We didn't meet him that much nor his friends after the incident with Midoriya and both classes, he said, referring to the USJ incident. You know about that Hedgehog? Tamika asked. Not that much. I heard he's a friend with Midoriya and that's about it, Inasa said. Really? Mirio asked, looking at the match. Hopefully we get a chance to meet him and that green-haired boy. Back in the fight, Sonic was looking for any type of strategy to take on the big fist quirk user. Both hands enlarged was very difficult to get through. He had to admit she is one good fighter he's facing out of many other he could be facing if he were to win to advance to the round of 16. Her quirk are both big hands she has. It's very difficult to get to her with those hands using on me. I must find something to get by her and beat her. Question is, how? He thought, looking for any opening to her. Maybe this will work. Sonic did the same boost as before. He charges towards her, waiting for her attack. Kendo clenched her right fist to swing at the Hedgehog. She swung first before he does a jump by stepping on her fist for air support. Kendo swung her left fist hand to attack. The Hedgehog does a hard stomp, dodging the attack by landing on the floor behind the girl. He does a slide like before. This time, he uses his left foot to do a slew foot to trip her on the ground. What the hell? She asked as she slipped, hitting the ground. The Hedgehogs may be turning the tables on this match, tripping his opponent to the ground, Present Mike yelled. Now's my chance, Sonic said, going for the finisher by sending her out of the ring with his boost. I don't think so, Kendo yelled, swinging her large left hand all the way down. The Hedgehog dodges it, doing a quick sidestep to the left as her hand slams on the ring, creating cracks. The big sister is down and out but doesn't give up, came close at squashing the Hedgehog. This match has been a great one. Question is, who's coming out on top? Present Mike yelled as Kendo used her legs to stand back up quickly. She is just too good right now. Every attack I've done, she finds a way of beating me. There must be a way to take her down. Sonic thought when an idea came to his head. Hopefully this plan works. The Hedgehog charges towards her again with the same attack. Kendo knew it was coming as she got her large hands ready. Same attack again. You know that won't work on me, she yelled, clenching her right fist, ready to strike. She didn't notice when Sonic flashed that grin. She threw her fist towards him, only for Sonic to jump, landing on the fist before doing a flip above her. Sorry, but you lose, he said, doing a mid-air spin attack on her back, with enough boost to send her flying out of the ring and landing outside grass. Good thing, she didn't hurt her that much. Music ends. Itsuka Kendo is out of bounds. Sonic the Hedgehog advances, Midnight yells, raising her whip. Music insert. Level clear and S-rank music from Sonic Generations Ost. Sonic does his victory dance on the ring after his win. He ran off the ring towards the cheerleaders, asking one of them for their pom-poms. One of the cheerleaders gave it to him as he starts dancing with them. The cheerleaders were dancing with him at the same time. Sonic turns to one of the photographers, pointing at them to give him pictures of him with the cheerleaders. Photographers snapping pictures with Sonic in the middle and cheerleaders behind him, smiling. After that, Sonic gave the pom-poms back to one of the cheerleaders, giving them a thumbs up while the girls all cheered for him. He rushes back to the ring, saluting the audience. The Hedgehog does it again. It was a close win, but Sonic, as usual, being the sneaky hedgehog like he is, finds ways yet again. Isn't that right, Eraser? Present Mike asked. He just got lucky. Kendo could have won that much for sure. Aizawa answered as Sonic looked up at the booth, rolling his eyes. Anyway, the Hedgehog will advance to the round of 16. Give these fighters a round of applause, Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Sonic gave his fans one last bow, looking up the boxes to see the Freedom Fighters cheering in his victory. He saw Izuku applauding for him, giving him a thumbs up. The boy gave him a thumbs up. He turns to the heroes' seats to see the pros including Toshinori and Nezu applauding for him. Cream and Cheese cheered for him on his victory. The Hedgehog walked up to Kendo, getting up from the grass, dusting off the dirt off her. Great match. You put up a great fight, he said. Thanks. I'm just disappointed that I lost, she said. Don't look down. You did your best. You almost had me for a reason. Besides, there are other heroes that are here saw you and will be keeping an eye on you. Sonic said as Kendo looked at him with a smile. Thank you, Sonic, she said as the two shook hands. Do you need help to get the RG's office? Sonic asked. I'll be fine. At least you didn't hurt me that much after I landed on the grass. I'll probably get some bruises afterward, she answered. Sonic and Kendo walked to the tunnel as the crowd cheers on for the fighters. Music ends. In the hero seat, Cream and Cheese were happy for Sonic's victory. Toshinori applauded by the Hedgehog's victory. Awesome fight. Kendo did well, she almost beaten Sonic, Toshinori said, turning to Vlad King with a disappointed look. Guess it's time to pay up, right? Here you go, he said, giving the money to the hero. Never say Sonic would lose this match, Nezu said. In Class 1A seats, Izuku and the others were amazed by Sonic's win. Of course, they were sweat-dropped after the Hedgehog was celebrating his win. Does he always celebrate like this? Mina asked, taking with Tails. Let's just say he's used to doing it, the Fox Cub said. Either way, that was a great match, Hakagor said, jumping in the conversation. At least Kendo isn't disappointed despite losing, Momo said. She did great. She came close at beating Sonic, but as usual, he finds a way to win these matches. Izuku said, turning to Class 1B who were disappointed. Sorry about Kendo. She put up a great fight. That's true. I just wish she won, Setsuna said. Bright side, she may get a couple of internships in the future, Hiryu said. It was a close call for him. Hopefully, he saves all that fight once we meet, Iida said, adjusting his glasses. So Deku and Sonic move on. Who's next? Ochako asked. It's Todoroki against Tetsu, Izuku said, remembering what Todoroki said during his conversation with him and Sonic. That was a heck of a fight. That girl almost pulled off a big upset, Knuckles said. Ton of credit to her. She could have won, but Sonic always finds ways to win, Tails said. A girl with big hands really could do damage against her enemies. She'll be a great hero down the hero, Amy said. So now what? Charmy asked. There are still other matches coming up. Shadow, Silver, Knuckles, Tails, and Big are part of this round, Vector said. Who's the next matchup? Espio asked. It's the Todoroki guy from Class 1A against Tetsu from Class 1B. Could be looking at a good match, Knuckles said. On board the Death Egg, Eggman, and the others witnessed Sonic's victory. No surprise to the Doctor since he fought with the Hedgehog in these close-call battles where you would find ways to win in the past. As usual, Sonic prevails again. I was hoping for that girl with big hands win, Deku said. But the Hedgehog finds ways again, Scratch said. Oh well, we still got a long way to go. Both Izuku and Sonic moves on to the next round. The other competition continues on, Eggman said. Minutes later, Sonic returned to his seat, greeting the Freedom Fighters on his victory. He walked to his seat, next to the wall where Class 1A was on the other side. Izuku saw his friend coming towards him. The two did fist bumps before the Hedgehog sat in his seat with Tails and Knuckles to his right. Congrats, Sonic, on your match. Did Kendo hurt you a little? Izuku asked as Sonic rubbed his left cheek. The pain went away after the match thanks to RG's quirk. I'll admit that a friend of yours is one good fighter. Her hands are big. No way any opponent would take her on. She almost beat me, but luckily I came through, he said. By the way, congrats on your match. I saw it at the end, but I left to get ready for my fight. That's fine. I got lucky that Shinso's quirk is strong, Izuku said, remembering something. He leaned into his ear to whisper for anyone not hearing. I have to tell you something important. I told All Might the same thing about what happened in my match earlier. What happened? Sonic asked in a whisper tone, only for Present Mike to come on the mic. Hold that thought. Tell me about it later. Another match is about to get underway. 2 matches are in the books and 2 fighters have punched their tickets to the round of 16. But we're just getting started. The time now to introduce our next opponents for the third match. Present Mike yelled as the screen shows the next match. And what you know, it's Todoroki against the Tetsu guy from Class 1B. This should be interesting. Sonic said, remembering the conversation in the tunnel. He's one tough hombre with a tough quirk to handle made of iron. He's a machine. From Class 1B, he's Tetsu. Present Mike yelled as the iron quirk user made his way to the ring with his game face on, cracking his knuckles. And his opponent, an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good. Someone who rightfully got him to the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. The boy made his way out of the tunnel, walking to the ring. Despite the cheers from the crowd, he had an angry look, as someone ticked him off. It got the attention of both Sonic and Izuku as they kept their eyes on the boy they talked with during the intermission about his life and quirk. He looks angry, Izuku said. Not surprised because he approached me earlier to talk about the Chaos Emerald again, Sonic said. Seriously? Izuku asked with a surprising look. That doesn't stop there. Guess who made an appearance when we were talking? His father Endeavor, Sonic said. No way, Izuku said with a shocked look. Relax. Nothing happened, but I saw Todoroki's reaction when he saw his father approaching us. He looked very angry, like he didn't want to deal with him. Then his father gave me a threat which I could care less about, Sonic explained. Could that be why he has that angry look? Izuku asked. Maybe. But if I'm that guy from Class 1B, he better be careful, never know what would happen. It could be the time for Todoroki to use his left side, which I know he won't, he said. Let's see what happens, Izuku said as the two looks on at the ring. Bakugo sitting at the end of the section looks on with a serious face. He remembers eavesdropping on the conversation during the intermission. Sonic knew he was hiding in a corner, hearing everything and warned him not to say anything to anyone on the conversation. At the same time, Class 1B was cheering on for their classmate. Sonic looked to see the other class but they didn't notice it was going to be a quick fight. In the ring, Tetsu flexed his arms, ready for his fight. He looked at Todoroki who had his head down with shadows covering his eyes. Hey, you may be one of the best students in Class 1A, just remember what you did earlier in the obstacle course. 6. He yelled, referring to where Todoroki uses his ice quirk on a 0-point robot that almost crushed both him, Kirishima, and Knuckles. 3, 2, 1, it's go time. Present Mike yelled. Time to give you a beat down, Ice Boy. Tetsu activated his iron quirk, charging towards the boy. He was inches away from delivering the first punch. That didn't come at all once Todoroki lifts his head up with an angry look. Apologies, he said, using his left foot, activating his ice quirk, spreading the ice towards him. Nice try, remember my quirk is more. Tetsu couldn't finish when the ice forms a megaton wall of ice, hitting him. At the same time, the stadium shook like an earthquake. Recovery girl from her office felt the vibration, looking up in the ceiling. Is that earthquake? She asked once the vibration stopped. From the booth to the class, the heroes box, the freedom fighters, the Death Egg, the Seiketsu and Big Three students, and outside the stadium where both Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Mound Lady look up with a shocked face. They saw spikes of ice that rise from the outside of the stadium. Everyone was silent with a shocked face. Todoroki only had an angry glare, breathing cold from his mouth. Tetsu was trapped. Not even his quirk couldn't resist the freezing temperature of Todoroki's quirk. Endeavor looks on with a disappointed look as his son didn't use his left side. C-C can why you continue? Tetsu? Midnight asked, with her body covered with ice in half, shivering. I don't know, he answered, shivering. Tetsu is unable to compete. Shoto Todoroki advances to the round of 16, she answered as Todoroki approached him. Sorry, it was a bit much. He apologized by using his left side to melt the ice, getting the iron quirk user out. I was just angry, that's all. Seriously? What'd I do to you? Tetsu asked. Todoroki didn't say anything. He had that look while continuing to melt the ice. He looks up to see both Sonic and Izuku looking at him, giving them a glare. Wonder what's that about? Charmy B asked. He just beat him within a second with his quirk. The same quirk he uses during the USJ incident, Knuckles said. Something must have triggered him. Right, Sonic and Izuku? Tails asked, turning to see his friends not answering to him. They were focused on the dual quirk user. Wonder what's wrong with them. In the locker room, Shadow was preparing for his fight against Tokiyami, which was coming up after the fight. He watched the last fight to see Todoroki use his quirk to beat Tetsu within a second. He saw the look on the boy's face. That father of his made him very angry before the match, he thought. Flashback. Seconds before the match, Shadow leaned on the wall with his arms crossed and eyes closed. He saw Todoroki making his way to the ring from his right. The boy didn't mind him after he had his conversation with Sonic, only for Endeavor earlier. However, it wasn't the end when he heard the boy spoke. You again? He asked, forcing Shadow to open his eyes. He looks to the corner to see the boy talking with Endeavor. Great. Here we go again. The dark hedgehog thought as he saw Todoroki walking to the ring, not wanting to talk with his father. If you simply used the power of your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the first round. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to pass that imbecile, All Might, he said, only for his son to walk past him, growing in anger. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Is that all you have to say to me, you bastard? Todoroki finally spoke, still walking to the ring with anger. I'll win this match and advance only using Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure to use yours. Even if that works, you won't find the limits of your power, Endeavor said as his son was already out of the tunnel. Shadow heard everything before leaving for the locker room. End flashback. So, the ice quirk he uses was his mother's. That means the fire quirk he not using is from his father's. I wonder what went wrong. Either way, I deal with his son later. Right now, I got a match to win. Shadow thought, looking at the TV before leaving the locker room as his match is coming up next. Chapter 34. The other match is the match with Todoroki came to an end minutes ago. The ice wall melted from all the way to the edge of the stadium. People were still shivering from the boy's quirk, including both Midnight, who continued her thing as the ring announcer. Tetsu went to Recovery Girl's office to get himself cooled down after being trapped in the ice wall. Class 1B was disappointed that both their favorite classmates were eliminated. Only Monoma was the only one still in it, but his classmates weren't supportive of him. Both Sonic and Izuku were in deep thought after what happened to Todoroki. What they saw of him is he looked sad. Either way, they knew he was moving on to the round of 16. There were still more matches up ahead. Welcome back to the finals, everyone. Sorry for the delay to melt all that ice away, but that's all clear out. With that, the fourth match is about to begin. It's time to our out next competitors. Present Mike yelled. Offense and defense in 1. The dark center eye of his shadow, from the hero course of Class 1A, Fumikage Tokiyami. The bird student made his way to the ring with a serious look. And his opponent, they were just teammates during the cavalry battle. Now, they're fighting against one another. He's related to Sonic, but this dark hedgehog is one bad hombre. From the Freedom Fighters, Shadow the Hedgehog, Present Mike yelled. The dark hedgehog made his way to the ring with a serious look. His mind was still focused earlier when he heard the conversation between Todoroki and Endeavor before the third match began. He didn't pay attention to his friends cheering for him as he walks up the steps to encounter his opponent. So weird that I was teammates with them during the cavalry battle. Now, they're about to fight one another, Ojiro said. It wouldn't be surprising if this fight takes a little longer. They both saw one other skill in the last round. It should be very interesting to see, Kirishima said. This is my first time seeing Shadow in action, Izuku said. I wonder if he has the same power as Sonic. He's a great fighter. We had our battles as rivals before in the past. If I'm that bird boy, he better be prepared because Shadow ain't going to hold back, Sonic said. I'm interested in hearing that story between the two of you, Izuku said. I'll tell you about that later. Right now, the battle is about to begin, Sonic said. Let's go Shadow, Rogue yelled. Both fighters stood in the ring, looking at one another before the fight began. Behind them, pyrotechnics lit up on the lamps in each corner of the ring. I hope you're ready. I'm not going easy on you, Shadow said, getting in his defensive stance. I know. May the best fighters win, Tokiyami said, getting in his defensive stance. Let's get this battle started. Begin, Present Mike yelled. Music insert. I am, all of me, from the Shadow the Hedgehog Ost. Shadow went first on the offense. Activating his air shoes, advancing towards his opponent like skating on ice. Tokiyami waited for that time to attack. Once the hedgehog was within 7 inches, he activated his dark shadow quirk. The dark monster appears from his stomach in front of his partner. We meet again, Hedgehog. Don't think you're going to win this, the monster said. Shadow didn't say a word, he kept charging towards his opponent. Dark Shadow stretches out to attack the hedgehog with its head. Shadow went to the left to dodge it. The monster tries to attack from the right and again the hedgehog dodges it. The monster attacks from the middle. He does a spin air to dodge it. Dark Shadow quickly tries to trap him by wrapping him around in a submission move. The hedgehog quickly kicks the monster by the head, deflecting backward. The hedgehog landed back on the ring. I'm surprised you're not part of the fight. You're relying on your quirk that much, he said to Tokiyami. My quirk does much of the fighting. You saw that during the cavalry battle when we were teammates. Both offense and defense that much to take on any opponents, the bird boy said. I can do both at any time. Let's see who can try to attack, Dark Shadow said as they resumed the fight. That's the only thing that Tokiyami guy only relies on, Silver asked. I've seen his quirk during the villain attack at USJ. Everyone turned to Kuroiro from Class 1B who was speaking. I was in the squall zone while fighting with the villains. I saw him using his quirk to save his classmate. I join in when I save them from more villains. If you see the difference right now, we're in the daytime. His quirk is docile when exposed to the sun, it makes it easy for him to control. But it's weaker and therefore less dangerous. But when it's night, like in the squall zone, his quirk is more powerful and vicious while attacking anything as it moves. He told me about it during the intermission. Interesting. I like to see what it's like at night with his quirk, Sonic said. Right now, Shadow may have a chance at winning this thing, Charmy B said. Don't say. Just ask when I went through with that girl with the big fist quirk. She almost beat me. Shadow better have a good plan to win it, Sonic said when they heard footsteps from Class 1B. Sorry I was late. Is the fight underway? Kendo asked, walking to her seat in her class. It already is, Momo said. How's Tetsu? He's fine. Recovery Girl's using her quirk to make him feel better. I saw what that Todoroki guy did. I didn't think he would that within a second, she said, turning to Izuku. Oh, and Midoriya. Congrats on your win. I watched it from the locker room when I was getting ready for my fight. Thanks. You did well, too, despite Sonic winning, he said. It's fine. I've given it my best. As the hedgehog said, there are other pros looking at me of how I did, she said, turning to the fight. That's the other hedgehog, Shadow, right? He's very similar to Sonic. They have the same fighting skills and speed. Remember, he came close at beating both Bakugo and Todoroki in the obstacle course. Only for Sonic and Deku to win at the end, Ochako said. And they were just teammates in the cavalry battle as well, Setsuna said. Seeing those shoes, he has made him go fast, much like my quirk on my calves. Ida said as he saw Tails getting up from his chair. Where you were going? I like to see much of the fight, but I must get ready for my match. It's coming up next after this one. Wish me luck, he said, running off. Good luck, buddy, Sonic said. Do you best, Tails, Izuku said as Monoma got up from his seat with that same arrogant smile. You're heading to the locker room as well? Hiryu asked. I got to get ready for my match. Since I'm the only one left in Class 1B, I'll make sure not to let you guys down. He said before turning to the Freedom Fighters section. Don't worry, I'll make sure that furball of yours goes home to cry to his mommy. He doesn't stand a chance against me. It should be an easy win for me. He was about to walk when he turned back to look at Class 1A. And don't worry, Class 1A, I haven't forgotten about you losers. I look forward to seeing you all in the tournament as well. Including you, Midoriya. Izuku looks at him with a determined look as Monoma walked off to the locker rooms. Members of Class 1A were all glaring at him, including the girls. All of Class 1B did the same despite being their classmate. Kendo, Yui still with her straight face, and Setsuna glared at him. I'm starting to get fed up with that guy. He has no respect for our class including Izuku. Momo said, looking away cringing. I hope Tails beat him. We all want him to lose, Kendo said as her classmates agreed. That guy is one pain in the ass. Knuckles said, looking to Sonic. We should have never had him in our team. True. But he doesn't know about Tails yet, Sonic said with a grin. Wait and see when that match is coming. Back in the match, Shadow continues to dodge every attack coming from Dark Shadow. Tokiyami stood there with his arms crossed, watching his quirk do all the fighting for him. Dark Shadow doing all the hard work for his partner. Repeatedly, he tries to attack the Hedgehog with everything he got. But Shadow is dodging them. If there are any plans he must win, this could be the time, Present Mike yelled. If that Hedgehog could win, he may have a chance to do so, Aizawa thought. Right now, it's still daylight. Tokiyami's quirk is weak but does all the defense and offense at the same time. The only way for Shadow to do keeps doing the same attack. But make it very tired so he can find that opening to go through. Wouldn't surprise me if he's thinking the same thing I just mentioned. Shadow landed back on the ring, looking to his opponent and his quirk. There has to be a weakness in his quirk. I could have paid more attention to it during the cavalry battle when we were teammates. If there's anything, time now to observe where's that weakness at, he thought when he notices Dark Shadow was breathing heavily. Dark Shadow, is something wrong? Tokiyami asked, worrying for his quirk. I'm starting to get tired. I think that both the cavalry battle and the sun has started to get to me at the same time, it said. Thanks to that answer, Shadow finally found its weakness. That's all I needed right now. I'll do a couple of moves to let it try to attack me, making it tired so I can attack it in its owner. Now or never, he thought as he activates his air shoes, going back on the offense. Don't get tired yet, he's coming towards us again. Defense, hurry, Tokiyami yelled. Dark Shadow does the same attack but like earlier, it was getting weaker. It stretches out to block the Hedgehog's attack. Shadow jumps in the air, doing acrobatic flips, avoiding the attack, quickly forming himself into a ball to do a homing attack. He locked on his target towards Tokiyami. The bird boy quickly recognized it. Dark Shadow, he's coming towards me, he yelled. Shadow launched himself, hitting the boy's chest causing him to fly out of the ring, landing hard on the grass. At the same time, Dark Shadow retreated in his partner's body, failing to protect his own while the Hedgehog landed back on the ring. Music ends, Fumikage Tokiyami is out of bounds, Shadow the Hedgehog moves on to the round of 16, Midnight yelled as the crowd cheered. Another Hedgehog punches his tickets to the next round. The Freedom Fighters are now 2 for 2 in the tournament. Whoever has these guys in, they could be a clear favor. Great fight you two, Present Mike yelled as Shadow approached Tokiyami. Need help? He asked, offering a hand. Tokiyami grabbed his hand as the Hedgehog pulls him up on his feet. Great fight. I'm disappointed with my result, he said. Don't be. You did well. You just must keep on training hard to be that hero. A lot of people saw your quirk today. You got a good future, Shadow said as the bird boy smiled. Thank you for those words, he said as the two shook hands before they walked together to the tunnel. In another area of the stadium, Endeavor watched on screen seeing Shadow's victory with his arms crossed and a serious look. So that Hedgehog is good after all, he thought. He'll do nicely in my internship, but he'll never be better than my son. Add another victory to the Freedom Fighters, Sonic said. We are on a roll big time, Amy said, raising her fist in the air. Still have Tails to come, plus Big, Silver, and myself. Just 4 people on our side left to get into the next round, Knuckles said. Suddenly, they heard someone muttering. They turned to see Izuku in his usually muttering while writing in his notebook, talking about Shadow's skills. He included Tokiyami's quirk as well. Everyone in Class 1A except for Bakugo and 1B turned to the boy with dumbfounded looks. The bully was getting very annoyed by the boy's muttering. He wants to punch him in the face to shut him up but kept his composure. Deku. Jiru uses her earphone jack to tap on the boy's neck when he flinched. Oh, is something wrong? He asked, looking at his classmates who were staring at him with blank faces. Maybe you should take a sec to relax before planning too many matches ahead, Ochako said. Oh, sorry. I usually talk out loud when I take notes, he said, showing them his notebook. Speaking of which, I did write some notes on our class including Class 1B and the Freedom Fighters. Wow, that's a ton of information you have written. Ribbit, Tsuyu said, looking at the book. Can we see, Midori? Mina asked, looking at the book. I want to see, too, Hakagor said, appearing next to the acid quirk user. WWO. You all want to see it? He asked, stuttering where everyone invaded his space. Hey, we also want to see it too, Kendo said with Setsuna and Yui appearing behind her. You must have written something great on me. Can we see it? The reptilian girl asked. I would like to see it, too, Yui said, with her straight face. Out of nowhere, Sonic jumped from the Freedom Fighters section, landing in Class 1A section to snatch the notebook from Izuku's hands. The boy was caught off guard only for him to turn around. Sonic, he yelled as the hedgehog looked through his notebook. Let me see first. I know I have to be in there, he said, stopping on the page of the drawing of the hedgehog and the analytics of his powers. Not bad. You even put the information about my skills. You must have done a lot of work on everyone. It's so tough to draw everything in order to find enough information, Izuku said as Sonic gave the book to Amy. I hope he has something written on me that's good. The pink hedgehog flipped a couple of pages to find her. However, Mineta jumped in, grabbing the book from her. Hey, I was looking at that. I want to see what Midoriya put in about me. It better be nice, the perverted boy said, flipping through a ton of pages when Iida snatched the book from him. Hey, give that back. First off, it's very rude to snatch a book from a person who hasn't looked into it. Second, there's no fighting over it. You might rip this book of all the hard work he's done in the past, he said before Momo stood next to him with a strict look. If you want to see Izuku's notebook, then we all will share it. Here's the deal, you can see the page of what he wrote about you and your quirk. After that, you give it to the next person. No fighting for it, she said, grabbing the book to Jiru. Here, Jiru. You can look at it to see your information. Give it to the next person that wants to see it. The earphone jack user flipped pages to find her quirk information in the drawing of her. She quietly hides her blush knowing how pretty the drawing was that Izuku made and the information he has written. She quickly gave it to Tsuyu. Momo sat back down on her chair next to the boy. Thanks for that, he said. You're welcome. I'm surprised many of our classmates want to see what you have written, Momo said. Of course, except for one who is an a-hole. She notices Iida getting up from his chair, walking away. You're already heading to the locker rooms? My match is coming up after this one. I'm facing that girl from the support course that Midoriya had on her team, Iida said, referring to Hatsume. Good luck, Iida. She has a ton of gadgets that help us in the cavalry battle, Izuku said. I will, he said, walking off. All right, 4 matches in the books, we'll still got a couple coming up like this one. The 5th match is about to begin. Let's meet our competitors. Present Mike yelled as everyone turns to the ring. Our first competitor, he was another sneaky person that made it this far. He has a quirk that can copy from other people's quirk with his advantage. From the hero course of Class 1B, he's Nato Monoma. The copy quirk user made his way out of the tunnel with that same arrogant smile. There were cheers for him while walking to the ring. He didn't mind the glares from Class 1A, the Freedom Fighters, and many from his class. His opponent is another member of the Freedom Fighters. He's a fox cub but he can sure fly with 2 tails like a helicopter. He's Miles, Tails, Prower, Present Mike yelled. Tails made his way out of the tunnel by flying to the ring. The crowd cheered on for him. The Freedom Fighters cheered for him including members of Class 1A giving enough support for the fox cub. Class 1B was quietly cheering for him to beat his classmates. You can beat him, Tails, Momo yelled. Show the idiot when he disrespects Class 1A, Kirishima yelled. Kick his ass, Knuckles yelled. I hope that little guy beats Monoma, Kendo thought. It'll be so funny if Monoma loses, Setsuna thought. Both fighters stood in the ring, looking at one another. Tails had a serious look while Monoma still has that arrogant smile. Are we ready, fighters? Present Mike asked. I already know I'm going to win. This should not take long. Monoma said, flexing his muscles. If I were you, I would just quit now and walk back while you still can. Tails didn't respond to anything as he kept staring at him with a serious look. Let's get the match underway. Fight, Present Mike yelled. Guess it's time to end this fig. Monoma couldn't finish when Tails delivered a big punch to his face. Then does a spin dash on his chest, sending him out of the ring, landing hard on the grass. Next time, learn to keep your mouth shut, Tails said, landing on the ring. Nato Monoma is out of bounds. Miles, Tails, Prower will advance to the round of 16, Midnight yelled as the crowd roared. That lasted within seconds. The fox cub didn't waste any time by letting his skills do the talking. The Freedom Fighters are 3 for 3 now with 3 fighters in the round of 16, Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Tails looked around at the stadium, waving at everyone in his victory. He turned to see Class 1A with a comical shocked look. Momo was the only one composed herself, smiling and applauding his victory. Class 1B applauded his victory including Kendo giving a thumbs up to the fox cub. He did the same before turning to the Freedom Fighters celebrating his victory. Why you have to be kidding me? Izuku asked with a shocked look. He just ended the match like that? I'm shocked, too, Ochako said with a shocked look. Huh. That's what that punk gets. Taunting our class is weak, Mineta yelled, referring to Monoma. I take back at what I said earlier about that fox cub. That idiot got what he deserved. Too busy running his mouth that his class is better than us, Kirishima said. Serve that losing right. Zero yelled as Izuku turns to Sonic. Did he learns those fighting moves from you? He asked. Of course. He's been my sidekick for many years. I've trained him a lot to get to this point. Give him credit. He kept his composure while that idiot kept running his mouth all the time. Sonic said, looking to see Monoma on his knees with his head down. Look at that idiot. Seems he's sulking in defeat. Has to be in shock thinking he was going to win, Knuckles said. He had it coming. I was not happy when he treated Izuku and our class badly, and that arrogant smile he had made me cringe a lot. I'm glad your friend beat him, Momo said. On the field, Monoma holds his cheek after being punched. For the first time, he wasn't smiling or anything. He was shocked by how the match ended. He looks back to see Tails flying back to the tunnel, waving at the fans with a smile on his face. Monoma. The boy looks up to see Kendo and his classmates looked at him with a glare. The next time you run your mouth to other people including a class that we're friends with, we aren't coming to your defense. You got what you deserve, now live with it, Setsuna yelled. The copy quirk user didn't have anything to say. Instead, he walks to the tunnel with his head down. Sonic and Izuku look on, almost feeling bad for him. Maybe this fight will change him, Izuku said. I doubt it. He'll still be arrogant. Let's wait and see once the tournament is over, Sonic said as he heard footsteps from behind. He turns to see Shadow making his way back to the section. Shadow, congrats on your match. It was not bad despite ending a little, he said, sitting behind the blue hedgehog. Anything I missed? Tails just won his match. He beat that guy we teamed up with during the cavalry battle, Knuckles said. Glad he won. I heard that teammate of yours was another person that thinks he's better than everyone, Shadow said, turning to Izuku. Congrats on your win. I forgot to mention that after talking with that kid you beaten. Thanks, and don't worry. I was still controlled by his quirk, he said when he remembered something. He turned to the blue hedgehog. I forgot. Sonic, I need to tell you something about the vision I had. All right, everyone, it's time for the next match to commence, President Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Save that for after the tournament. Let's focus on the next fight, Sonic said. Our sixth match of the tournament begins. Let's welcome our new competitors, President Mike yelled. Our first competitor is the King of Engines. Give it up from the hero course of Class 1A, Tenya Iida. The engine quirk user made his way to the ring with a serious look, ignoring the crowd cheering for him. And his opponent, a fully equipped dynamo, from the support course, it's Mei Hatsume. President Mike yelled as the girl made her way to the ring with that same smile on her face. It's that girl that you teamed up with, Sonic said, looking at the gadgets she was wearing. You picked the right person to team up with. It was a good thing. Her gadgets were outstanding in the cavalry battle, Izuku said when he didn't notice that Uraraka hid a pout on her face. Funny she was a good choice. Because she ignored me the whole time while talking with Deku, she thought, crossing her arms in jealousy. Let's see what that Iida kid does. He could be my opponent in the next round, Sonic said. Already looking ahead to your opponent, Shadow asked, looking at the fight when he noticed something. What's that boy doing? Everyone saw Iida, equipped with an auto balancers on his back. The rest of his class including Class 1B and the Freedom Fighters were curious about why he's equipped with it. What's that on his back? Is he going to use that for the battle? Sonic asked when Midnight's voice was heard. Hero Course students cannot use support gear unless they have to, she said, looking at Iida. And you didn't fill out any paperwork for that. I didn't know that was the rule. Aoyama had to wear his belt, so I thought that was fine. Iida said, pleading his case. Don't forget that Shadow Guy uses a gun during the cavalry battle. He turned in the proper forms and the Dark Hedgehog gave permission to use it by the principal, Midnight answered. Who's Aoyama? Sonic asked, looking at the Class 1A student. He did find him only to see him smiling at him, pointing his finger at the belt. Does he smile a lot? Yeah. Just try your best to ignore him, Ribbit, Suyu said. I think that's a good idea, Sonic said, turning back to the ring seeing Iida bowing to apologize. I apologize, ma'am, he said, as just that, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she's from the support course, she wanted this to be even a match, so she made it this far, to have a fair fight. So, she offered me to give me this equipment. He then clenched his fist. I respect her integrity. That's why to honor her, I would like to wear this gear. That youthful figure, Midnight said, gushing over it before turning back to her serious look. I'll allow it. Really? President Mike asked, in a curious look. If she's in agreement, then it's okay, Aizawa said as they look at one another, right? Weird. That doesn't seem like what Hatsume would do. Izuku thought with a surprising look. He saw the girl grinning, unless. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what Iida would do against her. I did saw her talking with Tails in the cafeteria earlier during the break. Wonder what they were talking about, Sonic asked, looking. Well, if everyone's on the same page, let's begin the fourth match, President Mike yelled as the crowd roared. The match got underway as Iida was the first to go. He ran towards her, not activating his quirk nor the item that the girl gave him. He notices that she was still smiling, still standing at that same spot, not moving from it, until she spoke with a microphone for everyone to hear. Then you like how fast that gear makes you, huh, Iida? She asked. She got a mic? He asked with a surprised look. Huh? She has a mic? President Mike asked. Since when did you use speakers? Aizawa asked. So, your legs feel lighter than usual? That's to be inspected. I designed those leg parts specifically to wear speed and mobility, she said as Iida got closer to her. But of course, she activates her wire arrows, lifting her up from the floor. At the same time, Iida's leg tripped over it, almost losing balance. I can still easily invade you with my hydraulic attachments. Seriously? What kind of match is this? President Mike asked with a dumbfounded look. She's turning this thing into a commercial, Aizawa said, shaking his head in disbelief. What kind of match is this? Let's get some action going here, Sonic yelled. Come on, people paid a lot of good money to watch the fight, not talking out loud, Vector yelled. I don't think this is a match. I think Iida's is being used, Izuku said with a dumbfounded look. He is, because she's using her gadgets for attention, Ochako said with a dumbfounded look. Suddenly, the auto balancer's activated by itself. The 3 cylinders on each side eject air to reposition the user. Iida was caught off guard, but it did save him from falling from the ground. Instead, it forces him to run more like he's doing right now. He couldn't control it or anything. What's going on? He asked in a panic. Look at how exactly Iida changes course, all thanks to the autogyro balance sensor I've created. She yelled when the gadget changed course, twirling Iida like a ballerina. At the same time, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters except for Shadow and Blaze laughed. As you can see, it prevents him from falling unless he wants to. The gadget again changes course, doing the same running for Iida. I thought you said you wanted a fair fight? He asked as Hatsume activated her hover souls, sending her in the air over him while laughing. That's right. I'm practically flying through the air, she yelled, talking about her boots. These electro shoes are better on both feet, for basic maneuvers to keep light. Iida finally controlled his body by activating his quirk. He ran towards her to try to get her out of the ring. As soon as she lands, I'll stop her, he yelled as Hatsume did land before she turns around, pulling out a gun and pulling the trigger. It shot out a net, capturing Iida. The boy falls on the ground, trying to get out of the net. What is this? A captured gun to use against villains. The nuts are loaded in small carriages. You can fire 5 without having to reload. And all these items are made by yours truly, Mei Hatsume. Support course prodigy. So, for anyone that's looking for strong recruits, the choice is clear. You want me? Again, I'm Mei Hatsume, she said before spelling out her name. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions watched on to see Hatsume showing off her gadgets to everyone while Iida was uncontrollable of his body because of the auto balancers on his back. Look at the gadgets the girl has, Orbot said. She was on Izuku's team during the cavalry battle. Her stuff is awesome, Cubot said, only for a wrench to be thrown by Eggman, hitting him in the process. The stuff she makes is junk. Nothing that those compared to the greatest inventions that I've created, he said. Then why is she talking to everyone about her creations? Snively asked. Does this supposed to be like a fighting tournament? Grounder asked. I have no idea, and to tell you the truth, I don't care about this. If I was her, I walk out of that ring now. When the invasion happens, I'll give her an invention she would love, turning into a robot creation. That's a great invention people would love to see, Eggman said. 10 minutes later, the match finally ended. Despite being not even a match, the entire thing was like a commercial. Hatsume took the last 10 minutes to discuss more of her gadgets before the match ended. She ended it by walking out of bounds, giving Iida the win, with no punches or any action that occurred. That was fun, but I think I showed off everything I wanted to. I suppose it's time to wrap this show up, she said with stars around her. Yeah, Hatsume has stepped out of bounds. Iida advances to the next round, Midnight said with a dumbfounded look. I can't believe I let you trick me, Iida comically yelled. Sorry about that. I needed to use you to make a name for myself, Hatsume said, chuckling a bit while Iida was still not happy about being used. Poor Iida, Ochako said with a dumbfounded look. Can't believe a guy didn't expect to be used like that, Kendo said with a dumbfounded look. I don't know why he's complaining. He's going to the next round. Everyone turns to see Tetsu returning to his seat. Tetsu, you're okay? How you're feeling? Setsuna asked. I'm fine. Feeling better thanks to Recovery Girl. I just watched Iida getting used by one of the support course students. It was so funny I almost blasted laughing, he said, sitting in the front row. He notices that someone was missing. Hey, where's Monoma? He's still sulking because he lost, Kendo said. No way. Who did he lose to? He asked. He lost to that guy with 2 tails. You should have seen the look on Monoma's face. He was shocked. Kirishima yelled, referring to Tails. Serves him right, next time he better keeps his mouth shut, Tetsu yelled. Izuku saw the iron quirk user as he was glad to see him okay after being trapped in Todoroki's ice quirk. He looks back to see Iida still not happy despite winning. He turned to see Hatsume walking to the tunnel. She stopped before turning around to see the boy looking at her. She smiles by blowing a kiss to her and winking at the same time before walking to the tunnel. The boy's face turns deep red, looking away from her reaction. It was the second time she did that to him. That girl just blew a kiss to you. How did you get a girl to like you? Mineta asked, jumping out of nowhere. How many girls you've been getting while we're not getting any? Kaminari asked. Suddenly, Jiru uses her earphone jacks, connecting them to both boys' ears, shocking them away from Izuku. You guys are too loud, she yelled. Izuku looks back with a sigh of relief. However, they didn't end well. He felt like someone was glaring at him. He looks to his left to see Momo with a furrowed brow towards him. He flinched before turning to his right to see Uraraka glaring at him with a pout. He felt one of Jiru's earphone jack tapping his shoulder. He turned around to see her with a death glare. He was frightened by their reaction. Is something wrong? He asked, looking around at every girl looking at him. Why did that girl blow a kiss to you? Was she on your team earlier? Momo asked. Of course, she did. She kept talking with Deku while ignoring me at the same time, Ochako said. Tell us, Midoriya. How did you feel about a girl blowing a kiss to you? Kendo asked, giving a glare to him. That girl better is inches away from me, Setsuna said, clenching her fist. Izuku was nervous with every girl glaring at him. They had jealousy in them. He prayed none of them to remember Hatsume. They feel like they want to get to her big time for messing with their prize. That is until Present Mike's voice was heard that got everyone's attention away from the boy. Alright. Thank goodness that the 4th match ended with not the way we didn't expect. Anyway, we're moving on to the 8th match. Present Mike yelled as Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. That got everyone's attention. Thank goodness, he thought when he saw Momo getting up from her chair. Momo, where are you going? My match is coming up next. I have to get ready for it, she said. Are you nervous? He asked as she smiled. A little. Hopefully, I can do it. Wish me luck, Izuku, she said. Good luck. Hope you win, he said as they both smiled before she left to the locker room. He saw Silver walking off from his section. I hope she's ready. She's facing off another hedgehog and his powers are much like Uraraka's quirk. I hope she does win. She almost felt nervous about it, Ochako said, seeing the girl walking. Let's see what she can do. For now, Mina's match is coming up, he said as they looked down at the ring. Hope you're ready for the 7th match. And yes, another Freedom Fighter member is in this one. They've been 3 for 3 so far. Can they make it 4 for 4? Let's find out. First, let's welcome our competitors. The first is one huge cat that can take on anyone like a bulldozer. From the Freedom Fighters, he's Big the Cat, Present Mike yelled. The cat made his way out of the tunnel, approaching the ring. The crowd cheered with Amy and Cream calling out his name. You can do it, Big, Cream yelled. Chow, Cheese said. Do your thing. You got this, Amy yelled. And his opponent, do those things stick out from her head on purpose? From the hero course of Class 1A, she's Mina Ishido. Present Mike yelled, referring to the horns on Mina's head. The acid quirk user walked out from the tunnel, waving to everyone with a big smile on her face. Some of her classmates including Hakagor cheered her on. Let's go, Mina, the invisible quirk user yelled. The two fighters made their way on the ring, looking at one another. Mina grew nervous especially when she had to face a big cat that impossible to take on. Focus, Mina. You got this. You can do it. You win this, she thought. I hope he doesn't do anything to her, Ribbit, Suyu said, worrying. That's one huge cat that nobody wants to face, Zero said. As long as she doesn't get through his hug, Ochako said. Why that's, Jiru asked as Izuku and Uraraka look at her with a black and white look, remembering they were being hugged by the big cat after the cavalry battle. You don't want to know, both said, shivering. Let's get started, 8th match, begin, Present Mike yelled. The match got underway with Mina going first. She uses her shoes like Shadow's air shows, using her acid quirk to skate towards the cat. She lifts her right hand, shooting some acid, trying to not hurt the cat. Some of it hit on his shoes, with some burn. But what shocked her the most, the acid quickly disappeared, healing his own feet by himself. And even more shocking, the cat was excited about it. Are you serious? He likes it and after hitting some of my acids, he quickly healed himself, she yelled in shock. I have to find a way to take him down. She went around by trying to attack him from the back. Getting closer to kicking him, the cat does a short but exciting jump in the air, while putting his right fist up allowing himself to get fired up for a battle. He landed inches away from Mina. That cat's now happy or something, Awase asked in shock. He couldn't feel no pain after that Ishido girl uses her acid on him, Sen said. Mina quickly turns around, trying another charge towards him. Big pulled out his fishing rod, waiting for the girl to get towards him. Seriously? A fishing rod? Mina asked with a dumbfounded look. I wouldn't laugh if I'm Mina. That fishing rod is a weapon that's dangerous, Izuku said, remembering when Big used his fishing rod during the cavalry battle. Big used his fishing rod by casting the line. Mina thinks that won't wrong. She was wrong. The cat caught her by the leg. He reels her in, resulting in her tripping to the ground. The cat jumped in the air, going for the finish by doing a body press attack. The girl saw it, getting back up by using her quirk to move to the left. Big slammed to the ground, creating cracks from the result of the impact. That huge cat almost tried to crush his opponent, but Ishido not yet ready to go down, Present Mike yelled. Now's my chance, Mina yelled, doing a jump by trying to use her acid on the cat's back to force him in submission. However, Big got back up quickly using his fishing rod to reel her in again by dropping her to the ground. He pulled her in a big hug, the same hug he uses on both Izuku and Uraraka at the end of the cavalry battle. The girl turns black and white, feeling the effects of the hug. She quickly uses her left hand to tap out. Mina Ishido can't continue. Big the cat moves on to the round of 16, Midnight yelled as the crowd roared. Big dropped the girl on the ground. He looks over at her, who is still in a black and white unconscious moment. Sorry about that, he said as medical bots arrived to carry the girl to Recovery Girl's office. Make that 4 for 4 perfect for the Freedom Fighters. They're on fire. Who in the world are these guys? Anyway, that's one big huge cat you don't want to mess with. He could be a dark horse in this tournament. Better keep an eye on that person. Present Mike yelled as Big made his way to the tunnel. Cementos fixed up the cracks on the ring with his quirk. I definitely don't want to be hugged by that guy, Jiru said, looking to both Izuku and Uraraka. I guess you two were right. Poor Mina, Hakagor said, looking down. It's okay, she did her best. Big was too much handle though. At least she made it that far, Ochako said. I just hope she's okay after that. Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Tails made his way back to his section after his victory over Monoma. The freedom fighters saw him as they congratulated him on his win. Many members of Class 1A and 1B all congratulated him. The Fox Cub made his back to his seat, sitting next to in between Sonic and Knuckles. Great job on your win. Glad you shut that idiot up, Knuckles said. Thanks. The bright side, I kept my composure because we know his attitude of taunting and all. I just did my thing and that was it, he said. Did you look on his face after he lost? He couldn't believe it, Sonic said, remembering the shocked face Monoma had. Well, it's called welcome to reality. Hopefully, he learns from everything he said. Plus, it was payback for snatching those headbands from his classmates. Tails said as Izuku approached him. Great job, Tails. I didn't think you would pull out a victory like that. You learn a lot from Sonic after I met you, he said. Been he's a sidekick for a long time. Learn and train everything with him, Tails said when Mineta jumped in. I take back everything of what I said to you. You are a great friend. Together, you and I can be sidekicks and... He couldn't finish when Tsuyu uses her tongue to slap the perverted boy in the face. Nice try, Mineta, she said as Kirishima, Zero, and Kaminari approached the Fox Cub. Anyway, great job. Glad you shut that punk up, the hardened quirk user said. Everyone will be laughing at him once the tournament is over, Zero said. That idiot was so busy running his mouth about us and he lost to a fox with 2 tails. That's so funny, Kaminari said when Tetsu yelled at Tails. Great work, buddy. Glad you shut our classmate up, he yelled. He was nothing but trouble, Setsuna yelled back. It was nothing, Tails said when Present Mike's voice was heard. We got 3 matches left in the one-on-one tournament. We almost there at wrapping it up. We got 4 fighters left to still punch their tickets to the round of 16. Let's keep it going with the 8th match, Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Let's welcome our new opponents. First up, another hedgehog with crazy power to control anything he can lift. From the Freedom Fighters, Silver the Hedgehog. He flew the way out of the tunnel, waving to the crowd. Didn't take too long to land at the ring. And his opponent, she is the great creator. She was admitted to the academy because of recommendations and I think we can all say why. From the hero course of Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike yelled as the girl made her way up the steps. Let's go, Yao Momo, Kendo yelled. I hope she can do it. I got a bad feeling about this one, Ochako said, worrying for her friend. Izuku saw Momo, holding her left arm with her right hand. He could tell her body language. She was nervous. He could tell she didn't look sure of herself. It made him more worried about her. I hate to say this, but this match is over within seconds. That girl can't handle it, Shadow thought, eyeing on Momo. 8th match, begin, Present Mike yelled. Momo didn't think for a second as Silver charges his way towards her. She quickly uses her quirk creating a shield from her left arm. She then created her staff, forming from her right hand. That wasn't going to work when the hedgehog activates his psychokinesis, ripping both objects from her possessions. Then use his powers on her, sending her softly out of bounds. The match lasted within seconds as Shadow knew it would. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Silver the Hedgehog advances, Midnight yelled as the crowd roared. Those freedom fighters done it again, 4 for 4 and they're now one more fighter away from a perfect 5 for 5 with the next match coming up. Those big 3 hedgehogs have some big power in them. Likely we could see that type of matchup in the final, Present Mike yelled. Silver deactivated his power by landing on the ground. He notices the girl had her head down with shadows covering her eyes. He walked towards her to see if she was okay. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine, excuse me, she said softly, walking back to the tunnel without congratulating him. Izuku looks down to see Momo walking off with her head down. What caught his eye was a drop of tear coming from her eye. That loss is hurting her and she couldn't even make one strike to fight. The boy knew he had to do something and fast. He quickly got up from his seat and ran off. Other classmates looked on to see where he was going. Uraraka knew where he was going. Kendo had to do something to help her friend but Tetsu stopped her, letting Izuku talk with her. Sonic quickly ran off to follow Izuku. Other freedom fighters were confused but Shadow knew where he was heading. In the heroes' seats, Cream and Cheese saw the girl in sadness walking off after her defeat. They felt bad for her when at the same time they were happy that Silver won. In the rabbit's mind, she had to do something. She turns to the heroes behind her. Excuse me. I have to talk with Mr. Sonic, is that alright? She asked, despite lying. You sure you want to come with you? Toshinori asked. It's okay. I'll be fine, Cream said as she and Cheese ran off. You know she was lying, Nezu said. She wants to talk with Yaoyorozu about her loss to try to consult her. I'm surprised you didn't notice that by now. Really? That's the first time I saw her thinking that way. If she's okay, that's fine with me, Toshinori said. In the tunnel, Sonic and Izuku were running around the corridor, trying to find Momo to talk with her after her defeat. We have to find Momo. I can tell that before the match she was uneasy of herself, Izuku said, looking around. I can tell because Silver tried to talk with her before she walks off, Sonic said. Right when she was in the tunnel, I saw a tear from her eye. This loss is hurting her inside, Izuku said. Nobody isn't around here but us, except for the fighters that are ready for their match, so it's a good idea that maybe she's around, Sonic said. Yeah, but where? Izuku asked as they run through each corridor of the tunnel to find her. They weren't the only ones trying to find Momo. Cream and Cheese were walking along another part of the corridor, looking for the girl. Looking around, they continue to walk with each path they take. She has to be here somewhere, the rabbit thought when she heard something. She turns to Cheese not to say anything. They continue to walk towards a path towards the left side. The sound grew a little louder for them to hear. When they turned to the left, they were surprised to see the girl sitting behind the wall with her legs around her arms with her face hiding on her legs. They could hear the sniffles coming from her, indicating she was crying. Both felt bad for her. They couldn't let her leave her alone like this. They slowly approach her. Please don't cry, Cream said as Momo looked up with a shocked look to see them looking at her. Who are you two? She asked, quickly wipe her tears off. We saw what happened after your match. We know how the pain hurts, so we came to find you to see if you're okay, the rabbit said. Chow. Cheese said. I'm sorry, but I'm not okay. I failed. I let myself down for a reason. I wasn't ready for it or anything that I couldn't do, Momo said, still crying at the same time. Don't say that. I saw what you can create with your power. It's awesome. Silver was just stronger with strong power. This defeat is very difficult to handle, but you can always find ways to get back into this someday, Cream said, trying to comfort her. Thank you for trying to get me to understand, but this defeat has taken a toll on me. I let everyone down. I let myself down, including my class. I don't know what to do, Momo said, still crying. Please don't say that, Momo. Another voice came as they turned to see Sonic and Izuku standing where Cream and Cheese walked through. Mr. Sonic. Mr. Izuku, Cream said as Momo quickly got back up. Izuku, Sonic, how did you found me? She asked, wiping her tears away. We were both trying to find you. We know that defeat by Silver just now is devastated for you, but I'm surprised Cream and Cheese are here with you, Sonic said. You guys saw her reaction? We did. We had to do something, Cream said. Chow, Cheese said. It's okay, but thank you for helping us, Izuku said, looking to Momo. Momo, I'm sorry you lost. I saw you were nervous before the match. I knew you couldn't find a way to get over what you should do. Even after the match, you were devastated by it. I couldn't sit there to let you be saddened by it. I'm sorry you have to see my loss. I mostly let you down. I let everyone down in my class, Momo said as she begins to cry again. I couldn't think of anything of what to do. I admit, in my body, I was lying to you when I was said to you, I wasn't nervous about my match. But I was. Even after teaming with Todoroki, I had confidence in me. I felt like I could do this. After that, I got nervous and couldn't think of what to do. I failed myself. I don't deserve to be a hero after this loss. I wish I could take it back. Out of nowhere, Izuku put his arms around her, locking her in a tight embrace, placing his head on her left shoulder. Momo stood there with a shocked look. Sonic, Cream, and Cheese were surprised by what the boy just did. Don't say things like that, Momo, please don't say anything. Izuku said with a determined tone. Look what I went through for 10 years. I was bullied. Many people talked down on me when I was quirkless. I didn't have any friends until Sonic came into my life. He gave me an emerald for me to train hard to be where I am right now. You became my second friend. You have amazing quirk. You even believed in me when I got into UA. You even cared for me when I was almost dead by the Nomu at USJ. You care for others as well. Please, don't lose confidence. Yes, you lost to Silver and he was stronger. Don't let this loss force you to look down at yourself. Always get back up and use this as motivation. You can be stronger, and I'll be stronger with you. We'll all be stronger. Izuku then moves his head to face her with a smile on his face. The girl had small pink cheeks appearing with the boy near her. We're here to be heroes, right? I want you to not give up on your dreams. You'll be an amazing hero. Everyone will see you as an amazing hero, he said as Momo had more tears coming from her eyes. That's right. Sonic joined in the conversation. Don't let this defeat hurt you. You still have a chance to get back up on your feet. Use this as motivation. You'll be stronger and stronger and be that hero you dream of becoming. We believe in you and I know you'll be that best hero. Those words really hit Momo. She could only cry more, not in a sad moment, but a happy moment. To hear Izuku's words really gave her the courage to not give up. She quickly wrapped her arms around in a tight hug. Thank you, Izuku. Thank you so much for motivating me. You're the bestest friend I've ever had a chance to be with, she said, looking up to Sonic. And thank you, Sonic, with your words of courage. No problem, he said as Cream and Cheese smiled by what they were seeing. The 9th match of the tournament is about to get underway. Let's get it on. Present Mike's voice was heard from the speaker. Looks like Knuckles is about to fight that Kirishima boy. We better get going or we'll miss it, Sonic said as Izuku and Momo broke the hug. The girl turns to Cream as she kneels in front of them. Thank you for giving me courage as well. You really are a cute rabbit, she said, patting her on the head. You're welcome, Ms. Momo, right? She asked. That's my name. And you're Cream, right? Momo asked. I am. And this is my friend, Cheese, she said as the Chow flew in front of her, nuzzling her neck. You're a cute guy, too, Momo said, patting the Chow. By the way, I'm wondering if you two are in love with one another? Cream asked as Izuku and Momo both blushed at the same time. No. We're just friends, that's it, Izuku said, waving his arms around. Yeah, we're friends. We're not lovers and all. What you saw was him motivating me. That's it, she said, looking away embarrassed. The match? We gotta get going, Sonic said. Minutes later, Izuku and Momo quickly arrived back at their section. The class saw them walking back to her seat. Kendo looks to see Momo, smiling instead of the person she said earlier after the match looks down in defeat. Whatever Izuku said to her, it helped her. Kendo was glad he helped her out. Sonic returns to his seat after taking both cream and cheese back to the heroes' seats. Izuku and Momo notice an empty chair next to Izuku. "Where's Uraraka?" he asked. "If you're wondering, she left minutes ago when you were gone. She's getting for her match coming up after this," Iida said. "I see," Izuku said, worrying about his friend going against the bully. "By the way, congrats on your win." "Thank you. Still disappointed though after she uses me for her gadgets," Iida said. "On the bright side, you'll be in the round of 16. So, it'll be interesting to see who you'll be facing," Momo said, seeing the empty chair where Uraraka would seat. "I have a bad feeling Uraraka is going against Bakugo. I swear if he does anything stupid to hurt her, he'll regret everything he's going to do." "I hope so, too. Just got to believe in her," Izuku said. Music insert. Click click boom by Saliva. In the ring, the match between Kirishima and Knuckles got underway. Both fighters just become good friends when they met at USJ during the villain attack. The Echidna did some attacks early on, doing a double punch on the boy, only for Kirishima to use his quirk by making his arms harden, blocking every punch coming from the Echidna. The boy then answers with a punch, only for Knuckles to use his arm to block it. He responds by doing a kick on his chest. Once that happened, the boy didn't feel any pain thanks to his quirk. "With some of my attacks, this guy is in no pain at all. His quirk has to be that strong," Knuckles thought as he tries to do a Knuckles chop from above. The boy uses his arm to block it when he tries to use his leg to kick the Echidna, only for him to dodge it and landing inches away from him. "Not bad for an Echidna. You got great moves," Kirishima yelled. "You got yourself a great quirk. Your entire body is hard, preventing pain to appear on your body," Knuckles yelled as he jumped in the air before dropping by digging through the ground. Kirishima stood in a defensive stance, looking around for the Echidna to appear at any time. Then from below him, Knuckles popped out from the ground, delivering a punch to the chin. Thinking that would work to go for the knockout, that didn't work either. Luckily, the boy activated his quirk again to harden the chin, preventing him from being knocked out. He uses his right hand to make a fist towards the Echidna's face. Knuckles grabbed the fist with his hand, tightening it from attacking. The boy smirked thinking that the Echidna's attack failed. But Knuckles returned the smirk back. He flew backward midair before diving back down, fist first. He started twirling into a drilling projectile while his fist catches fire at the same time. His fist slammed to the boy's chest, delivering a monster hit to the ground. "What a fight we're seeing." Knuckles land a monster punch to Kirishima, damaging the ring enough. "This could the best fight in this round so far. No offense, Sonic," Present Mike yelled. "This fight is way better than Sonic," Aizawa said. "Thanks for the compliment, idiots," the Hedgehog yelled at the booth. "That Echidna is really tough for a small guy. He's giving Kirishima everything he got," Zero said. "How crazy will this be if that little guy won? So far, his team already 4 for 4. It could be a perfect 5 for 5 when this is over," Ojiro said. "Question is how long will Kirishima has his quirk active?" Izuku asked, observing the battle. "The more attacks Knuckles does, his skin can slowly dissipate, and he could lose stamina. That's exactly what Knuckles is doing. Go for some punches around him so he could be weak, like Tokiyami's quirk," Shadow said, turning to the bird boy. "No offense." "I understand," he answered. Back in the ring, Knuckles jumped from the medium-size hole and landed back on the ground. The Echidna got in his defensive stance, waiting for Kirishima to appear. Right on cue, the boy does. No pain or anything, like he didn't feel anything from his attack. He looked at him with a grin. He charges towards the Echidna. Knuckles ran towards him, getting his fist ready. The boy tries to punch him, only for Knuckles to do a flip above him. But the Echidna uses his fist to punch the ground near the boy. The punch unleashed tremors on the opponent. Kirishima felt the soft aftershocks, trying to stand still, avoiding the impact. The Echidna did it again, punching the ground with another aftershock. This time, Kirishima couldn't stand as he falls to the ground. "Now's my chance," Knuckles thought before jumping in the air again. He drops straight downward with fists first and spins his entire body around rapidly. At the same time, a flaming red aura appeared around his body, going straight towards Kirishima. "It's over this time." Inches away from finishing the job, Kirishima opens his eyes, seeing the Echidna diving towards him with his fist. His actives his quirk again, making his body harden around him for the big attack to come. The Echidna delivers the punch on the boy. With such force, creates a disruptive shockwave along the surface to damage the surroundings of the ring. The stadium itself felt the shockwave like an earthquake happening. "Whoa!" Knuckles delivers another monster hit on Kirishima. "Did it do enough to end the fight?" Present Mike asked. "That's one big impact," Mineta yelled. "Is Kirishima okay, though?" Kaminari asked. "Those guys damaged the ring like nothing," Awase said. "Imagining if I was fighting those guys," Tetsu yelled. Everyone waited until the dust settled. Once the dust was gone, Knuckles leapt from the ground. The ring itself was damaged with a ton of cracks and holes formed by the Echidna's attack. He stood in a defensive stance, waiting for Kirishima to make an appearance. Right on cue, the boy appeared out of nowhere, flashing a grin, and his UA gym clothes ripped apart from the impact. "No way. After those kinds of attacks, Kirishima is still standing. This is unbelievable. He's not ready to end this fight just yet," Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. "He's still standing," Zero yelled. "Kirishima isn't ready to go down without a fight." "Ribbit," Suyu said. "Using his quirk, he withstands 2 attacks from that guy," Kaminari yelled. Sonic looks back at students of Class 1A, not a word from him. He thinks their classmate had a shot at winning this. Instead, he knows his fight is over. He turns to Izuku as they look at one another. They both agree this fight was indeed over, for Kirishima that is. They look back at the ring. Have to admit, you're not ready to give up, Knuckles said. You're one tough dude. Good thing I became friends with you. Must admit as well, you got big attacks in you. You almost beat me. But I intend to win this thing, he said, ready for another fight. Then bring it on, Knuckles yelled. The two were ready for their fight, however, it didn't happen. Instead, Kirishima slowly begins to get dizzy. His entire body was getting shut down. The stamina in him was getting to him. Despite his quirk, protecting from every attack Knuckles delivered. His quirk was deactivated when he collapses to the ground. Music ends. Ejiro Kirishima is down. Knuckles the Echidna advances. Midnight yelled as the crowd roared. What a classic fight. These two shows their moves to everyone around the world to see. However, it was Knuckles that got the win and the Freedom Fighters complete a perfect 5 for 5 as their fighters are in the round of 16. This has to be by far the best fight we've seen in this one-on-one tournament, President Mike yelled. Knuckles approached Kirishima's unconscious body. He notices medical bots were approaching them to take the boy to Recovery Girl's office. No, I'll take him. The guy put one heck of a fight, he said as he put his arm around the boy, giving him enough support to walk him to Recovery Girl's office. We're going to have to wait for our final match to complete the round of 16. Cementos will fix the ring again after this classic fight. President Mike yelled as the cement quirk user began refixing the ring. That was a great fight. Sucks that Kirishima out of the tournament, Kaminari said. On the bright side, there will be pros to seeing him a chance to be part of their agency in the future, Kendo said. That's true, Zero said, turning to the Freedom Fighters. You guys are really that strong. Do you guys really train that hard? Simple. We all been through a ton of adventures. You haven't seen anything out of ordinary. I love to tell you that, but it's a secret, Sonic said. 5 of us have made it to the next round. This is great, Tails said. We'll see what happens in the next round. I'm ready to get back in the action, Sonic said as he saw Izuku, Momo, Iida, and Kendo got up from their seats. Where you guys going? We're going to see Uraraka. Her match is coming up next. We just want to give her a pep talk before it happens, Izuku said. I see. Who is she facing by the way? Sonic asked. You don't want to know. She's facing Kachan. Izuku answered with fear. The Freedom Fighters except for Shadow flinched. You got to be kidding me, Amy yelled. This is not good, Charmy B said. I have a bad feeling that Bully's going to do something to her, Tails said. I had the same thing too. He's going to hurt her intentionally. He could injure her from the tournament, Momo said. This is not good one bit, Sonic said, clenching his fist. I know. We're going to talk to her a bit. We'll be right back, Izuku said as the group left the section. Sonic watched them leave as he sat back in his chair. He had a bad feeling that Bakugo will do something. He knows more about Bakugo's bullying on Izuku when they first met. Bakugo's going to do something to her. You just know it, Tails said. I know. If he does anything to that girl, he should be disqualified from the tournament. If he isn't, Sonic clenched his fist. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Shadow heard the conversation as he quietly exits from his seat. He walks off right before the match. Not one member didn't notice he was gone. In the waiting room, Uraraka sat there with her head down. Much like Momo, she grew nervous ahead of her match. She knows Bakugo is dangerous, especially with a quirk that is powerful against opponents. She even knew a little about Bakugo's bullying on Izuku thanks to Momo giving her tips about it during the combat training when she was teaming with Izuku against Bakugo and Iida. Suddenly, she heard a knock coming from the door. Come in. She answered as the door opened. She was surprised to see Izuku, Iida, Momo, and Kendo entering the room. Guys, what are you doing here? The four were surprised by Uraraka's look. A comical mixture of nervousness and determination when she was looking at them. What's with that face? Kendo asked. My face? She asked, before going back in her normal look. Oh, nothing. I guess I'm not great at how nervous I am. She turns to Momo. I saw your fight, Yaoyuzu. I'm so sorry for your loss. It's okay. Still a little disappointed about the loss, but I'm over it now. Just needed a little talk from someone else. Momo said, giving Izuku a wink as the boy smiled back. Anyway, we heard you're facing Bakugo. That guy is a dangerous person and who knows what tricks he'll pull, Kendo said. We all had a bad feeling about this. He better does anything to hurt you with. I swear if he does, he's going to regret everything. Momo said, clenching her fist in anger. I know, Ochako said, looking down with a sad look. I'm kind of scared about this when I found out I was going to face him. She looks up with a determined look. But you know, I feel like I'm ready for this matchup. Maybe I have confidence in me to beat him. It'll be okay, Iida said, turning to the others with a smile. I don't think Bakugo would use the full powers of his explosions on a girl, right? Yeah, he would, Izuku answered, causing both Iida, Uraraka, and Kendo to flinch. Momo stood still cringing. And I know Sonic wouldn't agree to that either. The creation quirk user said. You can tell by the Hedgehog's voice before we came here. He hates Bakugo that much and who knows what he'll do if Bakugo would attack Uraraka. If I recall, Sonic was taking on that monster at USJ during the villain attack. He came close at beating it only for Bakugo to jump in and try to take on the Hedgehog instead. What an a-hole, Kendo said. Language, Iida said. I didn't say it. I just reference it, Kendo said. It could happen since Sonic's in the round of 16, Izuku said. And besides, everyone's trying to get the top spot in these games. Even if she wasn't fighting Kachan, I don't think anyone would hold back. He turns to Uraraka, getting his notebook out. You helped me a lot. It's my turn to help you. Maybe I can repay you for this. The boy shows her the page of the doodle of Bakugo with information about his quirk and weaknesses. I got a plan for you to use your quirk against Kachan. It's not much, but I did my best. Alright, this is perfect, Iida said with a smile. Then you have a shot against that jerk after all, Kendo said. Thank you so much for doing that, Uraraka said with a smile. But no sorry. Everyone was surprised by her answer. She looks down at the table. You're wonderful, Deku. I keep seeing that repeatedly. During the cavalry battle, I told you it was good to team up with friends. But now I think about it, I might even try to rely on you to get by. That's why, when Iida was trying his best, Kendo all happy despite losing, and Yaoyorozu devastated by her loss, I actually kind of embarrassed myself. Uraraka, Izuku said as the girl walks past them to the door, looking down with her eyes covered in the shadows. So, it's fine. Really, she said, standing in front of the door. Everyone's facing their future and giving this their best. That means we're rivals. Even you, me, Yaoyorozu, Kendo, and Iida. Or even Sonic. So, the girl turns around with a determined smile, giving them a thumb up, despite her arm shaking in nervousness. She's just like me earlier before my fight, nervous and all, Momo thought sadly for her. Guess I'll see you in the finals, she said. Back in the stadium, the next match was about to begin. The screen above changed to the opponents who were about to face one another. Sonic looks on, not one single smile after seeing the screen of the person he can't stand before looking at the ring. We have finally made it to the final match. The last two contestants we meet, but only one will be punching their tickets to the round of 16. With that being said, let's get this going. President Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Now our contestants, he's kind of a hotshot in middle school, and just look at that determined face. From the hero course of Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. The explosion quirk user made his way out of the tunnel. With his hands in his pocket and the face of a thug, he made his way to the ring. The crowd roared with cheers. But the other half was the sound of boos. The boy turns to his left to see the freedom fighters booing at him. He notices Sonic stood on the rails, giving him a not happy face. The two looks at one another before Bakugo looked forward. He was looking at you, Sonic, Tails said. I know, he replied, still looking at him. I can't wait to get my hands on that sewer rat. Bakugo thought before turning to see Izuku, Momo, Iida, and Kendo back in their seats. Izuku notices his former friend looking at him. The two glared at one another before the bully looks forward. Don't worry, Deku. You'll next on my list. Kachan, if you hurt her, you regret everything, Izuku thought as he clenched his fist. And his opponent, from who I personally rooting for, also from Class 1A, Ochako Uraraka, present Mike yelled. The zero-gravity quirk user made her way to the ring with a serious look. The crowd cheered for her. You can do it, Uraraka, win, Momo yelled from her seat. We believe in you, Kendo yelled. You got this, Uraraka. We're counting on you, Izuku thought. In another area of the stadium, Shadow made his way out of the tunnel standing at the seating section. His arms crossed to see the opponents at the ring. He notices he wasn't the only one there. He looked to his left to see a familiar person with his arms crossed, looking at the ring. So, this is where you were the whole time? Didn't bother to sit with your class? The Dark Hedgehog asked. I'm surprised you would find me here, Todoroki said, not looking at him. I saw you from my seat, so, I decided to talk with you, Shadow said. What do you think of this battle? As much I don't like Bakugo, I have to feel for Uraraka because she doesn't stand a chance against him, Todoroki said. You never know what would happen. Who said that girl could beat him? Shadow asked. You think she can win? Todoroki asked. Let's see how this plays out, Shadow said as the two looks on to the fight. Bakugo and Uraraka stood in the ring, looking at one another with serious looks until President Mike's voice was heard. Let the 10th and final match begin, he yelled. Chapter 35, Final Fight and Second Chances. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were about to watch the battle between Bakugo and Uraraka. They were eager to see the person they want to be part of their empire show off his attack. Many of his minions were having second thoughts about this, especially when a girl is facing a strong and dangerous person. We finally made it to her favorite person. Let's see what he's going to do in this fight, Eggman said, grinning at his future recruiter. Doctor, I don't want to say this but, are you sure about this? He's facing a girl and she does look scared. Orbot said, seeing Uraraka a little scarred despite the determining look on her face. She doesn't look scary to me, Eggman answered, not a care for it. I hope he does go easy on her. I do feel bad for her, Cubot said. Nobody cares about people's feelings. Do I care for anyone's feelings? No, the next person that talks about that will be sent to the junkyard, period, Eggman yelled. Yes, sir. Orbot and Cubot said. I don't feel bad for her. That Bakugo boy is going to take her down, Scratch said. And she'll be going home crying to her mommy, Grounder said as they laughed. Either way, it's pretty much over for her, Deku said. It sure is, Boko said. Back at the stadium, the crowd roared as the final match of the first round of the one-on-one tournament was about to begin. It was between Bakugo and Uraraka. Many were nervous about this match including Class 1A, Izuku, Iida, and Momo were nervous about the girl and the bully. Class 1B was also nervous including Kendo, Setsuna, and Tetsu. The freedom fighters stood up from their chairs to see the fight. Sonic stood on the rails with his arms crossed, glaring down at the bully. In the hero seat, Toshinori, Ryuko, and Uwabami were worried for the girl. He did tell them about the boy's bullying history on Izuku. They were praying that he would go easy on her. Cream and Cheese were so worried about Uraraka. They know about Bakugo from Sonic a long time ago. In the audience, the Shiketsu students and the Big Three look on. Both Inasa and Kami were worried about Uraraka. They know how dangerous Bakugo is. Shadow and Todoroki were in the crowd near the tunnel looking at the ring with their arms crossed to observe the fight. You're the one who screws around gravity. Right, Pink Cheeks? Bakugo asked with a deadly glare. Pink Cheeks? She asked, knowing he was taunting her. If you're going to give up, do it now, because I won't be holding back, Bakugo said as Uraraka flinched by his answer. Still had that determined look. Well, there's your answer. You knew he was going to say that, Vector said. I swear if he does hurt her, I hit him with my Pico Pico hammer, Amy said. If she backs down, everyone will probably second-guess her chances, and with pro heroes in attendance she might not be picked to be in any agency, SBO said. Either way, she has to win. One way or another, Tails said as he saw Sonic still looking with a serious look at the ring. Sonic's taking this match very seriously. Hey, Midoriya, Iida spoke as Izuku turns to his friend. Momo turns to hear. I'm curious. What was that strategy you came up with, an advantage for Uraraka against Bakugo? Honestly, it wasn't really much of a plan, he answered, looking at his notebook. Kacchan is so strong. When it comes to close combat, he almost has no openings. The more he moves the more he sweats, which makes his quirk more powerful. Even I did beat him in the combat training with the help of the Chaos Emerald. He has gotten very good with his explosions when he moves around in the air. But if Uraraka can touch him, she can use her quirk to make him float. She can send him out of bounds. That's why it's obvious Uraraka needs to get the upper hand. I hope so. It's the only way she'll win, Momo said, worrying for her friend in the ring. She quickly turns to her right to see Sonic standing on the rail. Looks like your friend looking forward to this match. Izuku turns to see Sonic looking at the ring with that serious look. He knows his eyes were on see what he can do, especially if they plan to meet later in the tournament. Sonic and I are on the same boat. He knows he wants Bakugo to lose, he thought, looking back at the ring. Either way, it's up to Uraraka to win. Let the 10th and final match begin, President Mike yelled. The match got underway and Uraraka was the first to go. She ran towards him with that determined look. Giving up isn't an option for me, she yelled while running. It was going to be the same idea Izuku thought before the match started. She's going for the same idea you mentioned, Izuku, Momo said with a smile as she turns to the boys who were smiling. She might have a chance to win it. All she needs to do is touch him one time, Izuku said. It won't be easy. You know, Bakugo not going to let her get close to him, Iida said. That's why he won't dodge. He'll focus his energy on counter-attacking, Izuku said. Bakugo readied his right hand as the girl approached him. And now, you die, he said, forcing his right arm backward. There is it. Ochako thought, seeing an opening for a chance to activate her quirk. If I can dodge his attack. Inches closer, Bakugo swings his right arm, activating his quirk by sending her backward. Uraraka. Izuku and Iida yelled. Damn it, he was anticipating that, Momo said, slamming her fist on the rail. He blasted her, Mineta said, shaking in fear. Looks like Bakugo not planning on showing any mercy. Ribbit. Tsuyu said with a finger on her chin. That's a dirty cheap shot he's doing, Setsuna yelled in anger. What do you expect from a jerk like him? He wasn't planning on not going easy because he doesn't have a care in the world, Kendo said. If I was still in this tournament, I would kick his ass for doing that to a girl, Tetsu yelled. Guess we know who he when we're with him in Hiroshima in USJ, Awase said, referring to the incident. Sonic look on, not flinching or anything. He could see Uraraka okay after Bakugo's attack with the smoke clearing up. She's okay for now. That's just the first act. He's going to bring more attacks later, he thought. Stupid. Saw that coming and I still couldn't get out of the way, she said, seeing Bakugo in his defensive stance. You should have dropped out of the match, he said, looking around for her. To the left, Uraraka appeared from the smoke to try to attack. There's no way you can't beat me. He uses his quirk to attack her. Turns out, he only attacked her jacket. She appeared from behind with only her black tank top. Whoa, she flew her jacket as a decoy. What incredible quick thinking, President Mike yelled. This is my chance to make him float, Ochako thought, using her hand to try to touch his back. However, Bakugo didn't fall for another trick. He quickly uses his quirk, blasting her backward away from him. She hit the ground only to quickly get back up from it. Wow, look at that reaction, Siro asked. Seriously, the dude's insane. You can't get the drop on him, Kaminari said, referring to Bakugo. Uraraka looks to the smoke to see Bakugo approaching her. She quickly ran up to him to try to touch him. Too slow, he yelled, launching another attack, blasting her backward again, but seconds later, she appeared from behind again for another attempt. I got you, she yelled as Bakugo again did the same attack. Is she okay? Tsuyu asked. I can't watch this, Jiru said, covering her eyes with her hand. Like I always suspected, Bakugo's a total waste, Mineta said as Momo slammed her fist on the rails in anger. Damn it. That jerk is trying to kill her, she yelled as Kendo stood up. The more he attacks her, the more she'll get hurt. Cementos should step in and end this match, the big fist quirk user yelled. That big bully doesn't care for anything, Amy yelled. If that block guy or that girl don't do anything about this, that girl is going to be in the hospital soon, Knuckles yelled, who made his return to his seat to catch up on the fight. He references both Cementos and Midnight. Look at the girl, though, Rogue said, seeing Uraraka kept getting back up despite all those attacks by Bakugo. She's not giving up despite what that punk keeps trying to do to her. But how long will she last? I admire her courage, but the more she keeps doing this to herself, she'll lose all her strength and might pass out. Blaze said. That boy has a stronger quirk. I'm surprised she hasn't been pushed out of bounds yet. Unless he's not using that much to just giving her more beatings, Vector said. I'll be so mad if he does hurt her. I'm hit him with my Pico Pico hammer if he does, Amy yelled. I pray for that girl to be okay. That bully has one strong quirk. He almost used it on Izuku the day we met if it wasn't for Sonic jumping in to save the day. Tails thought, turning to see Sonic with his arms crossed and a serious look while watching the match. Sonic has been like that when Bakugo came out from the tunnel. He's not worrying but remaining calm on the match. He turns to Izuku, who was worried about the girl. He's more worried about his friend. I can tell him trying to calm his anger on the bully. Just hoping this match ends. In the seats, the Shiketsu students and the Big Three continued to watch Bakugo attack Uraraka repeatedly with the same attack. Kami was getting worried for her friend while Inasa clenched his fist in anger. He knows a little about Bakugo thanks to Izuku many weeks ago. He remembers that the boy told him that his former friend told him to jump off the roof during middle school days. He's continuing to hurt her, that damn jerk, Kami yelled. I swear if he continues to hurt her, I'll make sure to teach that punk a lesson, Inasa said, glaring at Bakugo. Do you really hate that guy that much? Mirio asked, still has that smile on his face. You don't want to know what he really is. Just ask Midoriya. He told me a lot about him which I won't repeat, Inasa said. Be interesting to hear about this if we meet him, Mirio said, referring to Izuku. Give that girl credit, she's fighting hard to get to him. I wonder what kind of quirk she has, Najire asked. She has a quirk that like gravity type. That's what Yaomomo and Kendo told me a couple of weeks ago, Kami said. I think that's why she's trying to get to him, Seiji said. She isn't trying to attack him. She has a quirk that can use gravity to lift an opponent in the air. Unless she has something, she needs a plan. The more he attacks, the more she'll wear off, Tamaki said when they heard voices from behind. Should the teachers step in? A pro hero asked. This is getting too rough, another hero said. Looks like the pros are getting to the point that guy hurting the girl too much, Tamaki said as the others looked to see more pros joining in on the conversation. This is shameful. Another hero yelled by jumping from his seat, pointing his finger at Bakugo. Listen, kid, do you really want to be a hero? Then stop acting like a bully. I don't blame them one bit. That punk is acting like a bully, Inasa said as he got up from his seat to join in. Hey, how about ending this match? If I was in this battle, I would kick your ass right now. Bakugo launches the same attack again as Uraraka ran towards him. He looked to the stands to see one of Izuku's friends, yelling at him. He's one of Deku's friends that go to Shiketsu. I got no time to deal with him, he thought as he resumes his fight. He saw me but didn't say anything, Inasa said. Probably afraid of you but not afraid of fighting a girl. What a coward he is. Kami said as the crowd booed at Bakugo. The crowd is booing at Bakugo. Present Mike yelled, and honestly, I kind of agree of what they're saying. He was interrupted by Aizawa, using his right elbow in the cast to hit the hero on the cheek. Hey, what was that for? The eraser hero grabbed the mic from him. There's the man that started this uproar. Are you a pro? He asked as the crowd stopped booing to listen. Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I suggest looking into another career. You know what he's talking about? Izuku asked as he, Class 1A, 1B, and the Freedom Fighters look up at the booth. Sonic has his eyes fixed on the ring despite listening to Aizawa talking. I have no idea, but this one's serious, Momo said. Bakugo's fearless acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she's made it this far. So, he knows whatever he takes to keep it at bay to come out on top, Aizawa said. That was interesting, Tails said, looking up at the booth. He is my teacher, Izuku said as he saw Sonic still looking at the ring with a serious look. Wonder what Sonic's thinking after Aizawa was talking. Back in the ring, Bakugo looked at the smoke cleared up. He saw Uraraka still standing despite all the attacks he uses on her with his quirk. We're not finished, he thought when he saw the girl's face with a serious look. She's not dead yet. I think it's about time, she said. Thank you, Bakugo, for keeping your eyes on me. What? He asked with a confused look. What is she talking about? Amy asked with a confused look. You guys don't notice. Everyone including Class 1A and 1B turns to Sonic when he finally spoke. She was busy distracting him with all his attacks on her. What he doesn't notice including us, was preparing for her big attack. Now, she's ready for that moment because, take a good look from above. Everyone looks up and they had a surprised look. Floating debris was above the stadium. No way. She's using her quirk on the debris that Bakugo made during his attack, Kendo said, looking up. She's going to release it by dropping on them towards him. Momo yelled with a smile. Go, Uraraka, you got this. The girl uses her quirk to release the debris from the air, falling towards the boy. At the same time, she charges towards him with a chance to use the quirk on him while being distracted by the debris. However, Bakugo had other plans. He raises his right hand, aiming at the debris, activating his quirk by sending a big explosion. The shockwave was everywhere in the stadium, many holding on to seats and rails. Uraraka flew backward from the impact, landing hard on the floor. The impact ended within seconds as she slowly got up from the ground, looking at the smoke. I figured you have some stupid plan to beat me, Bakugo said as the smoke cleared up. You were friends with that damn nerd after all. It took him one shot, Uraraka said with a shocked look. Bakugo uses a demonstration of his power. He blasted a part of Uraraka's finishing move and remains untouched, Present Mike yelled. Damn it. She came that close to beating him, Momo said, looking down in defeat. He must have seen it coming at the last minute. He's too good right now, Kendo said. She came that close, Knuckles said. That's not good, Tails said. She gave it all he can. Unfortunately, it was his fight to win. I knew he was going to pull it out. Sonic thought before jumping off the rails and walking off. Sonic, where are you going? Tails asked as the Hedgehog didn't respond to him. What's his problem? Charmy B asked. No idea, Espio said. Back in the ring, Uraraka looks down in defeat. She knew it was her last chance to win. However, everything she went through, she wasn't ready to give up yet. Now then, time to get down to business, Bakugo said with that evil grin before charging towards the girl, Uraraka. If Deku was in this fight, he wouldn't give up, she thought as she was ready for another round. However, with the loss of stamina and strength, she fainted to the ground, which causes Bakugo to stop running towards her. Uraraka is down on the floor. Present Mike yelled as Midnight approached her, using her hand for Bakugo not to attack. The hero checks up to see if the girl was okay. Ochako Uraraka is KO'd. Bakugo Katsuki advances to the round of 16, she said as the crowd cheered. She lost, Momo said, sitting back down in defeat. Bakugo is too strong. We all knew he would win. Just win, it would be Uraraka winning it. Kendo said when she saw Izuku walking away. Where's he going? Momo looks up to see the boy leaving. Izuku, where? She couldn't finish when Iida jumped in, blocking her way. Just leave him be. My guess he's probably going to see Uraraka, Iida said as the girls see Izuku gone. Izuku, she said with a worried look. The medical bots arrived by carrying Uraraka out of the ring to Recovery Girl's office. Bakugo looks on with a serious look before walking to the tunnel. However, Midnight quickly stopped. Don't go anywhere. You need to stay here because you'll be joining the other 10 fighters to be part of the round of 16, she said before turning her mic on. The 10 contestants that advanced to the round of 16, please come to the ring at once. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions reacted after the battle with a surprising look. They didn't think Uraraka would almost pull it on. But no surprise that Bakugo came out on top at the last minute. That girl put up a fight. She came close at beating Bakugo, Scratch said. All she needed was that debris to crush him to win, but the boy was too powerful, Grounder said. She lost all that stamina and strength by his attack repeatedly. You can tell by the crowd they weren't very happy about it, Snively said. You have to give her credit. She tried her best to stay in, Deku said. We were making fun of her and she proves to us she doesn't quit, Boko said. Either way, she lost and that's all that matters, Coconut said, laughing before being hit by a wrench. Shut up, idiot. Give credit to the girl. She stayed in to fight all the way. However, as Snively said, she lost her strength and stamina after being attacked by Bakugo's quirk. She kept running towards him repeatedly and that was a mistake on her part. But, at the same time, she uses her quirk with the debris floating above them to drop them at him as a decoy. But Bakugo was smarter than her. In the end, it was already set and won by him, Eggman said. So now what? Orbot asked. The round of 16 is about to begin. We're about to see some real fighting in this one. So, get ready, the next phase of the tournament is about to get unreal. Eggman said, sitting back in his seat. Back in the stadium, Izuku was walking in the tunnel to go see Uraraka. His head was down, with shadows covering his eyes. His mind's in deep thought after seeing his friend lose. He was hoping to cheer her up as he did earlier with Momo after her loss. You're going to see her? The boy looks up to see Sonic, leaning on the wall. Yeah. I'm hoping she's not devastated by this loss as Momo did earlier, he said, looking down before looking up. I was looking at you during the match and you had that serious look on your face. You didn't even look worried about it. To tell you the truth, I knew Bakugo was going to win. Even though I did want that girl to embarrass him. He's just too good and I don't want this tournament to be ruined. You and I want a piece of him after what happened 10 years ago. Hell, even All Might told me about that combat training you went against that punk. I wish I was there to see it, Sonic said. True. Either way, Uraraka almost found a win to beat him. Came close but not enough, Izuku said, looking down. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised that Bakugo didn't like to show his true colors by almost trying to kill her, Sonic said. Everyone in the stadium was not happy thinking Kacchan was hurting Uraraka. But Aizawa let them know about it because he showed his contestant courage by making it this far. Maybe Kacchan is seeing the light? Izuku asked. Don't bet into yet. Remember, he's still got us left in this tournament. You know he hates us for a reason, Sonic said. You're right. We can't let our guard down, Izuku said as they arrive at the waiting room where the girl was located. This must be the place? Sonic asked, looking at the sign next to the door. It is. Let's go inside, Izuku said as he opens the door. Both walked inside to see Uraraka sitting at the table. Man, I lost. Too bad, she said. Instead of crying she was smiling, rubbing the back of her hair. Sonic and Izuku looked at her with a surprising look. They look at one another before looking back at her. You would think she would be crying as that other girl did, the Hedgehog whispered, referring to Momo. It was like she just shrugged off her loss and pretended it never happens, Izuku whispered back as the girl noticed Sonic was with him. Oh, hey Sonic. I didn't know you came with Deku to see me. By the way, congrats on your win with Kendo. Sorry I couldn't tell you that earlier, Ochako said as they approached her. Thanks. That girl with those big fists almost defeated me. She gave it a great fight but, in the end, I always find ways to get through. The Hedgehog said. You did a great job out there. Sorry, you couldn't beat Bakugo. I'm surprised you're not devastated by the loss. Guess I got carried away at the end. That Bakugo guy is very strong, which means I'm going to have to train much harder, she said. Are you sure you're okay? Izuku asked with a curious look. Seeing you getting hit repeatedly by that punk's quirk got you injured that much, you would have been hurt like hell, Sonic said. Don't worry, Ochako said, pointing her finger at the bandage on her left cheek. Recovery girl took care of me. She's usually careful not to drain my stamina too much though. So, I got a few scrapes and scratches. Suddenly, her phone vibrated on the table. She looks at the screen to see it was her dad calling. Even if you lost, you always keep looking ahead to what's next. It just means I have to work harder. That's true, but Izuku tried to talk with her until President Mike's voice was heard on the speaker. We asked the 10 contestants to come to the ring at once to prepare for the round of 16, he said. We better get going or we'll be late, Sonic said. Oh, right. We'll take later, Uraraka, Izuku said as he walked to the door. Thanks, guys. Good luck in the next round, she said. Will do, Sonic said as the two exits from the room, closing the door behind them. After they left, Uraraka quickly called back to her father. She heard the ringtone on her phone until it was finally answered. Sorry, for not picking up the phone, Daddy, she apologized. No, it's fine. Sorry I was calling when you were busy, her father said. Your mother and I just watched you on TV. You almost won. You were amazing. It wasn't that close, and I wasn't that very good. I rushed it too much in the end. I didn't have a backup plan for a big move that didn't work out, Ochako said with her voice cracking. I failed. You lost and I understand, but that doesn't mean you can still be a pro hero. I know I don't have the best understanding of how that works, but there's always next year. This isn't the end, her father said, trying to brighten her mood. I know. But I wish I could have gone further into the festival so I can show more chances of what I was made of. The scouts barely saw me do anything at this time around, she said, looking down with tears forming in her eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? Her father asked. It's just, I want to help you guys out as soon as I can, she said as she begins to cry, dropping tears on the table. Her father on the phone could hear her daughter sniffling. Uraraka, there's no need to rush. The very fact you feel that way is that you'll make a kind, caring hero one day. I'm so proud of you, he said. Those words felt much better for Uraraka as she continues to cry. On the other side of the doorway, Izuku and Sonic heard the entire conversation from the vent below the door. They heard her father's voice through the phone and heard her crying. The two stood up looking at one another with a smile before they walk off. I guess she doesn't need our help after all, Izuku said. Still have to feel for her though. Now I know why she was still in the fight. She wants it to help her parents out for whatever they needed, Sonic said. I'll tell you more about it after the tournament. I know much about it, Izuku said, referring to the day she told him she got in the academy for the money and to help her family. That's fine. Also, in return, you want to tell me about what you saw during your fight with that brainwashing kid, Sonic said. That's right. I forgot about that one, Izuku said, realizing about that topic. As they kept walking to the ring, out of nowhere, Endeavor appeared from the right of them. Izuku flinched when he saw the number 2 hero appeared in front of him. Sonic was surprised but quickly rolled his eyes in annoyance. Endeavor? The boy asked as the hero turned to the boys. Oh, I was looking for you, he said, looking at the boy. Him again. The second time I had to encounter this guy like earlier today, Sonic said, rolling his eyes, referring to his encounter with Shadow and Todoroki with them. Wait, you met him for the first time? Izuku asked. It's a long story, I'll tell you about it later, Sonic said, turning to the hero. Anyway, what do you want? This better a good conversation because you're wasting my and his time getting to the ring. If you say something, make it quick. You really have a big mouth, don't you? Endeavor asked, glaring at the hedgehog. Because I do. You want me to help you by spraying water on those flames. It's really making me sweat, Sonic said, taunting him. I don't have to deal with you, he said, walking towards Izuku. Anyway, I watched you fought against that brainwashing guy. Your power is impressive. To create so much wind pressure by flicking your fingers. It reminds me of another quirk. You seem to have much in common with All Might. The boy flinched by his statement. Well, I never thought of that way, he said, looking away, nervously until Sonic jumped in. Hey, buddy. You don't him or anything about his quirk. Second, he doesn't even know All Might. If I was you, I mind your business about it, and secondly, I worry about your son because he could be facing me or Izuku in the next round. You might get to witness your son getting a big beat down, he said. Really? You think either one of you can take him down? Endeavor asked with an evil grin on his face. There's one thing you should know. Yes, he's using his ice quirk throughout this tournament, but he will use his fire quirk soon. On the two of you. Oh, I'm so scared. I triple dare to do that. Trust me, he doesn't stand a chance against any of us, Sonic said. I see. Okay, how about another question? The hero turns to the boy again. That emerald he got. I heard the rumors about it make him stronger, including taking down a big robot during the entrance exams. I've seen him use it during his fight. He turns to the hedgehog. You've known more about that, don't you? Maybe. You don't know about it anyway, and speaking of it, we're done talking about it. But you'll get a chance to see it when it happens in the round of 16. You better get a seat for that if you want to see the emerald. Let's go, Izuku. Sonic said as the two walks past the hero. It is possible that Endeavor knows one for all, the boy thought, looking back at the hero before looking forward. No, he probably would have mentioned it. He's one person I can't let him find out about All Might's secret. It's my Shoto's duty to pass All Might as the #1 hero, the hero said, forcing Izuku and Sonic to stop walking, still having their backs at the hero. And depends if he faces either of you, it'll be a good testing ground for training he has left. So, hit him hard. Don't disgrace him by holding back. That's all I wanted to say. Even though the hedgehog is a bit of annoying to me, I apologize for bothering you. The hero walked off. About time he left, Sonic said as he begins to walk. He looks to notice Izuku still standing. Izuku? Hold on, Sonic. The boy said, turning to Endeavor with a serious look as the hero stopped walking to look back. I'm not All Might. What are you talking about? The hero asked. And the same goes for Todoroki. He may be your son, but he isn't you. I'll make sure of that, Izuku said before turning around, walking past Sonic. Congrats, idiot. You just ticked my friend off, he said, running to catch up with the boy. That brat. Endeavor thought as he walked off. In the stadium, the crowd roared as the 10 fighters were standing side by side in the ring. Izuku, Sonic, Iida, Knuckles, Tails, Big, Bakugo, Shadow, Todoroki, and Silver had serious looks on their face, looking towards Midnight, standing right in front of them. The rated R hero waited for the crowd to be silent as she begins to speak. The ring itself was fixed again by Cementos and his quirk. Class 1A observes the fighters. Bakugo, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Iida are the only fighters in our class left, Kaminari said, looking at the Freedom Fighters. Those guys are very tough with the best fighters they got. What do you expect? They got that Sonic guy leading the way. We can't even beat them for once, Zero said when they heard footsteps coming towards them. Sorry, we're late. Everyone turns to see both Kirishima and Mina arriving back with their class. Kirishima, Mina, you two are okay, Ribbit, Suyu said. I was so sorry for you, Mina, after that big cat tried to hug you in a submission move, Hakagor said as the acid quirk user sat next to her. I couldn't believe I was passed out that long, not only by the hug but by Recovery Girl's quirk. Still disappointed that I didn't put up a fight, Mina said, looking down. Yeah, me too. That Echidna is one strong person despite the quirk I use. Perhaps I use it too much, Kirishima said. Anyway, what's going on? Did we miss anything? We got the 10 contestants at the ring, ready for the round of 16, Shoji said, looking at the ring. Where's Uraraka at? Mina asked, looking around for the zero-gravity quirk user. She's still recovering after Bakugo gave her a beat down, Momo said. You can see him in the ring with the others. Is she okay? Did that bully did something? Mina asked, a little angry. It's okay. For now, perhaps saving his quirk for the beat down on Deku, Jiru said. Midori's in the next round, Mina asked with a big smile on her face. I hope he beats him. Don't count out Todoroki or Iida, they want to get to the top. Especially Sonic and the rest of the Freedom Fighters. Kendo said as Midnight began to speak. Before we continue, I just want to say congrats on the rest of you for making it this far. She explained. The 10 of you made it past the first round of the 1-on-1 tournament. Now comes the round of 16 you will be part of. After this, we will begin redrawing opponents for this round. But there is one problem, this is round of 16 and it's supposed to be 16 opponents standing in front of me, not 10 of you. Sonic and Izuku look at the opponents standing next to them. They were surprised after counting the opponents including themselves. She's right. There's only 10 of us, Izuku said. Did the Academy messed up a system? It should be 6 more opponents with us if this is the round of 16. What's going on here? Sonic asked when Midnight cracked her whip. However, there's a twist in this. This is the round of 16 for a reason. The 10 opponents that face their competition in the last round can give their last opponents a second chance. What I'm trying to say is up to your choice. You have been given a choice of yes or no to give the chance to show their skills one last time, she said as the fighters except for Todoroki were surprised by that announcement. No way. If that's true, then that means, Izuku said. The people we faced including that girl with her hands growing can get another shot at this again. Sonic finished as he turns to the Class 1A and 1B section. This is awesome, Kirishima yelled from his seat. So, I can get a chance at this tournament again, Mina yelled. Damn straight. I'm still alive in this thing, Tetsu yelled. You hear that, Yaomomo? We get a chance at it, Kendo said. Not only me, the creation quirk user turned to see the empty seat. Then that means Uraraka still has a chance depending on her health. She turns to the ring. That also means that I get another chance after my last fight ended in disappointment. I get a chance at another fight, Tokiyami said. Before we continue, both Nato Monoma Hitoshi Shinso, Mei Hatsume, and Ochako Uraraka are not to give their chances as the two boys including the girl from the support course agree to withdraw their names off their second chance vote. Uraraka is still recovering from her injuries which will take longer than expecting, so, her name is withdrawn. This means both Izuku Midoriya, Miles Tails Prower, Tenya Iida, and Bakugo Katsuki are excused from voting. The 7 competitors must vote yes or no give their decision on their last competitors. We'll start the process now with Sonic. Midnight pointed her whip to the blue hedgehog. You're first, Sonic. Of course, I'll say yes to my last competitor. She almost defeated me when I pull it out at the end. She deserves a second chance, he answered. Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B is officially in the round of 16, Midnight said as the crowd cheered. Yes, finally, I get another chance, she yelled, happily. Silver, your turn. Midnight said. I agree. My last competitor wasn't happy about the match ended in seconds. I could tell she was devastated by that loss. I want her back in this festival, Silver answered. Momo Yaoyorozu of Class 1A is officially in the round of 16, Midnight said as the crowd roared. Izuku and Sonic turned to Class 1A seats to see Momo smiled happily with a tear coming from her eye. They smiled back to see she was going to get another chance in the next round. From there, Midnight continues as Shadow, Todoroki, Big, and Knuckles all agree to have their last opponents be officially approved for the round of 16. The 6 fighters that lost in the last round have been given a second chance to compete in the round of 16. Those names are Momo Yaoyorozu, Itsuka Kendo, Tetsu, Ajiro Kirishima, Fumikage Tokiyami, and Mina Ishido. With the 6 fighters in, the round of 16 is officially set. Let's now reveal the brackets of the 8 matches that will be held. Midnight yelled as everyone looked on the screen of the bracket and the names appeared. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. 2. Big the Cat vs Itsuka Kendo. 3. Shadow the Hedgehog vs Silver the Hedgehog. 4. Ajiro Kirishima vs Miles Tails Prower. 5. Sonic the Hedgehog vs Momo Yaoyorozu. 6. Tenya Iida vs Tetsu. 7. Bakugo Katsuki vs Knuckles the Echidna. 8. Mina Ishido vs Fumikage Tokiyami. These are your matchups for the round of 16, all fighters get ready for you to match up ahead. Good luck, Midnight said. Thank you, Midnight. Ladies and gentlemen, your round of 16 are now set. 16 fighters including the ones that lost in the first round will get a second chance in this one. But only one will be crowned champion by the end of today, President Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Izuku and Sonic look on the screen at the bracket. The boy saw his opponent and it's no surprise he would draw the one person from his class. They turn to see Todoroki, looking at the bracket. The dual quirk user turns to his opponent to stare at one another. And all likely you draw against him, Sonic said as Todoroki walked off from the ring. I hope you're ready for this. I'm going to have to be ready, Izuku said, seeing the boy walk off. Shadow saw the screen to see Todoroki going against Izuku. No surprise that they both draw one another. The Hedgehog saw that he was going against his partner. It was going to be a battle of the Hedgehogs type. You and I going against one another, Silver said, walking towards him. I know. I won't go easy on you, you know that, Shadow said. Exactly. May the best Hedgehog win, Silver said as they shook hands. Tails looked at the bracket to see him in a match against Kirishima. He got a glimpse of the match between the boy and the Echidna. He knows the boy has a quirk that can harden his entire body. Learning from watching that fight, he can find that weak point, but he knows Kirishima was trying a different tactic. You're facing that person I just faced, Knuckles said, standing next to Tails looking at the bracket. Good thing you watched my match against him. You can learn a lot from it leading up to this match against him. You know he won't make that mistake again, Tails said. I know. That's why you better be ready when he activates his quirk, Knuckles said. And you're against him, Tails said, pointing his finger to where Bakugo's name next to Knuckles. I know, he said, cracking his knuckles. Of all people I'll be facing Izuku's bully. You better watch your back. You saw what he did to that girl, Tails said, referring to Uraraka. He notices the bully was looking at them. He's looking at us. The Echidna turns to see Bakugo, glaring at them. Knuckles could flash a grin at him. Don't worry. I won't be like one of Izuku's friends. I'll give him a beat down he'll never forget, he said as Bakugo gave them an angry look before walking off. Everyone, clear out of the ring because in 30 minutes our first match of the round of 16 gets underway, President Mike yelled. In the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki continues to watch the festival on television. He got a glimpse of the bracket as he saw his two main targets. Izuku against Todoroki and Sonic against Momo. He scratched his neck, as usual, looking at their faces. He was still angry seeing them after the USJ incident. His mind was in deep thought when the computer next to him was ringing. He quickly answered it, knowing it was his master's voice. You're still watching the festival? The voice on the screen asked. Yes, Shigaraki answered. The first match is about to get underway soon. Our main target is facing against the son of the number 2 hero, the voice said. You mean that boy with the red mark on his left face is Endeavor's son? Shigaraki asked. Indeed. This should be very interesting to see. Let's see how this Midoriya kid can handle Endeavor's son. I heard he's very stronger with 2 quirks despite using his ice quirk throughout the festival. Besides, Endeavor is attending the festival as we speak. Observing his son, the voice said. I'm wondering if that Midoriya kid is using that emerald? Shigaraki asked, referring to the Chaos Emerald. He might since Endeavor's son is stronger. This could be a very great match. I hope you're paying attention. The voice said before the computer screen turns off. We'll see about that. Either way, I want that Midoriya kid defeated and that blue hedgehog taking out of this tournament. That will put a smile on my face. Shigaraki said, looking on the screen while scratching his neck at the same time. 30 minutes later 30 minutes has long passed and the first match was about to begin. In the waiting room, Izuku sat at the table looking at his emerald. He took a deep breath, knowing the match with Todoroki is going to be difficult. It got a little easy for him since his opponent has been using his ice quirk, already knowing he'll be using it more during the festival other than using his left side. He remembered the conversation in the tunnel earlier today, including encountering Endeavor. In his mind, he wants to win, but at the same time, he wanted to help Todoroki. The boy took a deep breath before getting up from his seat and grabbing the emerald from the table. He walks to the door, leaving the waiting room and walking through the tunnels. He turns to the left to see the end of the tunnel leading to the ring. He was surprised to see Sonic, leaning back on the wall near the outside with his eyes closed. "Sonic, I thought you went back to your seat? Should you rest up before your fight against Momo?" he asked as the hedgehog opened his eyes. "My match won't be until later. Don't worry, I'll go easy on her. I'll make it a longer match, so she won't be devastated," he answered, turning to the boy. "Anyway, I just want to wish you the best of luck in your match. As I said, you got a shot at winning this. Don't let Todoroki fear you. He'll be using his ice quirk a lot since he won't use his left side. Besides, it's the perfect moment to use your Chaos Emerald if it gets really hard." "I know," Izuku said, looking at the emerald in his hand. "I'm a little worried though. Not on my match but about Todoroki, including the conversation we had in the tunnel during intermission and our encounter with Endeavor." "Yeah, I remember that. But that could change today. If you beat him, I want to see the angry look at that flaming hero's face. See the disappointment of him when his son loses. You made it this far, Izuku. I believe in you. Go out there and prove to the world, as All Might would say, I am a hero," Sonic said as Izuku formed a determined smile. "I won't let you down," he said as they did a fist bump together. "Good luck, buddy. I'll be watching in the seats," Sonic said as he walks off, leaving Izuku to face the tunnel with a serious look. On the other side of the tunnel, Todoroki approaches the exit where the ring was outside. He had a serious look, already remembering his conversation with Izuku and Sonic about his father using him as an object to overpass All Might. No matter what, he's determined to use his ice quirk throughout this festival to win. Once he approaches the exit, he saw Shadow standing in front of him with his arms crossed and a serious look. "I see you're looking forward to this match," Todoroki said. "I hope you know what you're doing. You know your father will be watching," Shadow said, referring to Endeavor. "I know, and I hope he does, because I will win this festival with my quirk rather than the other. Either way, nobody will stand against me," Todoroki said. "I see. Very well, then. I wish you the best of luck," Shadow said, walking past him before stopping to speak again. "If you do plan to win this, you and I are going to meet later in the ring. I'll be looking forward to that." Todoroki turns to him with a look. "I hope so. It'll be a battle to the death if we meet," he said. Shadow took one last look before walking off, back to his seats to watch the match. Todoroki looks back before turning to the exit, preparing to walk to the ring. In the hero's seat, Toshinori looks at the screen of the bracket with a serious look. He was prepared to see the match with his successor against Endeavor's son. He already remembered what the number 2 hero said earlier when they met about using Todoroki to pass the symbol of peace for the number 1 spot. He was very interested to see how this match progress. "You okay?" Ryuko asked as the hero turns to her. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said. "You sure? You look very serious when you saw the bracket of the boy going against Endeavor's son," Uwabami said. "Well, still a little worry for young Midoriya since he's facing Todoroki," Toshinori answered. "I wonder how that conversation between and Endeavor has anything to do with that serious look on your face," Ryuko said. "Trust me. That conversation is something I was interested in. Either way, this match here is going to be something," he said. "Hope you're ready, young Midoriya. I have confidence you can do this." Back in Class 1A section, Iida and Momo look on to see if Izuku made it to the ring as the match was fast approaching. The girl was a little worried about the boy, especially going against Todoroki. She was on his team during the cavalry battle and remember how strong Todoroki's ice quirk is. They came close at beating Izuku's team only for Sonic to interfere at the last second. "Midoriya and Todoroki haven't been calling in the ring yet and you're looking for them already," Iida said. "Still worry for Izuku. He's going against a strong person like Todoroki," she said looking around. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. I think he can win this one," Kendo said, sitting next to the wall in Class 1B section. "By the way, I'm glad you get a second chance in the round of 16, Iida said. "I hope you're ready for your match soon. You know how that Hedgehog." "I know. He's very fast. I'll be ready for sure," Momo said when another voice was heard. "So, the match hasn't started yet." Everyone turns to see Uraraka made her way back to her seat to flinch in surprise to see the girl's eyes all swelled up from crying. "Oh, good, it hasn't started yet." "What happened to your eyes?" Iida asked as the girl sat back next to Momo. "Oh, it's nothing. Just something in my eyes, that's it," she said, smiling at Iida. "Guess you and I are in the same boat," Momo said, remembering her crying state when Izuku motivated her. "I'm sorry about your loss." "It's okay. I'm over it. I did hear you're going to get a second chance." "That's awesome," Ochako said, smiling. "I'm glad. I get a chance to prove myself this time," Momo said. "Hopefully your eyes get better, because this match is about to get crazy," Kendo said as the fire lit up in each corner of the ring. "I can feel the anticipation in the stadium. The first match in the round of 16 is about to get underway. With that, let's welcome our contestants. First up, it's the first guy who won his last fight in a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. The hero course from Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki. President Mike yelled as the boy made his way up the steps with a serious look, ignoring the crowd's roar. And this kid almost lost his first match but easily made a stunning comeback with some impressive moves. Also, from Class 1A of the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The boy made his way up the steps of the ring with a serious look on his face, glaring at his opponent from the other side with the wind blowing their hairs. So here we are, Todoroki said. And only one of us can win, Izuku said, activating his Chaos Emerald with a green aura surrounding his body. At the same time, Sonic made his way back to the Freedom Fighters section before Shadow made his way back. Both hedgehogs instead of sitting stood on the rails with their arms crossed. The others look at them with confused looks. You know we got chairs to seat on, right? Vector asked. I rather stand to watch this fight, Sonic said, with his eyes on the ring. Me too. This is an important fight, Shadow said, looking at the ring. These guys are really serious about this one, Charmy B said. What do you expect? It's Izuku that's part of this match going against that boy with the ice quirk. You saw what he did earlier against another person. The match ended within seconds, Knuckles said, referring to Todoroki beating Tetsu. He does have the Chaos Emerald to take him on. Hopefully, it works, Tails said. I hope so or it'll be another quick battle, Silver said. Sonic. The blue hedgehog turned to Class 1A with Momo approaching him. Are you sure Izuku can find a way to beat Todoroki with that emerald? The only way I think he can win is if the other isn't using his left side, he answered. His left side? Momo asked. Trust me, he'll win because I know he will, Sonic said. I hope you're right, she said, looking back at the ring. Please, Izuku, win. You can do it, Deku. Ochako thought. I hope you win, Midoriya, so I can take you on in the next round, Kendo thought. Go Midori. Mina thought. Please, Izu. Win. Ribbit, Suyu thought. You got this, nerd. I know you can do it, Jiru thought. I hope Midoriya wins. Setsuna thought. Come on, Midori. You can do this, Hakagor thought. In the stands, both the Shiketsu students and the Big Three were watching both students standing in the ring. Inasa had his eyes staring at Todoroki. He already has a flashback in his mind on the day Endeavor snubbed the boy for an autograph. He was rooting hard for Izuku to win this match. This match should be a great one, correct? Mirio asked as Inasa's thoughts snapped. Oh, yeah. This should be a good one, he said, looking back at the ring. Come on, Midoriya. Beat Endeavor's son for me. I hope Midoriya makes it out on this one, Kami said, worrying for the cinnamon bun. We've seen the other use his ice quirk that much. Should be a great fight, Nejire said. Either way, Midoriya needs to beat him to not lose this one, Seiji said. At the apartment complex, Inko flooded her living room with tissues everywhere around the couch and in front of the television, watching to see her son ready for his next match with comical tears. Izuku, she said, crying comically. Back at the stadium, Endeavor stood in the stands with his back leaning on the wall, ready to see his son fight. Better yet, waiting to see if Todoroki would activate his left side. Both of the heroes have been front runners of the festival, but which one of these fighters will advance on to the next round? Present Mike yelled as the boys got in their fighting stance, ready for combat. Prepare for Midoriya versus Todoroki, begin. Chapter 36. The Deku versus the dual quirk user on board the Death Egg, Eggman, and his minions were preparing for the fight of the year. Their target, Izuku, was about to face Todoroki. They watched on the screen to see the opponents in the ring, staring at one another with serious looks while Present Mike's voice was heard. This is going to be an awesome fight. I wonder if that Izuku kid finds a way to get through that other kid's quirk, Scratch asked. The kid's ice quirk froze that other person he faced in the last round and it ended in seconds, Grounder said. I think that Izuku's kid has an idea. Remember he does have the Chaos Emerald, Deku said, seeing the boy already activated the emerald. Look, he just activated the emerald. Maybe he does have a plan after all. You can tell by his face he looks very serious, Boko said, seeing Izuku's serious look and the green aura around his body. He better hopes he pulls it out. The other boy is very stronger with that ice quirk. Remember, he came close at beating him in the cavalry battle until Sonic jumped in and saved the day, Orbot said. Either way, this should be a great fight, Cubot said when Eggman spoke. It may be a great fight, but there's one problem, he explained. You notice throughout this tournament that Todoroki kid has been using his ice quirk. The boy has another quirk and it's a fire-type quirk. Thanks to Snively, he just researched the boy and found out that he's the father of the number 2 hero. The screen in front of them changes to the picture of Endeavor. Whoa! That person's on fire, Coconuts yelled as a wrench was thrown at his head. Idiot! That's his costume with half of his body on fire, Eggman yelled. The hero's name is Endeavor and he's the son of the boy facing Izuku. That's interesting. A father whose quirk is made of fire, Orbot said, examining the screen. But if he's the boy's father and he has a fire quirk type, then why is the son using an ice quirk type? Turns out the boy's mother has an ice quirk, Snively said, looking at his electronic tablet of information. And it appears that the father and mother have divorced years ago. There are also questions about why the boy has a red mark on his left eye. Still don't know how that happened. Must be a rough family that boy went through, Deku said. Still a ton of questions about why the boy keeps using his ice quirk. Either way we'll find more about in the future. You never know, he might use his fire quirk in this match. Speaking of the match, it's about to get underway. Everyone, sit down and enjoy the show. This one should be good, Eggman said, grabbing a bucket of popcorn to watch the match. Others did the same as they were ready for the match that was about to begin in mere seconds. Flashback years ago, a young Todoroki was crying with a woman with long white hair and a soft smile on her face, pulling him in her arms to comfort him. She strokes his hair before she spoke to him. Honey, Do you still want to be a hero? She asked as the boy looked up at her. Just remember, stay true to yourself. Todoroki's POV. I have forgotten so much of what she said in those days, he said. End flashback and POV back in the stadium. The crowd roared as the first match of the round of 16 was about to get underway. Both Izuku and Todoroki look at one another in the ring with serious looks, eager to get at one another. Everyone in the stadium, from the Class 1A, 1B, and the Freedom Fighters section where Ida, Uraraka, Momo, and Kendo were nervous for Izuku. Bakugo sat there with a serious look to see how this goes. Sonic and Shadow look on with serious looks, ready to see both boys bringing their fight. To the heroes' seats where Cream, Cheese, and Toshinori were nervous to see what was expected from this match. And in the seats, Endeavor stood with his arms crossed, leaning on the wall expecting to see how his son would do. Especially if he does use his left side. It's the first match of the round of 16. These two heroes in training have knocked heads before, but a certain green-haired boy has found ways to pull it out at the end. It's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. He'll start using an ice attack. The same attack he did against Tetsu, the boy thought, activating the Chaos Emerald. Versus Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared again. I can't allow him to use that power too much, including the emerald he has activated just now, he thought, referring to Izuku's quirk. With that begin said, let the match begin, Present Mike yelled. Music insert. Your betrayal by Bullet for my Valentine. The battle got underway as Todoroki went first by activating his ice quirk with his foot. The ice spreads towards his opponent, the same tactic he did against Tetsu during his last match. This time, Izuku wasn't going to be trapped. He holds his right arm, locking his fingers on his right hand with red vines appearing. Delaware, smash! He yelled, flicking his fingers, sending a big shockwave towards Todoroki's quirk. The ice was shattering to tiny pieces. Todoroki shields his face with his arms, trying to avoid both the wind and ice flying everywhere. At the same time, the shockwave mixed in with cold air where the crowd was feeling the cold air win all over the stadium. It's freezing. Vector yelled. Here I'm thinking we're back in Ice Cap Zone, Tails said, noticing Sonic and Shadow still stood on the wind. Not a care in the world, the wind and the ice came flying towards them. Both hedgehogs were focused on the match. Are you guys don't care that the air is getting cold? Amy asked, yelling at both hedgehogs. They don't care about it one bit. They're so focused on this match, Knuckles yelled when a chunk of ice was coming towards them. Incoming. I'll take care of it, Blaze yelled, using his fire to melt the ice quickly. Good shot, Blaze, Rogue said as Knuckles turned to the class section. Everyone, okay? We're fine. Looks like the wind is dying down. Iida yelled as the wind died down. It's freezing as hell, Mineta yelled as he and Kaminari were shivering, comically. Why you don't say, the lightning quirk user said. Back in the ring, Todoroki lowered his arms down after the shockwave by his opponent. A small ice wall was formed behind him, preventing him from flying out of the ring. He looked with a glare to see Izuku let a sigh where cold air blew a little from his mouth. His finger he uses to snap his finger wasn't broken thanks to the Chaos Emerald, protecting him from any broken bones while using the emerald at the same time. That emerald is protecting him. It's making him stronger. I have to find a way to get to that emerald, take it away from him and maybe he'll be powerless without it, Todoroki thought. No broken bones after that attack. That's great news, but Todoroki is going to find other plans to attack. Izuku better is ready for whatever it comes, Sonic thought, observing the fight. This is my first seeing how Izuku uses the quirk All Might gave him. Amazing how it works along with the Chaos Emerald at the same time. I guess there's a reason why Sonic gave him the emerald. He could be the protector of Earth to save his planet from Eggman. Shadow thought when he saw Todoroki does the same attack. Here comes another attack. Todoroki uses his ice quirk with the same attack. Izuku quickly did the Delaware smash attack again, snapping his fingers with another shockwave. The attack shattered the ice again. The stadium got cold again by the wind mixing both cold and ice flying everywhere. Todoroki shields his arms again from the wind and ice, but what he didn't notice at the same time, Izuku curls himself into a ball, doing a spin dash attack towards him to go for the quick ending. The dual quirk user lowers his arms to see him coming. He quickly uses his quirk to create an ice wall, shielding him from any attack coming towards him. However, with the spin dash, Izuku smashed that wall which shocked Todoroki. He quickly moves to the right, dodging the attack. Wow, he's just like when we do spin dashes, Knuckles yelled. That Todoroki guy has to be shocked thinking that creating an ice wall would help him from any attacks, Tails yelled. You go, Midori, Mina yelled, excitedly. Midori? Amy asked, looking to Class 1A. It's a nickname we give to Midoriya and it's a nice name, Hakagor said. Oh, I get it. So that means you're lovers to him? Amy asked as the girls flinched. No, we're just friends, Mina yelled, trying to hide her blush. Everyone needs to focus on the match. This is important right now, Sonic yelled as Momo joined in. That's right. Izuku's in a situation he's facing a tougher opponent, even if Todoroki's in our class, she said as Tetsu yelled. Heads up, Midoriya, he's doing it again, the iron quirk user yelled. Todoroki did the same attack again, spreading the ice towards Izuku. The boy uncurled himself by doing Delaware smash again, breaking the incoming ice with another snap on his fingers. The boy landed on the ground with his feet. He glared at his opponent, breathing hard from all that ice he used. How long will he continue this attack? He should find another move. I know for a fact he won't use his left side, but I'm going to try forcing him to do it. Izuku thought, looking at his fingers. My fingers didn't break with use one for all. That's good. But I must keep an eye on the emerald. I already remember what happened at USJ when I was fighting that Nomu. I didn't pay attention when the emerald lost all that power. Can't let that happen while I'm fighting. Deku's dodging everything attack from Todoroki's quirk, Ochako said. Izuku's maybe trying to force Todoroki to use his left side, Momo said. You think he'll use his left side? Kendo asked. It's only a matter of time unless he gets bored by using that same attack, Momo said. I'm not sure about it. Todoroki's not been bored using the same attack in the other rounds of this festival, including during combat training, quirk assessment test, and the USJ incident. Unless something happens, Midoriya may have a shot at winning this. Unless Midoriya makes one big mistake, Iida said. Either way, I think it will happen. Trust me, Izuku may have a plan in hand, Momo said. I hope you're right, Ochako said. Back in the hero's seat, Toshinori was impressed on how his successor was hanging on in this fight. Not a single bone broke while using one for all with the help of the Chaos Emerald. He was impressed by how Izuku can crush through the ice as Cream noticed the same attacks Sonic would do in the past. Mr. Izuku is just like Mr. Sonic, using the spin dash like many of the freedom fighters would do in the past against Dr. Eggman, the rabbit said. Chow, Cheese said, young Midoriya been outstanding so far. Using my quirk to deflect the ice away from him, plus, as Cream said, he's using the same tactic as Sonic would do in the past. Must be this kind of training he's done before I even met him. Guess that Chaos Emerald does come in the handle. But he needs to be careful, don't drain out much energy from the emerald. We all know what happened last night. It would be a disadvantage for him if the emerald turns black. Toshinori thought as he looks on at the match. In the seats, the Shiketsu students and the Big Three were observing the fight. They were amazed by how Izuku would use a snap of his finger to destroy ice coming towards his way. Amazing on how he would do that, Nijire said in excitement. It's that emerald the boy has. He's making him stronger to do whatever he can from making sure his opponent doesn't spread the ice towards him. Mirio said, seeing the emerald in Izuku's back pocket light up. You can see the boy's reaction. No fear during this fight. He's determined he wants to win this. Seiji said, seeing the look on the boy's face. I'm surprised Midoriya is not shivering from that cold air we're getting, Kami said, wrapping her arms around herself to get warm as she notices Inasa had that serious look at the ring. Is he okay? Come on, Midoriya. Beat Endeavor's son. I want his father to be embarrassed, he thought, clenching his fist. You want an endurance match, Todoroki said, getting in his fighting stance. That emerald is helping her out as Sonic mentioned. But I'll end this quickly. He uses his ice quirk again, spreading it towards Izuku as he uses Delaware Smash again to break the ice apart. He's been using the same attack. Is he going to run towards me or keep attacking me with the same attack? He thought when he saw Todoroki created an ice hill by running on it, making his move to attack him. He's making his move now. He's going to try to attack me from above. Izuku does Delaware Smash again by snapping his fingers, destroying the ice hill Todoroki made. But the dual quirk user jumped off it at the last second. He quickly uses his right hand to trap his opponent with his quirk. Izuku looked up by doing Delaware Smash again, sending his opponent a little upward. He quickly jumped in by doing a somersault kick. He uses his right leg, releasing a thin green wave on Todoroki's chest, slamming him on the ground hard, making a sized impact with rocks and ice flying everywhere. Wow! Midoriya lands a big kick on his opponent. He may have gotten the knockout punch right here. This could end it, Present Mike yelled. Izuku, make sure you end it. Hurry up, Sonic yelled. Todoroki, wake up because he's going to end it, Shadow yelled, causing Sonic, the freedom fighters, and the students to look at him in surprise. Izuku prepares for a stomp attack on his opponent by launching himself to hit his opponent very hard. However, Todoroki lifts his right hand, activating his ice quirk by spreading the ice upward, catching Izuku's legs within seconds before he did the attack. It caught Izuku by surprise. But the ice was spreading more, trying to trap him from moving everywhere. Todoroki is about to trap Izu in the ice. Ribbit, Suyu said, worrying for the boy. If he doesn't find a way to get out, Midoriya will be in big trouble, Hiryu yelled. This is not good, Setsuna yelled. Izuku, find a way to get out of the ice. Sonic yelled before turning to Shadow. Are you rooting for Todoroki or Izuku? The cinnamon bun activates one for all again. Instead of doing Delaware Smash, the red vines were appearing around his left arm. Forming his fist, he was ready to deliver another attack to escape from the ice. Detroit, smash! He yelled, slamming his fist on the ice, creating a bigger shockwave. The ice shattered everywhere from his attack with enough wind blowing everywhere in the stadium. Heads up! Knuckles yelled, smashing a couple of ice heading their way. Blaze uses her fire to melt the ice and Vector punches a couple of ice with Big doing the same. Almost looks like my quirk when he punches like that, Kendo yelled, activating her quirk from shielding both Class 1A and 1B from the wind once it died down. She deactivated her quirk before returning to her seat. At least Izuku escaped from the ice, Momo said, seeing the boy standing on the ring breathing a sigh of relief. With that attack, he may have sent Todoroki out of the ring, Kirishima yelled, looking around for the other boy. Not quite, Shadow said as the cold air cleared, seeing Todoroki still in the ring with the ice wall behind him, protecting him from flying out. That ice wall he made is protecting him from not flying from the ring. Good idea. Looks like we're in for a long match, Sonic said, seeing the emerald in Izuku's back pocket. Just hoping that emerald doesn't turn black. Or he'll be in big trouble. Music end, that was much more powerful than your previous attacks, Todoroki said, moving some of the ice out of his way. You're trying to keep me away. Smart. There's gotta be another way to beat him. I have to admit, he's giving me everything he can with how much strong that ice quirk is. Izuku thought, seeing his opponent standing, breathing cold air from his mouth. His judgment, mobility, reasoning, all of his abilities are incredible. Is there anything Midoriya can do? Shota asked. He broke through every ice attack like a badass. He can just for the finisher, Awase said. Unless there's something Midoriya's thinking, Hiryu said. Remember, he came close at beating him with a stomp attack, but Todoroki is a smart opponent. Remember, he is the son of the number 2 hero. What? Tetsu asked with a surprised look. You mean that Icy Guy is the son of Endeavor? Now we know why he got in through recommendations as Yaomomo did. Being the son of the number 2 hero is very impressive, Kendo said. I still think Midoriya can win, Yui said. I agree with Yui, Setsuna said. Come on, Deku. Think of something to win this match, Ochako said. The nerd has the upper hand, unless Todoroki has another idea, Juru said. Have to admit, Todoroki giving Izuku a great fight. I know he doesn't want to end this quick. Sonic said. Noticing something from Todoroki's right arm. He's shivering. No way. All that Icy uses on Izuku is making him shiver. A grin flashed on his face. Something tells me he got this. What's the matter? Todoroki asked towards his opponent. Are you really that wore out from defending against me? You're the one who talks. I've been ready since this happened. Izuku answered when he notices Sonic giving him signals by pointing fingers towards his opponent. The boy looked and noticed his right arm was shaking. He's shaking. His quirk is catching up with him. I want to take my chances of going for an attack, but not yet. I have to think of something. I'm sorry about this, but thanks for drawing it out, Todoroki said before looking up to the seats to see Endeavor watching with a disappointing look. Look at him. He's furious I'm not using his power. Izuku noticed Endeavor watching the battle when something came up in his head. An idea of remembering what Todoroki said in the tunnel. That's it. I think I got an idea. It won't be pretty, but I think it will work, he thought, glaring at his opponent. Sonic and Shadow look up to see the number 2 hero watching. You know he isn't happy at what he's seeing, the blue hedgehog said. Because his son isn't using his left side. That what that old man is waiting on, Shadow said, looking back at the match. So far, he isn't happy because his son is being outdueled by Izuku. Unless he wants to use his left side, he better starts thinking of something. Either way, I don't have time for this. Even if that emerald is helping you out, I did say I'm planning on winning this tournament with this quirk. Until then, it's time to end this. Todoroki activates his quirk again, sending a megaton ice wall towards his opponent for the finish. Todoroki's going to end this, Kirishima yelled. Midori's in big trouble, Mina worried. If he doesn't find a way to attack back, Tsuyu said. Then Deku's going to lose, Ochako said, getting worried. Hurry up and move, Kendo yelled as Momo got up from her seat. Izuku. She yelled from her seat. Once the ice was getting closer, Izuku flashed a grin, just like Sonic. I'm not done yet, he yelled when the Chaos Emerald glowed brighter. Delaware, smash. He flicked his fingers, sending a big shockwave forward. The force of the impact destroys the ice. Todoroki flinched, using his arms to shield himself from the attack. His body forcing him his boots to slide on the ground, towards the end of the ring. At the last second, he created another ice wall, blocking his chance to be eliminated from the round. The shockwave lasted within seconds for the boy to recover from that attack. Why are you going this far? He asked, getting up to see his opponent. He was shocked to see something he didn't expect. From Class 1A, 1B, the Freedom Fighters, Shiketsu students, Big 3, Endeavor, Hatsume, Shinso, and Toshinori. They were stunned by not only seeing Izuku angry but around the boy's body. Red vine-like lines courses throughout his body that coincides with the energy flowing through him with a bright green aura much like the Chaos Emerald would do. This one was very different. No way, Ochako said with a shocked face. What is that kind of power? Ida asked, adjusting his glasses with a surprising look. Bakugo got up from his seat to see his former friend's power. A shock looked formed to a little anger. What the hell is this power? Is Deku messing with me? Is he trying to get in my head by showing off his power? Damn it, he thought. I've never seen anything like this, Kendo yelled. What is this, Izuku? Is this your true quirk? Momo thought with a surprised look. That is so crazy, Kaminari yelled. Todoroki's has to be scared now, Mineta yelled. This is so awesome, Hakagor yelled. Midori may have a shot after all, Mina yelled. Tails heard a beeping sound. He pulled out his Miles Electric to see the energy going off and the data going up the charts. No way, he yelled. Izuku is stronger than anything we've seen, and it's not coming from the emerald. Could it be his quirk then? Knuckles asked. It could be, Tails said. And the emerald is brighter, Espio said. Never seen anything like this, Silver said. Sonic was surprised by the power that was seen by Izuku. He quickly ran out of his section. Within seconds, he arrived at the hero's seat where Cream and Cheese greeted him. The other heroes and the principal saw the Hedgehog arrived where Sonic saw Toshinori looking with a surprising look. Mr. Sonic, do you see that? Cream asked as the Hedgehog passed her. All Might, do you see this? He asked, standing next to the hero. It has to be one for all. I've never seen anything like this before, he answered, It almost like something unleashed it to happen. Unless the Chaos Emerald read his mind as it would do, Sonic said. I'm not sure, but this is interesting, Toshinori said. In the seats, the Shiketsu students and Big Three were surprised by the power Izuku just created. It's amazing, Tamiki said with a surprised look. Who would have thought a kind of power like this the boy would unleash, Seiji said. I wonder what that Todoroki person is thinking now, Mirio asked. The more ice he uses, it's not working. Midoriya can just for the win now, Kami said as Inasa jumped up from his seat. Let's go, Midoriya. Kick his ass, he yelled as the others were surprised. Whoa, what's gotten to him? Najire asked. He was all silent throughout with a serious look. Now he's all fired up, Kami said. Wonder what's Inasa's problem? He wants that Todoroki person to lose, but for what? Seiji asked. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were amazed by the power Izuku was getting around his body. The data and information were going up the roof on the screen like everything was getting haywire. How in the world he got that kind of power? Cubot asked. 1 minute he was about to be frozen only for something unleashed in him, Deku said. You don't think it's the Chaos Emerald? The readings from it are going up the roof, Snively said, looking at the screen. It has to be from the quirk All Might gave the boy. Very interesting to see how this plays out. Eggman said, looking to Todoroki. If I'm him, he better just uses his fire quirk to gain momentum on his side. In the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki looks on with a surprising look seeing his target on screen with much more power. His eyes were on the Chaos Emerald, seeing it again like back at USJ where the boy took on the Nomu. The phone rang from the computer as he quickly answered it. You're watching this, Shigaraki? The same voice from earlier asked. Yes, Master, that boy just unleashed a strong power, he said. You mentioned about the emerald the boy has against the Nomu. I'm seeing it for the first time. Never would have thought it would make the boy this strong. This is going to be interesting, the voice said. Indeed, Shigaraki said, observing the screen. So, I guess emerald does make you stronger? I guess it'll be nice to have that myself. Back in the ring, Todoroki stood up to see his opponent with his new power. He was surprised to see how it would appear after Izuku uses his fingers to crush the ice with his shockwave. He sees the red vines lines all over the boy's body. The green aura was very brighter than the Chaos Emerald despite the emerald sharing that power to make him stronger. His head was down, with the shadow of his hair covering his eyes. What is this, Midoriya? Are you trying to intimidate me with it? He asked but no response from the boy. Why are you not responding? Answer me right now. No response again as Todoroki was getting very angry. Fine, if you don't say anything, I'll end this right now. He was ready to activate his ice quirk again until Izuku appeared in front of him within a second, delivering a big punch to his stomach. The pain was so much it caused him to cough blood out from his mouth. His body hung downward with Izuku's body holding him. The boy's fist was still on his stomach. You're trembling, Todoroki. Izuku finally responded as Todoroki looked to the right of him. You're so busy thinking your ice quirk is enough to win this tournament. I saw your arm shaking and the ice is getting to you. You use all that power only to reach a setback. He then kneed him to the stomach before moving back to his spot. Todoroki dropped to his knees, breathing out before spitting a little blood on the ground. He wiped the blood with his arm before looking at the boy with a deadly glare. You bastard, he said with venom. You think you can win with half your strength? Izuku asked, getting angry by clenching his fist. Look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet. He lifts his head, showing his eyes glowing bright green and a red vine mark shaped of the letter X across his face. He was angrier than ever. So, come at me with all you got. Todoroki flinched by seeing his opponent's face. Class 1A, 1B, the Freedom Fighters, the Shiketsu students, and the Big Three were all surprised by Izuku's reaction. Toshinori stood there seeing his successor's reaction. Todoroki should have kept his mouth shut, Sonic said, eating a chili dog. Guess we'll go ahead and just say it now. Izuku going to win this match. Unless he uses his left side, Nezu said, standing next to him. True. It's up to him to make that decision. If not, then the win goes to Izuku, Sonic said. What do you mean his left side? Cream asked. You'll see it soon, if Todoroki does do it. Sonic said as he saw Todoroki getting back on his feet. Midoriya, what are you trying to do here? He asked, seething. You want my fire? Or did my monster of a dad bribe you or something? Now I'm mad. Todoroki charges towards him to get in range. However, Izuku appeared within seconds delivering another punch to his stomach with his right fist. The dual quirk user was stunned by the attack. He coughed a little blood again by the punch. At the same time, the boy spoke towards him to the left ear. Imaging, an egg in a microwave. Izuku whispered as Todoroki flinched. He sneakily uses his left hand to freeze some of his left hand. But because of Izuku's punch, he couldn't fully use his ice enough to stall his attack. The punch forcefully sends him back to his area. Izuku felt the ice on his left arm, flexing it to shatter it like nothing else. He looks to see Todoroki getting back up on his feet, wiping the small blood off his mouth. He was angrier with enough venom. He quickly uses his ice quirk again. This time, it wasn't coming that faster and Izuku knew it. He dodged it quickly by doing a quick step to the right. At the same time, Todoroki tries to use his quirk on his face. Izuku quickly spun around, grabbing his arm to do the same attack he did against Shinso. Todoroki kicks him backward, away from him as the two fighters were inches away. Midoriya's kicking some ass on Ice Boy, Tetsu said. Todoroki has already been punched twice in the stomach. You can tell he's coughing blood out after those attacks. Shiro said as Uraraka see Izuku's anger face with a worried look. I've never seen Deku that angry, she said. Probably because of what Todoroki said before the festival started in the locker room, Iida said, referring to Todoroki's declaration of war on Izuku. Really? Kendo asked. You don't want to know about all of that. He just looked at Midoriya with anger for no reason. Even I was surprised, especially when it's your classmate talking to another classmate, Iida answered. It's not that, Momo said with everyone looking at her. She looked on at the match with a serious look. Izuku's not angry about that. Remember what he said minutes ago. He told Todoroki. He hasn't laid a single scratch on him because he's been using his ice quirk throughout this battle. Looking into all this, he's trying to get Todoroki to use his left side. Really? Ochako asked. His left side? Kendo asked. His left side is his fire quirk. Before the festival, Izuku told Todoroki if he was going to use his left side. Todoroki took that talk as offensive. Since then, he hasn't been using it throughout the festival. You can tell Izuku's very angry. He's trying to force him to use his left side. You're spot on that topic, Shadow said, appearing in front of Class 1A. That's exactly what Izuku trying to do. You can tell Todoroki's already at his limit with his ice quirk. Izuku could have gotten a chance to put this match away, but he won't. The only way he'll end it if he forces Todoroki to use his left side. We'll see how this plays out, if Midoriya's plan works, Iida said as they look on at the match. Midoriya going all out despite Todoroki trying to gain some advantage. Every ice quirk attack he uses, his opponent has found ways to destroy every ice attack coming towards him. Question is, does he have a finishing move to take down Todoroki? Present Mike asked. Aizawa sitting next to him look on at the match. He remembered telling his class work harder with no excuses a couple of weeks ago before the festival was happening. He was focused on Izuku and the Chaos Emerald, but seeing his anger was very interesting. It's amazing how Midoriya would gain that much power from both the emerald and the quirk at the same time. He could end this match right now after delivering a ton of blows towards Todoroki. But he's not, and seeing some of his anger after unleashing that new power is making me wonder. What's driving him to be this intent? He thought as he saw Izuku did another Delaware smash, sending Todoroki backward before creating an ice wall, blocking him from losing this match. What are you doing this? Todoroki asked seeing Izuku running towards him. I want to live up to people's expectations, he said. I want to be able to smile, by doing something for them. I want to be a pro, whatever it takes to be a hero. He yelled before delivering another punch to Todoroki's stomach. That's why I give it my all. That's why you should be. Todoroki holds his ground as Izuku walked towards him. There's no way I don't know what you have gone through. Or why you even here. Your life has been so different than mine. But right now, stop screwing around. If you want to reject your father, fine, but you don't have the right to be number one if you don't use your full power. Those last words from Izuku made Todoroki flinch in surprise. His mind flashbacked, remembering as a young child with his father and mother. Flashback years ago, in the Todoroki household, a young Todoroki was on the ground, coughing during the rough training while holding his stomach at the same time. His father, Endeavor, looked down on his son with a serious look and no remorse in him. Stand up. If you get hurt that easily, you can forget about being All Might or being a small-time villain, he said when his wife walks towards them, trying to comfort her son. Please, stop pushing him. He's only 5 years old, she begged. He can take it. Get out of my way, Endeavor yelled, shoving her to the ground. Todoroki heard it as he stopped crying, looking up to see what just happened. Mama? He asked. After the training, Todoroki was crying in his mother's chest while she comforts him in her room. I don't like him, Mom, he said, crying. Please, I don't want to be the kind of guy he is. I don't want to be someone who bullies you and hurt people. But, honey, she said, stroking his hair, you still want to be a hero, don't you? He looked up to see his mother smile. Just remember, stay true to yourself. You can be the kind of hero you want to be when you grow up. End flashback. Todoroki's mind was interrupted when Izuku delivers another punch to his stomach, sending him backward again. That's why I'll beat you, I'll surpass you, he roared in anger. Todoroki's in his world. Wonder what he's going through, Shadow thought as he sees the boy flying. Flashback a couple of days ago, Todoroki stood on the balcony seeing his brother and sister playing a game with a friend as he looks on with a smile. But Endeavor walks by, grabbing the boy's hand and dragging him away from that. Ignore them, Shoto. We live in a different world that I trained you for, he said. Later that day, Todoroki woke up from his nap. He yawned before walking in the kitchen when he heard his mother's voice. He hid at the doorway to see her talking with someone on the phone in front of the stove where a teakettle pot was boiling water on it. He could hear her voice with the sound of worrying. She stood up. I feel like I'm going crazy, she said before starting crying. I can't take it anymore. Every day, the children seem more like him. And Shoto, that child's left side looks unbearable to me. All I can see is his father. I can't raise him anymore. I want to run away from him for the rest of my life. Mom, what are you saying? Todoroki asked. His mother flinched when she heard her son's voice. She turned slowly to look at him with eye wide, trembling in fear. At the same time, the teakettle pot was whistling very high, signaling it was getting hotter. Everything faded to black with some of boiling water splashing and a boy screaming in pain. Days later, Todoroki's left eye was wrapped in bandages, looking down with Endeavor looking at him, talking about his mother and the day that she would hurt her son with boiling water. Moronic woman. To hurt you in such an important time, he said. Where's Mom? His son asked. Huh, oh, she hurt my masterpiece and put her in a hospital to keep you safe. Endeavor answered, not a care in the world for his son's injury. This is your fault, he said, looking at his father with an angry face and tears coming from his eyes. You're the reason you made her hurt me. End flashback. Todoroki slammed to the ground after being punched again. He slowly got up, coughing small blood again to see Izuku looking at him with an angry look. No, I'll protect her, he said, referring his mother. I won't use my left side. It's yours, your quirk and not his, Izuku yelled again. Todoroki again flinched by the words the boy mentioned. He minds remember the day he sat watching the television with the symbol of peace on it. Flashback in the living room, Todoroki sat down watching television with his mother on the couch. They see the symbol of peace on screen doing a pep talk about children inherited their parents' quirks. Yes. That's right, All Might said. Children often inherited quirks from their parents, or develop similar power cells. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it, regardless of your history. You decide how you use it. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. Only you can decide to become a hero. No one else. The hero did he usually smile with a thumbs up. Take this to heart, kids. You got it. Honey, you still want to be a hero, don't you? His mother asked as the boy smiled at the television. Just remember, stay true to yourself. End flashback. Todoroki remembers the words of his mother about staying true to himself. He almost wants to cry. But inside his body, it was getting warm. Some of the ice around his body begins to melt. Steam was coming out of his body until flames appeared on the left side of his eye. Flames appeared out of nowhere around him. The heat was felt from Izuku, Class 1A, 1B, the Freedom Fighters, the Shiketsu students, Big 3, the heroes, and the crowd all over the stadium. What is that? Present Mike asked. No way, he's using his fire. Ochako yelled as Iida and Momo looked at one another. Yaoyorozu, remember what Todoroki said before the cavalry battle? He asked, remembering mentioning about never using his left side. We all did, she said, looking at the ring with a smile. Izuku manages to motivate Todoroki to use his left side. Or else he'll never become the hero he wants to be. Midoriya did the manliest thing I've never seen before, Kirishima said, comically crying. Dude, seriously? Kaminari asked. Midori will still win this though, Mina said. I agree. Let's go, Midori, Hakagor said. Incredible, Iida said, looking back at the ring. It's amazing, Kendo said with a surprising look. What didn't he use that against me? Tetsu asked. He finally has shown his fire quirk, Tails said. The first time we've seen this in a long time, Knuckles said. Izuku got him to use his left side. Now let's see what happens next, Shadow thought. Someone get some water. That boy's on fire, Cream yelled. It's okay. He's not on fire. That's his other quirk. Nezu assuring the young rabbit. Seriously, she asked. It sure is. It's about time Todoroki got his left side active. Now the real fun begins. Sonic said, flashing a grin. Great job, Izuku. You got him to activate it. Now hurry up and win this fight. You made him use his father's power, Midoriya. Don't tell me you did this to save him, Toshinori thought. Fire quirk? That's amazing, Najire yelled in excitement. This is his left side? That's unbelievable, Kami said. Be interesting to see how this plays out. Either way, I still want Midoriya to win this fight, Inasa said. This is going to get good, Mirio said. The flames around Todoroki cleared up. Instead, the flames were active on his left side. The ice finally melted from the heat as the boy looks to Izuku with a grin on his face. You're helping your opponents, he said. You're a fool. Even though you want to win this battle, now which one of us is screwing around? I want this too. I want to be a hero? Izuku's face forms from anger to a grin much like Sonic. He manages to save him from the darkness of his own. The two look at one another with grins. However, a voice was heard from the seats. Yes, Shoto, Endeavor yelled with flames lit up while walking the steps. Everyone in the stadium turns to the number 2 hero. Inasa had a look of disgust to see the hero he uses to love but was snubbed by him for not getting an autograph, walking down the steps to see his son. Great, again. Sonic yelled, rolling his eyes. How many times I have to see this guy? Have you finally accepted your purpose? Endeavor asked with a smile on his face. Very good. This is the dawn of a new era for you. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You'll live up to the reason I created you. Midoriya. The hero turns to see Inasa yelling from his seat. Finish him off. Do it. Beat the crap to wipe that smile on Endeavor's face. Both fighters ignored both men yelling, still staring at one another. Amazing, Izuku said with a smile. Why you smile? Todoroki asked. With the power of both your quirk and emerald, let's see if you have a chance to finish me with my left side. Or better yet, both my fire and ice quirks. He activated his ice quirk even more along with his fire. Bring me everything you got, Izuku said with a grin, powering up both his quirk and emerald at the same time. Quick, Midnight. We got to intervene, Cementos yelled, activating his quirk. Agree. We better hurry, Midnight yelled, ripping a cloth off her shoulder, letting out a pink aroma. Here it comes, Sonic yelled. Everyone hit the deck, Knuckles yelled. Big blocks of ice charges towards Izuku as the boy dodges them. He flew towards his opponent with enough power to try to win this match. The grin on his face was still there. Todoroki raised his left hand, powering up his flames to unleash one final attack. He charges towards his opponent, ready to use it on Izuku. At the same time, the cinnamon bun clenched his right fist, ready to do another big Detroit smash. Detroit Smash, 100%. Izuku yelled as Todoroki unleashed his attack at the same time. Midoriya, thank you, he thought with a smile on his face. Both quirks collided, creating a megaton explosion almost like a nuclear bomb set off at the stadium. Luckily, Cemento's quirk formed 5 blocks of walls in between both attacks by the boys. A mixture of cold air and wind gushed everywhere in the stadium. Everyone in the seats felt the big wind as they used their arms and eyes closed to shield themselves from the wind. Whoa! Kaminari yelled as he saw Mineta flying off, but Zero uses his quirk to pull him back in. This is crazy, Kendo yelled, activating his quirk to shield her class. Big, shield everyone from flying off, Amy yelled as the cat grabbed hold of every member of the freedom fighters from flying. What's going on? Momo asked. I can't tell, Ochako yelled. Shadow took cover from underneath the seats, preventing himself from not flying. It took 10 seconds from the wind to die down and the explosion disappeared. A big mushroom clown appeared above the stadium for the others outside to see. Both Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Mount Lady were all stunned what they just witnessed. The stadium itself was silent as they all were stunned except for Endeavor, who still had that big grin on his face after his son uses his left side. Everyone waited for the smoke to clear to see who won. What happened just now? What the hell is up with your students? President Mike asked while falling out of his seat from the impact. The air around the ring cooled down and rapidly expanded when heated up, Aizawa said as his friend got back in his seat. Wait. That's what caused the explosion. How hot did that fire get? President Mike asked, looking around at the smoke. I can't see a thing with all this smoke. Who won this match? Does anyone know? The Class 1B students regained their composure from the impact as Kendo deactivated her quirk. She saw her classmates were okay before turning to Class 1A. Everyone was okay as well. Shadow appeared from the seats to look at the smoke. The freedom fighters quickly got out of Big's arms to see the smoke. Who won? Does anyone know? Tails asked, looking around. I can't see, Momo said, looking around. Please, Izuku, did you win? It didn't take long for the smoke to finally cleared up. Both classes got up from their seats to see what happened. Izuku was on one knee with his head down, breathing heavily on the ring. The green aura and the red vines vanished. The Chaos Emerald slowly dimmed, deactivating. His gym clothes were tearing except for his pants, revealing his muscular body with a couple of burnt marks. He got up on one knee, his eyes were normal again, looking around to see where Todoroki was. He looks in front to see another part of smoke disappearing away from him. It shows Todoroki, leaning on the wall on the other side. His clothes were also torn from the explosion. His head was down before his body collapsed to the grass, leaving a big crack on the wall. Midnight regains her composure after flying back from the impact. She looks to see where the fighters were. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins, she yelled as the crowd roared. Music insert. World map music from the Sonic Colors Ost. He did it, Inasa yelled, happily. That was crazy. Never thought both fighters show their powers like that, Seiji yelled. Incredible fight that was. Najire yelled. That Midoriya kid just beat Endeavor's son. Unbelievable, Mirio said. Kami was relieved that the boy won. Something caught her eye when he saw Izuku's muscular chest. He has a chest like that. That's so awesome. He's so cute, she thought, taking pictures of him from her phone. Inasa stopped celebrating to see Endeavor's not a happy face. That's what you get for snubbing me from an autograph years ago. Now, how's it feel that your son lost, loser, he thought. Mr. Izuku won, Cream yelled, jumping up and down happily. Chow, Cheese said. Did I say he was going to win? Of course, because I was right, Sonic said, running to Toshinori, playfully punching him. He did it, buddy. I knew you would do it, he said, giving him a fist bump to him. With that being said, I got to celebrate with my friend, Sonic said, running to the railing. Whoa, 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 are you crazy? Vlad King asked. I'll be fine, Sonic yelled before leaping off the railing to the field. Is that Hedgehog that crazy? 13 asked with a sweat drop. He's as friendly, if you might ask, Toshinori thought before looking down at his successor. Well done, Midoriya. Not only you won the match, but you saved Todoroki, very proud of you. Izuku pull off a big win, Knuckles yelled. Wow, that boy almost got himself killed, but he pulled it off, Vector yelled. Amazing fight, I thought he would lose, Silver yelled. Luckily nobody got hurt, Amy said. Momo sat back down, breathing a sigh of relief seeing Izuku on the ring. That was so close. He still saved Todoroki and still won at the same time. She thought of turning to Uraraka with a smile on her face. The girls smiled at one another. Iida and Kendo did the same as they were happy that he won. Midoriya still won. Hell yeah, Tetsu yelled. I thought he was going to lose after that blast, Setsuna yelled. I swear that guy almost worries me when he does these things, Hiryu said, remembering when Izuku almost got killed by the Nomu. But he did it though. Shadow looks on with a smile on his face before turning to Todoroki. He quickly jumped off from Class 1A section to land on the field. He notices Sonic also arrived, running towards Izuku by hugging him and nagging his head at the same time. You pull it off, buddy. That was a heck of a fight, the blue hedgehog yelled. I can't believe I won, he said, looking around as the crowd roared. By the way, that power you just unleashed, Sonic said, referring to the power Izuku had after smashing the ice quirk. What just happened? I'm not sure. I just got angry and unleashed it mysteriously, Izuku said, trying to walk but kept getting back on his knee. You're okay. I'll take you to RG's office, Sonic said, putting it around his neck with Izuku's arm on the Hedgehog's neck. He notices Shadow was approaching Todoroki. What's Shadow doing? I'm not sure. Let's go check, Izuku said as they were walking off the ring. Todoroki sat there with his head down, looking at his hands. After all that power he unleashed, he thought he had the upper hand at beating Izuku. It didn't. I lost, he thought before he heard footsteps. He looks up to see Shadow approaching him. You're okay? He asked. Not quite. After all that power including my left side I still lost, Todoroki answered. It doesn't matter if you lose. You managed to do something for the first time. You use your left side and nothing more. It's a disappointment you lost but, be grateful for you did. You still got a great future at becoming a hero, Shadow said before they saw Sonic and Izuku approach them. You okay? I'm fine. Got me a little sprained foot after the impact, he answered before looking down at Todoroki. You okay? I thought I had you with everything I got. Yet, you still managed to find ways to win. I must wonder if that emerald saved your life from the impact. Seeing your body, it has a little burnt mark around it. It's almost like you're invisible, he said, observing Izuku's body. Let's just say it's my lucky charm if things don't go anyway, he answered as Sonic spoke. I have to give you credit. You two almost blew up the ring together. But, seeing your left side activate, it was awesome. Either way, you put up a great fight at the end. Hopefully, you continue your quest to become a hero, he said as Todoroki formed a smile with his eyes closed. Thank you, he said before Shadow has his hand in front of him. Need help? He asked. Todoroki offered his hand as the dark hedgehog pulled him up. Shadow put his arm around the boy's neck and Todoroki put his arm around him as they proceeded to walk to the tunnel. Sonic and Izuku followed suit. The blue hedgehog turns his eyes to see Endeavor looking at them. Looks like someone's not happy his son lost, he said as they turned to see the number 2 hero with an angry look. To tell you the truth, I'm glad Midoriya won this fight, just to piss off my father more, Todoroki said, glaring at his father. That's fine with me. Instead of that evil smile he had earlier, Shadow said, referring to his conversation with him and All Might. Endeavor gave one last look before walking off the steps. The boys looked at him one last time before they made their way to the tunnel to Recovery Girl's office. End music. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were amazed after the fight. They were glad their target was moving on to the next fight, but were very impressed with how the fight ended with both boys going for their final attacks. He was amazed by Todoroki as well on hoping to be the next candidate to be part of his empire. What a fight that was! Coconuts yelled. Both boys went all out at the end with a megaton explosion, Deku yelled. I'm surprised they didn't blow up the stadium, Grounder yelled. Be grateful that Izuku made it to the next round. If he would have lost, I would have no use of watching this festival. It was a close call though at the end. The emerald itself protected the boy from that explosion, Eggman said. Anyway, how about that Todoroki kid? Snively asked. He showed off both his quirk at the same time, almost beating out our target. I've never seen anything like it. It was interesting how he would use his fire quirk. Izuku was angry at him though we couldn't tell because there were no microphones anywhere near the ring. Either way, our target's moving on. Very well, then. It'll take a while for the ring to be fixed after that attack, Eggman said before changing to another subject. Has anyone seen Infinite? Not sure. We've been focusing on this festival for a while, Snively said. He should be watching the festival with us. Oh well, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, I could care less, Eggman said. Hosu City, the ward, was located west of Tokyo. Many people were just going about their lives, walking in the streets, taking trains, and driving around the city. However, above the rooftop of the building, the hero killer looked down for any pro-heroes he could take down. He heard footsteps to see Koda making his way. I hope you're ready. This next training will be the biggest challenge of your life, Stain said. I'm always ready, the boy said as the hero killer observed his costume. The boy was dressed in black armor. He had black knee pads with a black bandana much like the hero killer. His hat was upgraded with a visor, observing any type of data like a scouter type and a sword with him. The suit is a little okay. Maybe the doctor can help you got more. Anyway, get ready. It's time to put you to the test, Stain said as he looks around to catch his eyes on a hero, dressed like Ida's costume. And I think we found our target. Distance away on another building, Infinite uses his helmet to zoom in on the two. So, they'll prepare for the next thing. This should be good. It'll be nice to get involved as well for the time being, he said. Right before he was leaving, he heard something from behind. He turns around to see a violet-purplish portal appeared. Before then, a person walks out from the portal to face the ultimate mercenary. You? Kurogiri asked. Well, if it isn't a person from USJ days ago, Infinite said as the two stares down at one another. Chapter 37. Battle of the Hedgehogs. Back in Hosu City, Infinite was about to join on both Stain's and Koda's first attack on any pro-hero after following them. Before he was leaving, he sensed something from behind. Turning around, he saw a purplish fog portal forming. He got in his defensive stance, ready to attack as Kurogiri walks out of the portal. Both people were surprised to see one another since the USJ incident. You? The Warp Gate quirk user asked. Well, if it isn't the same person along with that crybaby of another person from USJ days ago, Infinite said. It's been a long time since then. What are you doing here? Kurogiri asked, looking around for any sight of egg drones. Is that doctor of yours here with his devices? Spying on us? Don't worry, he's not here. He's busy watching that stupid sports festival going on at the academy, Infinite said. Oh, that's right. The festival at the academy where students show off their quirks. Interesting that Tamura Shigaraki is watching the same thing as well. He didn't want to be bothered, Kurogiri said. What are you doing here, anyway? Infinite asked. I'm looking for someone that resides here in this ward. Someone that has known to hunt pro heroes and someone you've never know or seen before, Kurogiri said. You're looking for the hero killer, correct? Infinite asked as the warp gate quirk user flinched. Huh? How did you know that name? He asked. Let's just say he's very busy with his student, Infinite answered, looking back at the building where his targets were. Student? Kurogiri asked with a curious look. He has another person trying to learn how to take on a hero. Basically following in his footsteps to become hero killer number 2. And I intend to see how this plays out, Infinite said, walking on the edge of the rooftop before turning to the warp gate quirk user. However, if you wish to come along and see how this plays out. Are you serious? Kurogiri asked. If I was you, I will be careful, because this could be extremely dangerous. Infinite said as he flew off the roof, flying to his destination. This is going to be interesting. He better not lures me into a trap, but if he is right, then the hero killer is not far. I'm interested in this student. Kurogiri thought as he uses his quirk to exit from the rooftop. Back at the stadium, the first match of the round of 16 concluded in a classic. Both hedgehogs carried both boys to Recovery Girl's office. Sonic knocked on the door as the door opened. The nurse guided them in, ordering them to place the boys on different beds so she can treat their injuries. You boys almost blew up this stadium. The room shook like an earthquake is happening, Recovery Girl said, turning to the hedgehogs. Thank you for bringing them here. No problem, RG. Bright side, Izuku's okay despite some burn marks and a sprained right foot that caused the explosion to happen. Todoroki got the worst of it. The impact causes him to go crashing to a nearby wall. Sonic said as Todoroki sat up despite the pain in his chest. You okay? Shadow asked, seeing the dual quirk user place his hand on his stomach. I'm fine. Still feel the pain on my stomach from Midoriya's punches, he answered. Did I hurt you that bad? Izuku asked. Duh. You did by delivering 2 big fists and a knee on his stomach. Boy was coughing blood out from all those hits, Sonic said. And those were huge attacks where Izuku activated his quirk at the same time. Probably a broken rib as well that causes him to cough blood, Shadow said. Then I must fix him quickly. Recovery Girl approached Todoroki by standing next to his bed. She uses her quirk by kissing his arm. Burned marks and bruises were quickly gone and his body was fully healed. She walks to Izuku, kissing his arm as burnt marks were gone and his sprained right foot was fully healed. Consider yourself lucky you didn't get any broken bones after that big attack you two launched. Sorry about that. I just got incredibly angry throughout that match, Izuku said. Well, you were begging him to unleash his left side and you did, Sonic said. That's true. Wish I have never gotten that angry though, Izuku said when Recovery Girl gave him and Todoroki new UA gym uniforms. These are new clothes to replace the ones you two torn during your match. Go ahead and change in them quickly, she said. The boys took a couple of minutes to change in their new gym clothing. Sonic and Shadow look on the television screen where the next match was about to begin. The next match is Big the Cat vs Itsuka Kendo. Shadow knows his match is coming up after. He walked to the door, getting the others' attention. Where are you going? Sonic asked. My match is coming up right after this one. I need time to focus and get ready, he said. That's right. You're fighting Silver, Sonic said. Seriously? A battle of the hedgehogs? Izuku asked. Silver has more power. But I do have enough to beat him. It should be a good one, Shadow said as he walked out of the door. Shadow, Todoroki said as the dark hedgehog stopped to look at the boy. Thank you. Even though we will not meet in the tournament, you gave me hope in the end to be a hero. Of course, Midoriya was the one that showed me the light. But you were a part of it. I thank you for that. The hedgehog gave him a nod of approval before exiting from the nurse's office. The second match of the round of 16 is about to get underway. President Mike's voice was heard from the speaker. Kendo's facing against Big, Izuku said, shivering comically in fear. I hope she finds a way to beat him after he put Mina in a submission move. The one I do not want to think about. And I just realized something, if he wins, I could be facing him in the quarterfinal. You can't count out the girl, Sonic said referring to Kendo. Remember she took me in this tournament. She came close to beating me when I found a way to win. And her quirk has 2 big fists. Who said she can beat Big with her quirk? That's true. They matched evenly in this one. And she'll be motivated by it after losing to you earlier, Izuku realized. Then let us get going. Plus, I want to see Shadow and Silver battle together, Sonic said as Izuku and Todoroki struggled to get off the bed. I forgot. Recovery Girl's quirk causes both of us to lose stamina at the same time the pain goes away, Izuku said still struggling to get up. Me too. Takes time to gain that stamina, Todoroki said, trying to get back up. Well, allow me, Sonic said, placing both arms around their shoulders. Thanks for the help, RG. I'll take it from here. The hedgehog does a big speed boost out of the office, with papers flying everywhere. Recovery Girl shook her head but smiled at the same time. That hedgehog is something, she said. Back in the stadium, the crowd roared as President Mike got their fired up for the next match. Took a couple of minutes to get the tournament to continue with Cementos using his quirk to rebuild the ring after the last match ended with a big explosion. The good news was that nobody was hurt from all the debris and ice that was flying everywhere throughout. Alright, sorry for the delay after that last match. But the ring is finally rebuilt, and we are ready to continue. The second match of the round of 16 is about to begin. Present Mike yelled as both contestants were in the ring. Let us welcome our contestants. First up, she a girl with two big fists that can beat any villain within a second. She failed in the opening round of the one-on-one tournament, but she is giving a second chance to win. From the hero course of Class 1B, Itsuka Kendo. This is my chance to redeem myself, she thought, stretching her arms out with a determined look. Her opponent is there's any villain that dares to take on this huge cat, don't bother. He can use both arms to hug his opponent into a dangerous submission move. From the Freedom Fighters, Big the Cat. Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Sonic arrived at Class 1A's section, letting both Izuku and Todoroki head to their seat. The Hedgehog quickly returned to his seat, greeting the others. The Cinnamon Bun's eyes were dizzy after going through speed. The dual quirk user calmly returned to his seat, still in deep thought by looking at his left hand. Izuku shook his head, walking to his seat. Kaminari and Zero congratulated him on their win. The boy walked back to his seat, sitting in between Uraraka and Momo. Other Freedom Fighters in Class 1B also said their congrats to him. Congratulations, Midoriya. Great match that was, Iida said. Thanks. I didn't think that would be that hard, Izuku said, breathing a sigh of relief. It was awesome, Deku, Ochako said. You managed to force Todoroki to use his left side and won the match at the same time, Momo said. That's true, too, Izuku said when arms around his neck surprised him. Awesome fight, Midori, Mina yelled, placing her head on his left shoulder. You and Todoroki almost blew up the stadium, Hakagor yelled. Both Momo and Uraraka turn around to see Mina hugging Izuku's neck with her head placing on his left shoulder. She forms a mischievous grin on her face. They saw Izuku's face turn red, getting nervous and uncomfortable. Both girls flinched with tick marks forming on their foreheads. The creation quirk user got up from her seat, pushing her backward. Ashido. The next match is coming up. We have no time for you to make Izuku uncomfortable, she yelled. Ah, come on. I was just congratulating him on his win. Besides, I want to see how those muscles felt and where he got them, she said. Izuku flinched by those words. He notices both Uraraka and Momo look away with blushed looks. They witness seeing his muscular chest and arms after his fight. He turns to Mina who was grinning at him. He then saw Suyu and Jiru looking away with blushed faces. Momo shook her head, trying to compose herself. Either way, you must maintain yourself. Now sit there and just watch the match, she said, sitting back down, making sure her blushed face was not seen by anyone. Oh, fine, Mina said, sulking by sitting back down with her arms crossed. That girl is so crazy, Ochako said, still with pink cheeks as Izuku calmed himself before looking at the ring. I hope Kendo knows what she's doing. She's facing a big opponent, he said. I hope she wins. As long as she doesn't dive into his arms, Mina said, sitting in behind him, shivering that she was in that same position earlier. Her quirk is Big Fist. Plus, she did look on at your match to study her opponent. She came close at beating Sonic and she's motivated for this one, Izuku said. I hope you're right, she said. Let's go, Kendo, Setsuna yelled. Make Class 1B proud, Tetsu yelled as Amy yelled. Let's go, Big, she yelled. Let the second match begin, Present Mike yelled. The match got underway with Kendo running towards the cat. She activates her quirk by enlarging her right hand. She swung her arm backward before swinging it forward to hit the cat. Big quickly jumped up, dodging the attack. Instead, he would do a body press attack to try to drop himself on her. Kendo quickly realized it by enlarging her left hand as the cat dropped himself towards her. She uses both hands, grabbing the cat before he would be going for a quick finish. She tries to grip him tightly but Big, with his strength, forces himself out from her hands. The cat quickly does a battering ram attack, delivering several punches towards her. But Kendo uses her large left hand to block every punch when the cat tries to slam her. She quickly uses her large right hand to block his attack. That girl is that good with those large hands, Amy said. Come on, Big, you got this. Hey, no offense. But our big sister is fighting back, Awase yelled from his section. That cat better be careful, our class representative can win this thing, Setsuna yelled. Don't get too excited, Big can win this thing, Amy yelled back. They're right, Amy, Sonic said as the pink hedgehog turns to him. Don't count out on Kendo. Remember, she came close to beating me with her quirk. She could have won for sure, but you know, I always find ways to come out on top. I can see her face. The fire in her eyes. That is determination. She's motivated to win this for sure. You sure about that? Amy asked as Izuku walked up to her. Sonic's right, he said as the pink hedgehog turns to him while the boy looks at the battle. Sonic and I talked about how Kendo can match easily with Big. They both got supersized strength with her quirk considering two hands enlarging. She easily using her hands to dodge Big's attacks. Keep in mind, she must have studied his attacks during the cavalry battle and his battle against Mina. As Sonic mentioned, she is motivated for this one. This may be her last chance to win. You could be right. It will be a battle for sure. I'm still pulling Big to win this one, Amy said as she watched the match. Looks like the huge cat is in a big tug-of-war battle. His opponents with both huge hands are blocking every attack and it seems to be working, Present Mike yelled. The girl took a couple of steps back to redeem herself. Every attack he has blocked so far. Do not think for a second, he has other attacks in his back pocket. Must be ready whenever he tries to attack. Hopefully, a chance for me to attack back, she thought as the cat pulled his fishing rod. The huge cat pulled out his secret weapon. Present Mike yelled. That fishing rod he has is no joke, Kaminari said, remembering the attack the cat used during the cavalry battle. The cat started swinging the line from his fishing rod to try to get the hook towards the girl. Kendo saw the hook coming towards her, moving to the right to dodge it. Big quickly swings right. She activates her quirk, enlarging her right hand by slamming the ground, elevating her in the air. Kendo looks down at the cat, giving her a chance to strike and end this match quickly. Now's my chance to attack, she thought, flying down with her fist still enlarged, creating a fist to launch her attack. The big sister of Class 1B is about to go all out with her attack, Present Mike yelled. Kendo enlarges her left hand, preparing for a double big fist quirk attack on the large cat. Big sees the girl coming towards him. She dropped like a missile once she uses her quirk on the cat. The attack causes the concrete to crack. Smoke rising at the same time. The crowd was speculating if the match was over. Do you think she got him? Setsuna asked, looking around. She must have. There's no way that Cat Cam survives both her fist, Awase said. The smoke finally clears up where they see the fighters. Kendo had her eyes closed, preventing the debris from entering her eyes. She slowly opens them to look that her fist was on the cat's large stomach. That attack tickles. Kendo looks to see Big, giggling, not even a single pain from her attack. My quirk does not affect him? She was shocked as both classes were. That cat survived that? Tetsu asked with a shocked look. How in the world can he survive that? Kosei asked. And it's laughing too? Kirishima spoke with a shocked look. Hello everyone. Both classes turned to Amy. Those kinds of large attacks won't affect him because his bulk and is giddy enough. He does not feel the attacks at all. Like what that girl did with her quirk. I guess she's in big trouble, Ochako said. Pretty much, Iida said. Big then lowers Kendo's hands before doing a battering ram attack, delivering scratching like jabs then a head-on attack, sending her flying off the ring and landing on the ground outside. Itsuka Kendo is out of bounds. Big the cat advances. Midnight yells as the crowd cheered. This cat is a dark horse in this tournament. I have a feeling this one could run away with this tournament unless he faces one of his own. Students better hope they have a great plan against this one. Present Mike yelled as medical bots arrived to carry Kendo to Recovery Girl's office. Poor Kendo, Momo said. Big is just strong. There is a reason why he was paired with me, Uraraka, and Mei during that cavalry battle. He's going to be one difficult person to face, Izuku said. That's why he's one of the best on the Freedom Fighters, Sonic said as Big walked back to the tunnel. There goes our big sister, Setsuna said. Cheer up, guys. You still have one person in your class in this tournament to prove something. Charmy B said, referring to Tetsu. I'll make sure to make Class 1B better when I fight, the Iron Quirk user said. While the next fight was coming up while Cementos used his quirk to fix the cracks on the ring, Iida got up from his seat. The others noticed this. Iida, where are you going? Ochako asked as the boy turns to them. I have to go make a phone call. I won't be that long. I'll be back, he said as he walks to the tunnel. I wonder who's going to call, Ochako asked. No idea, Izuku said. In the tunnel, Iida looks around to see if anyone was coming. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. Scroll on the screen, he found a name to call. He swipes his finger on the name to the right as he calls that name. Hey, are you there, Tensai? It's your brother. He was interrupted when the phone went to voicemail. I am currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone. Please leave a message. His brother's voice as Iida ends the call. Oh, well, we'll talk soon, brother, he said before walking back to his seat. Back in Hosu, Ingenium continues his search for the hero killer. He got on his radio, telling Squad A to check north while Squad B was to check the west side. Police sirens were heard throughout the city, indicating they were helping the hero search for Stain. Ingenium ran past an alleyway before sensing something in the alley. He presses the brakes with his legs, using his quirk to hop on the wall of the building to see from the air where he saw his target. No doubt about it. It's him, he said, landing in the alley in front of the target. I found you, hero killer. The silhouette of the hero killer looks to the hero with his red eyes shining. With no response, he pulled out his katana, preparing to fight. You were warned. Surrender now or fight. Ingenium activated his engine quirk again. Charging towards the hero killer, he uses his right leg to deliver a powerful kick. He swung his right leg, hitting his opponent but in a shocking twist. Once his leg hit his target, the hero killer's body vaporized with red cubicles, disappearing after the attack. What? That was not him? How that possible? That is a replica that causes my victims to falsely perceive the presence of other characters. Ingenium turns around to the way he entered, seeing the ultimate mercenary behind him. Seems you thought it was the hero killer in front of you. Who are you? And where's the hero killer? Ingenium asked, getting into a defensive stance. The hero killer is here but not at this moment. For now, you must deal with me. I will show you how you cannot control reality. A master of manipulation that you think you are invisible, Infinite said. What are you talking about? Ingenium asked as Infinite activates the phantom ruby on his chest. Multiple red cubes from behind Infinite, floating to the right side of him, was creating another replica. This time, it was something Tensai did not expect to come. The replica was finished. He was shocked to see something familiar. Tenya. The replica was his brother, Tenya Iida, created by Infinite. It works as hero costume minus its helmet. It has squared blue eyes replaces with red eyes, much like the All Might replica at USJ. I heard a lot of information that this is your brother, correct? Infinite asked. Let's see how it's brother versus brother going against one another. TT, that's not my brother, that is fake. You're trying to trick me, Ingenium yelled. As I said, I'm a master of manipulation, and you're part of it, Infinite said, activating the ruby again. The ruby created a shockwave manipulation, causing the alley to go upside down. At the same time, it activates gravity disorientation, causing the hero to float like he was falling. I'll let you brothers fight on. Let me know when you're done. Infinite floats by himself upward, exiting from the alley. Ingenium tries to activate his quirk to go after him. But the replica Tenya charges towards him, blocking his chance to go after the mercenary. Infinite landed back on the rooftop. He sees both Stain and Koda, looking down at the fight between the brothers. Kurogiri was looking down, stunned by how the power of the Phantom Ruby. The same power he saw at USJ when the Eggman Empire launched their attack. He'll be tired by the time it's over, Infinite said to the hero killer. You and the child will have a chance to strike. I'm surprised you can do all this. Stain said. I'm just helping out. We part of the Empire, remember? Infinite asked. What about him? Koda asked as they turned to the portal quirk user. I should get rid of him for what he did at USJ, Infinite said, approaching Kurogiri. But I do want to ask a question. Why are you? And it better be something important. I was sent by Tamura Shigaraki. The person with multiple hands around his body. You saw him at USJ before that Eggman person showed up. Including you. The portal quirk user answered. And what's your reason for being here? Infinite asked. I was sent to recruit him, Kurogiri said, looking at the hero killer. Recruit? He's part of the Empire, Infinite said. I didn't notice that, Kurogiri said. I can do you a favor, Infinite said. You can send us there to meet with Shigaraki. Back at the festival, the next match of the tournament was about to begin. This time it is a battle of the Hedgehog type. Alright, the ring is fixed and ready for the next battle to begin. Look out, everyone. This one is a guarantee that one freedom fighter will be out of this tournament. But this one will be awesome. Let us get fired up for this one. Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. Let us meet our fighters. First up, he is a silver type hedgehog that has the powers to float things in the air. From the freedom fighters, Silver the Hedgehog. The Silver Hedgehog uses his psychokinesis to fly out of the tunnel. He heard the roar of the crowd as he waved to them. He landed at the ring, deactivating his power. And his opponent. He is a quiet type, but he takes battles like this very seriously. He is another favorite in this tournament that can sneak his way through the top. From the freedom fighters, Shadow the Hedgehog. Present Mike yelled. Shadow walked to the ring with a serious look. He ignored the crowd while they cheered for him. This should be a great fight. A battle of the hedgehogs, that's for sure, Zero said. I'm curious who's going to be the better hedgehog when this is over, Kaminari said. It gotta be that Silver Hedgehog. He has a quirk that like Uraraka, Shoji said. Who you guys going for? Even though they are part of your team, Suyu said, looking at the freedom fighter seat. We're staying neutral in this. It's going to be a great fight though, Amy said. I would take Silver in this but don't count out Shadow in this. He's a sneaky one just like me, Sonic said, turning to Izuku. Who you will win? He saw the boy writing in his hero's notebook, examining both Hedgehog's strength and weakness. Shadow is much like Sonic. Speed and power. Plus has superhuman strength. He can overturn large objects many times his weight. He's extremely acrobatic, agile, and an experienced athlete capable of gracefully leaping over any obstacle that heads his way. Izuku said before beginning to mutter while talking about Silver and writing down in his book at the same time. Everyone from Class 1A, 1B, and the freedom fighters looked at the boy, hearing him mutter. One who was getting annoyed was Bakugo. He was about to explode on his former friend but kept him cool. Momo could only help but giggle with her mouth covered. Izuku, Sonic tapping his shoulder. What just happened? He asked, looking around. Everyone can hear you muttering, Sonic said as the boy looked around, seeing classmates and others with dumbfounded looks except for Bakugo and Todoroki. Sorry about that, he said, being embarrassed. Save the apology later. The next match is about to start, Sonic said as he turns back to the ring. Other students did the same. I'm curious how Shadow will do in this battle, Todoroki thought, examining both hedgehogs. I've seen the Dark Hedgehog and his skills the cavalry battle. I know he has more to add in this battle. Let the battle of the hedgehogs begin, Present Mike yelled. Music insert. Naveed by Our Lady Peace. Sorry about the ring. I need to borrow some pieces. Silver apologizes to Cementos as he activates his psychokinesis, causing the ground to crack. Multiple pieces from the cement came up, forming chunks of rocks rising to the air all around the Silver Hedgehog. Hey, I just fixed the ring, the cement quirk user yelled from his seat. This is almost like what I did, Ochako yelled, referring to the same thing in her match with Bakugo. Not bad, Silver, but I can do better, Shadow thought. The Dark Hedgehog activates his air shoes to attack. The Silver Hedgehog uses one rock to attack first. Shadow using his acrobats by doing a backflip to the right, dodging the rock. Silver using another rock but Shadow using his air shoes by elevating, instead of dodging it, he steps on it for support to get in the air. Silver launched two rocks towards him. Shadow dodging the first, doing a side jump to the left, landing on another rock. The second rock almost nearly hit him but does a quick side jump to the right landing on another rock. A fourth rock appears out of nowhere. He quickly grabbed the rock with his right hand. Enough super strength like Knuckles. He threw it back to see if it hit Silver. But the other hedgehog used teleportation, easily to dodge the rock. Silver teleported back to his positing, using his psychokinesis to hold the rock from not hurting any fans. Not bad, Shadow. You want to win this tournament, Silver said. It's important for me to win this and fight with Sonic or Izuku down the road, Shadow said. We'll see about that, Silver said as he threw the rock back towards the Dark Hedgehog. Shadow showing his aerobatting skills in this fight. Dodging every rock, the Silver Hedgehog has, present Mike yelled. The Dark Hedgehog dodges another rock attack with another acrobat backflip. After landing, the Silver Hedgehog teleported in front of him. It caught Shadow off guard as Silver uses his left leg to kick the other hedgehog. Shadow grabbed the leg, moving it to the left before responding with a karate chop. Silver teleported from behind, deliver an elbow to the back. Shadow does another backflip to get the hedgehog from behind and try to deliver a swift punch to end this match. Silver does another teleportation. He appears above the Dark Hedgehog with Rock using psychokinesis at the same time. Shadow quickly pulls out his gun. Silver saw him with the object, quickly teleported away before he would pull the trigger. The hedgehog still has the gun. Kaminari asked, referring to the weapon Shadow used during the cavalry battle. I remember he almost shot us in the cavalry battle. That other hedgehog has been using teleportation in this fight, Mineta yelled. It's like he's one step closer to getting the other hedgehog. Such a shame it has to be these two against one another, because it's a guarantee that one will move on. Shoji said. Imagine if these two were in the next round. I doubt that, unless it's Sonic in that next round, Zero said. I think that Silver Hedgehog is going to win. He's all the tools he can and maybe a chance to win this tournament, Awase said. I wouldn't count on it, Rouge said as both classes looked towards her. Silver is good but don't count on Shadow out. Much like Sonic, he always has a last-minute plan. And one mistake by his opponent, he finds that opening and ends it. Trust me, I've seen it before. She is right. Don't count out Shadow, Sonic said. Izuku observes the match, knowing that one of these hedgehogs he will face in the next round. Shadow and Silver are showing great skills. He thought. One of these two could be my opponent in the semifinals if I can get past Big in the quarterfinals. I must examine them very carefully and find their weak points. Won't be that easy though. I'm impressed at Shadow's skills. Silver is giving him every match he can. Perhaps after this tournament is over, I can ask Shadow if he can help me learn how to do this. It'll make me stronger. Todoroki thought, looking closely at the match. Shadow landed on a rock from the sky. He looks around to find Silver anywhere. The likelihood he would appear from behind or in front of him to do a surprise attack. Instead, the Silver Hedgehog teleported 6 inches away from. The Dark Hedgehog turns to his opponent. We're showing everyone a great fight. Unfortunately, someone must go down. I know it won't be me, Silver said. It's my destiny to win and to beat Sonic or Izuku. I won't anyone stand in my way, Shadow said. I thought you would say that. Let's see how you can fare with this, Silver said, activating with perhaps his powerful psychokinetic yet. The other rocks he did not use for attack all were floating above him. They were mashed into a giant ball many times his size. The crowd in the stadium was all amazed by the ball the hedgehog created. Looks like Silver is going for the finishing move, Sonic said, not surprised. WW, what do you think he's doing? Izuku asked, being nervous. Meteor Smash is Silver's final move. A chance to put this match away, Sonic said. I'm not sure this is a great idea, especially with us inside this stadium, Momo said. It's almost like Midoriya and Todoroki did their final move that almost destroyed this stadium, Iida yelled, returning to his seat to see the fight. I have a bad feeling about this, Mineta yelled as Midnight got on her earpiece. Nezu, this could be a dangerous move. We have to stop this match before Silver launches this attack, she yelled. Don't worry about it. Shadow knows how to get out of this. Besides, Silver would never hurt anyone, the principal said. You can't be serious, Midnight yelled. Don't call off this match. Trust me, Nezu said, still in his calm voice. Fine. Midnight said, giving up. I don't like this one bit, Silver going all out and winning this one. With a big ball of rocks together, he can have a chance at winning this, but it could come as a problem, Present Mike yelled. Unless Shadow has a plan to doesn't get anyone hurt, Aizawa said. The Dark Hedgehog was in thinking mode, trying to find out how to avoid disaster for many people in the stadium to not get hurt. Hoping to end this match safely, he looks around for any chance of getting towards Silver. He saw one of the rocks to the right of him floating towards the ball. He jumps on it in hopes of getting towards the other hedgehog. Silver saw him coming as he teleports from behind to ambush again. Bad move this time. Shadow surprised him by throwing dust he carved off the rock he is on. He threw the dust, blinding Silver's eyes before doing a spin dash on him, knocking him down on the ring. At the same time, the ball behind him collapses with rocks dropping on the ground, avoiding any injuries to the crowd. It sends dust out of the stadium. End music. Shadow landed back on the ring safely once the dust disappeared. He saw Silver knocked out on the ground. Silver the Hedgehog is unable to continue. Shadow the Hedgehog advances to the next round. Midnight yelled as the crowd cheered. What a match that was. The Battle of the Hedgehogs lived up to its anticipation. Here I thought I was worried that Silver was going to launch his final attack. But Shadow pulled it out with the victory as he moves on to the next round, Present Mike yelled. Shadow walks back to the tunnel. Still has that serious look, avoiding the crowd cheering. He notices both Sonic and Izuku looking at him. The blue hedgehog gave him a thumbs up with a smile. He also notices Todoroki looking at him. Shadow turns away before entering the tunnel. Does he know how to smile? Ochako asked. He always takes these matches very seriously, Sonic said. In the seats, Tsukauchi and the female reporter breathed a sigh of relief, including many people around them after that match. That was a close call. Here I thought we were finished as well, he spoke. What was that silver hedgehog thinking? She asked. My guess he wants to win this match badly, he said, chuckling. By killing us as well? She asked, giving him a dumbfounded look. Perhaps, he said when his phone rang. Grabbing it from his pocket, he looks at the screen noticing it was work. Detective Tsukauchi. This is him. His face went too serious after hearing something that is not good. I'll be there. What happened? She asked as he put his phone back in his pocket. I have to go. There's an incident involving a hero down in Hosu City, he said, whispering in her ear. Are you serious? She asked. I know. I wish I would have my off day to spend time with you, he said when her phone rang. She quickly grabbed it out of her purse to see on screen the same thing. Hello? She asked as she let off a sigh. Fine, I'll be there. Let me guess, Hosu City for you too, he answered. Correct. She spoke. Guess we both got the same thing. Different though, he said as they both got up from their seats to exit the stadium. In the hero's seats, Toshinori heard his phone vibrate, seeing a text from Tsukauchi telling him he was leaving because of an important call. Something wrong? Ryuko asked. No, just a text from Tsukauchi. He had to leave early, police business, he spoke. Perhaps something very important that is serious, Uwabami said. He told me there was a call in Hosu City. That is where the hero killer sightings are. My guess he struck again. Question is, who he has gotten, Toshinori thought. Back in Hosu City, police along with Ingenium's team arrived at the scene in an alleyway where the hero laid on the ground with blood. He was wounded severely, waiting on an ambulance to arrive to take him to a nearby hospital to get his wounds healed. Somewhere in the city, Koda stood on the rooftop, looking at the dagger with blood on it. It shows it was him that severely wounded Ingenium after the hero was a distraction by the replica of his brother created by Infinite. The boy felt a hand on his shoulder as he looks up to see Stain with a serious look. I know it tough for the first time. I felt the same way myself. You will get used to it. It'll take time. He spoke before walking to both Infinite and Kurogiri. All right, we're done here for now, Infinite said, turning to the portal quirk user. I believe it's time to see Shigaraki. Please don't do anything crazy, Kurogiri said. We won't, unless he doesn't do anything stupid, Infinite said. Kurogiri activated his quirk as they all enter inside the portal, leaving Hosu City to the League of Villains hideout. Chapter 38. The Hedgehog vs. the Creation Girl. On board the Death Egg, Eggman and Snively were already bored of the tournament. The minions were already gone from the bridge, scattered around the station. The only two matches that were better were both the Izuku Todoroki match and the Shadow Silver match. The doctor was praying he wanted the Dark Hedgehog to lose. But changes his mind, knowing the likelihood that Shadow will meet Izuku in the semifinal, pending if the boy can beat Big the Cat in the quarterfinal. The doctor sees Cementos creating new cement for the ring with his quirk after Silver uses it as a weapon for his match. Looks like we're going to have to wait until the ring is fixed, Snively said. Who's next on the list for other matches? Eggman asked. Tails is facing the Kirishima boy. That match is next. Snively said, looking at the list of matches on his tablet. Plus, Sonic the Hedgehog is that Yayorozu girl. The one that lost our match quickly to that Tokiyami person. Also, that Iida person we have been talking about will face that Iron Quirk boy. Then our favorite recruiter Bakugo will face off against Knuckles. That match should be fun, and finally, Tokiyami will face off against that alien girl with Acid Quirk. That should end the round of 16 and the final 8 should be set for the quarterfinal. Well, that Bakugo-Knuckles match should be fun, especially when it's our favorite recruiter, Eggman said, referring to the Explosion Quirk user. Maybe the Sonic match against that girl should be interesting. I heard she can create stuff from her body. She does, Snively said. Very well, hopefully, this tournament ends soon. I'm about to be bored about it. Eggman said. By the way, has anyone seen Infinite today? I'm not sure. We have been so busy watching the festival, we lost track of time on other stuff. Colonel Stain including, looking for those two people that attacked USJ weeks ago, Snively said, referring to both Shigaraki and Kurogiri. I haven't forgotten about those two, Eggman said, a little anger in him. How's the update on the search for those two nuisances? Our egg drones are flying around the city, searching for them. However, we're talking a cautionary since they've been compromised by that Shigaraki person on the rooftop and the arrival of the Freedom Fighters, Snively said. Keep trying to find them. Once we find them, I want them brought to me. I'll deal with them before I robotize them, Eggman said. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard. Both men turn around to the screen where the words, alert, flash on the screen. Snively ran up to the large computer, typing a couple of buttons before the alarm went off. The screen shows a map of Japan. A red dot blinking on a location. Snively type in more buttons, forcing the screen to zoom in more on the location of the red dot. Sir, this is a beacon coming from Infinite's mask, he said, confused. What? Infinite's in Japan? Eggman asked, marching to the screen. What's he doing there? I gave no order to attack. Where's he at? It appears that the Ultimate Mercenary's location is in a ward called Kamino Ward in Yokohama City. The question is, why is he there and setting off a beacon? Snively asked when a message appears from a small screen in front of him. It appears Infinite is using the Morse code from his mask. He's sending a message to us. What it says? Eggman asked. It says I'm with both Stain and the boy. We are in a bar that is in the Camino ward and we found your 2 targets which are their hideout. Snivelly reading the message. Sir, is he referring to? If he's correct, then we may find our targets, Eggman said with a smile. Order the minions to the robots. Time to return a favor to those targets. Minutes before the beacon activated before the Death Egg got the message, in the League of Villains hideout located in the Camino ward, Shigaraki continued watching the sports festival from his television by examining the upcoming students determined to become heroes. The only ones he has been focusing on are 2 targets he has been hated for. Izuku and Sonic. His mind remembered the time he came close to ending the boy's life at USJ. Until the Hedgehog showed up and saved him. He's hated for Sonic is at an all-time high since then. Same time, he has been observing Izuku and his quirk like All Might including the Chaos Emerald he has been interested to learn more about including talking to an unknown voice from a computer call. But there was another thing going on at the same time he is watching the sports festival. Right on cue, the Decay quirk user heard a sound coming from behind. Turning around from his stool, he saw the purplish portal formed as Kurogiri, Stain, and Koda emerged from it. Took longer than I expected, Shigaraki said when he saw Koda standing next to Stain. A child. What's a child doing here? It's a long story, Shigaraki. I brought the hero killer as you asked. But there's another problem. These 2 aren't the only one that I brought with me, Kurogiri said. What are you talking about? Shigaraki asked when Kurogiri moved to the left, revealing the other person in the group. The Decay quirk user was stunned but gotten angry when he saw the ultimate mercenary. What's he doing here? Ah, not a hello I suppose. It has been a while since I saw you at USJ. Proving your destruction against heroes is really indispensable. Infinite said when Shigaraki got up, ready to fight. Calm down, Shigaraki, Kurogiri said, trying to calm him down. I should kill you now for interfering in our business, he said, ignoring his partner. Where's the fatso with the mustache at? How did you find this place? Let's just say I had help with your friend, who was in the area at the time when I was keeping an eye on the hero killer and this child, Infinite answered, looking to Koda. Who would have thought the boy had it in him in delivering and stabbing attack on a hero? What? Shigaraki asked, looking at the child. You mean him? This boy wounded a hero. You should know by now that this boy has been trained by the hero killer. He's already making a great soldier for the Eggman Empire, Infinite said. The Eggman Empire? Shigaraki asked. Kurogiri already told me you were planning to recruit the hero killer on your side. Unfortunately, he already made his decision. He's now along with this boy as working for Eggman, Infinite said. What? Shigaraki asked, angrily. He's working with the fatso. By the way, address the hero killer as Colonel Stain. Eggman gave him a rank. He controls half an army under his order. Infinite said as Shigaraki scratched his neck in anger. This is not far, he said, throwing a temper tantrum. At the same time, Infinite activated the silent beacon from his helmet, sending a Morse code to the Death Egg. I want him on my team. Instead, he goes to the fatso that wants to robotize All Might. Not only that but he also even robotized my Nomu to join in his empire which made me incredibly angry. The reason I want the hero killer is not only to kill All Might but to kill something that pisses me off. Shigaraki pulled out a picture of Izuku running past the finish line of the obstacle course. Like this little brat here. You mean him? Izuku Midoriya? The one that holds the green Chaos Emerald? Infinite asked. He's not the only one I want to kill. Shigaraki pulls out the next picture from his pocket. This is another nuisance I need to get rid of. The pictures show Sonic the Hedgehog on it. That blue hedgehog. I remember him seeing on screen when he came to Earth, Stain said, referring to the day the freedom fighters came to Earth. What? You mean this hedgehog came from another planet? Shigaraki asked in shock. He comes from the planet Mobius. He and his freedom fighters were tracking Eggman to Earth at the time the Doctor was planning his invasion on the planet. Just like me, Infinite said. You're from that planet, too? Kurogiri asked. I was. But that is another day to talk about. Right now, I want to go back to the park because you want Izuku dead. There's any reason why? Infinite asked, looking at Shigaraki. That brat interfered when I was about to kill that girl at USJ. He said, referring to Suyu. I was this close until he showed up. Fighting against my Nomu. Interestingly enough, he had help with that green emerald that makes him stronger. He came close to beating him, until it went out and became weak. That is where I entered and beat the brat to death. All Might was begging me to stop it. I could not because he pisses me even more off. Then I almost ended him with the Nomu crushing him to death. Until that blue rodent showed up and saved his life. That day I despite that brat and the hedgehog even more. That's why I want them dead. Interesting. You have revenge in your hand against both Sonic and Izuku. Killing them would be an idea. But it'll make it easy and boring to get rid of them. Infinite said. Perhaps, there's a chance we can agree. What are you talking about? Kurogiri asked. You want to get rid of those two. You need to talk with Eggman about that. Infinite said. Eggman? Shigaraki asked when the wall to the right of them explodes. Both villains using their arms to block the smoke and debris. The smoke finally clears when the two turn to see 4 egg robos with their gun cannons aiming at the villains. Kurogiri tries to activate his quirk to escape. A blade came flying past him, inches closer towards the right on the wall. He saw Koda aiming his blade at him, threaten him in case he escapes. Scratch, Grounder, Deku, Boko, Orbot, and Cubot appeared with laser pistols, aiming at the villains. Finally, Eggman makes his appearance from his egg mobile, looking down at Shigaraki. Well, if it is not the two losers that tried to get in my way, thanks to Infinite, I can finally put an end to you. Eggman said as Shigaraki turns to the ultimate mercenary. You good for nothing, he yelled. It's just business, Infinite said as Kurogiri turns to the screen. Sir, this is the Eggman person that came to USJ weeks ago. He's here, he said as Eggman turned to him. Who are you talking to? He asked. Ah, you must be Dr. Eggman, I presume. It's an honor to meet you, though we wish we would have met in person, the voice on the screen said. Who are you? Show yourself, Eggman yelled. Sorry, but I can't now. However, I am glad you are here. Because we both have a common goal. We share, though there's a quite different type of goals. I'm willing that you and I made a deal, the voice said as Eggman and Snively look at one another. A deal? Are you saying you want to make a deal with me? Eggman asked. After what your people decided to go after my target, why should I trust you? You should. Because we're after the same thing. That is all might, the voice said. Everyone looks at another. It was a Wild West standoff. Hearing everything from that voice on screen, would Eggman agrees to an offer he would not refuse? How will that go well for Shigaraki? All right. Sorry for the delay. Time to resume to round of 16, Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. 4 opponents have punched their tickets to the quarterfinal. Only 4 more left to advance. So, let us get to our next match. First, he is a hard opponent with a hard quirk that makes his enemies harder to take down. From Class 1A, he's Eijiro Kirishima. The hardened quirk user makes his way to the ring, stretching his arms with the crowd cheering for him, including Class 1A. And his opponent, you may think he's a child, but he's one tough hombre. He can float with 2 tails and he can fight. From the Freedom Fighters, Miles Tails Prower. Present Mike yelled as Tails flies out from the tunnel, landing at the ring with a thumbs up to the crowd. Let's go, Kirishima. Beat that fox for getting in the way of landing on a girl's back, Mineta yelled, referring to almost landing on Momo's back when Tails hit him, accidentally during the obstacle course. Shut up, pervert. Jiru yelled, using her earplugs to hurt Mineta. That's scary, Kaminari said, frightened. This is going to be a hard match for Tails. Kirishima has a quirk that can be hardening his entire body. It'll be difficult for Tails to find any weak points. Unless he can force Kirishima to lose stamina around his body. Then maybe Tails can win. Izuku said as he saw Sonic getting up from his seat. Where are you going? You're not going to watch the match? Have to get ready for my match. It's coming up next, so I'll be watching for the weighing room, the Hedgehog said. That's right. You're facing Momo, Izuku said, worrying about the last time she lost to Tokiyami. Don't worry, I'll go easy on her. I will make it a great match. Trust me, Sonic said, giving a thumbs up before leaving. I better get ready too, Momo said, getting up from her seat. Momo, the girl turns to Izuku. You can do it. Just believe in yourself. Don't worry, I can do it, she said, giving a wink to him before walking off. You think she won't have a repeat of what happened earlier, Deku? Ochako asked, worrying for the creation quirk user. Not this time. She will not let it happen. Win or lose, she can build that for the future, Izuku said as he turns back to the match. No offense, lil dude. I was happy when you beat the crap out of Monoma. He disrespects my class every single day. That I'm proud of, Kirishima said, flexing his arms. Now, this is different. Don't think I'm going easy on you. I am destined to win this tournament since I get another crack at this again. I can accept that. Every match will be hard, but I want to win this, Tails said, getting in his fighting stance. Let's get the party started. Let the match begin, Present Mike yelled. Tails went first, charging towards Kirishima. He quickly formed into a ball much like Sonic, Knuckles, and Izuku would do. He does a spin attack to try to end this match quickly. He went for the boy's stomach. However, it causes Tails to fly backward after the impact. The fox cub stood up, shaking his head to gain focus. He looks to his opponent, seeing him activated his quirk. His hardening quirk has his stomach hard as a rock, preventing him from being hit by Tails' attack. Nice try, little guy. But my quirk can turn my body as like a rock so I can withstand any attack you can bring, Kirishima said, using his finger to signal the fox cub to come. Ready to give up? I'm not giving up. This fight is just getting started, Tails said as he uses spin dash again to charge at the boy. Once he got near him, he quickly discharged the spin dash, using his fist on the boy's left face. Again, it did not affect when Kirishima activated his quirk on his face. You got to try harder, dude, he said, swinging his right fist at the fox cub. Tails dodging it by flying above him. Then quickly drive down from behind, trying to do a kick swing. Kirishima using his left arm to block it before delivering a punch with his right fist on the cub. Tails went flying but managed to use his feet to hold the break. Every attack the fox cub has, none of it not working. Seems like Tails is in big trouble against Kirishima and his tough quirk, Present Mike yelled. All Tails needs to do is just keep attacking him, Knuckles said. I forgot. The boy's stamina will go down and his quirk will deactivate. He'll be tired just like the last time you face him, Knuckles, Amy said. Exactly. But do not count out Kirishima, he's not going down without a fight. He may have new strategies after I beat him, Knuckles said. Back in the match, Tails got back on his feet, facing his opponent in his fighting stance. Kirishima stood in a defensive stance, both hands with his quirk active, hardening. Ready to give up, little dude? He asked. I won't give up, Tails answered. I like your courage, dude. That's so manly, Kirishima said. What's with the word manly he mentions every time? Sonic asked. I have no idea. It's a habit, Zero said. Kirishima charges towards the fox cub, expanding his quirk on both arms. Tails had other ideas in his head, waiting for that moment to come. The boy clenched his right fist, ready to strike. Tails stood still until he swung his punch. The fox cub does a jump flip, over the boy. He landed behind him. Kirishima quickly turns around to do a kick, but Tails surprised him by throwing dust from the ground at his eyes, blinding him. He quickly curls to a ball, going for the spin attack. He launched himself at the boy's change, sending him flying out of the ring, hitting the ground. The fox cub landed on the ring, with a thumb up and a smile. Kirishima is out of bounds. Miles Tails' prower advances. Midnight yells as the crowd roars. That little dude is amazing. He's showing some skill unlike any other. He found ways to win again, Present Mike yelled. He knows his thing. Have to admit, the kid knows how to win, Aizawa said. Tails jumped off the ring, approaching Kirishima, sitting down on the grass. He deactivated his quirk to see the fox cub walking up to him. He brushed some of the dust off, including from his face. You were amazing. That was a great fight, Tails said. Disappointed I lost though, he said, looking down before looking up, but I can't be a sore loser. That was a great fight. I almost had you, but you found ways to pull it out. Learned it from the best, Tails said, referring to his sidekick. He offers a hand to help the hardening quirk user. Come on, I'll help you. Thanks, dude, he said, grabbing the fox cub's hand, getting back on from the grass. No, I want that fox cub to lose for screwing with me during the obstacle course race. Mineta yelled, comically crying and referring to his attempt to land on Momo's back earlier. Will you shut up for once, Jiru said, using her earplugs, sticking it in his ears, letting out pain, comically. That little dude can show he can fight, Siro said. Entire Class 1B likes him though, Tetsu said, referring to Tails' win over Monoma earlier. He's so awesome, Mina yelled. Izuku smiled at his friend for his victory, seeing him and Kirishima headed back inside the tunnel. His face grew serious, knowing the next match is coming up. I hope Momo does well in this match other than the last one. Sonic will be harder to face, he thought. Meanwhile, back in Hosu City, in the aftermath of an incident, police arrived at the scene next to the alley. Ambulance also arrived, carrying a stretcher of Ingenium, who has blood loss but likely was still breathing. His team saw him as they carried him in the ambulance, rushing him to the nearby hospital. Detective Tsukauchi and the reporter arrived on the scene. His girlfriend quickly ran to her crew, ready for her breaking news report while he approaches the crime scene. Officers informed him that the hero was rushed to the hospital to be saved, so he'll have to wait to get questions from her later. He enters the alleyway and was a little surprised to see that much blood everywhere. Officers were taking pictures of the crime scene for any investigation. Guess the hero killer struck again. The detective turns to see Officer Tamakawa, looking around while walking towards him. He did. Another hero he took down. Luckily, he's fighting for his life right now, Tsukauchi said. Who's the hero he tried to kill? Tamakawa asked. Ingenium. One of the officers told me when I arrived, Tsukauchi answered. That's not good, Tamakawa said. He's at the hospital now. Hopefully, I get some questions once he's okay. Tsukauchi said, looking around for any new evidence that was left behind. He notices to his left behind a couple of trash cans. A bright magenta jewel lights up inside. What is this? He wore gloves before he picked them up to examine the jewel. What is that? Tamakawa asked, standing behind him. It's a jewel but A is type. Found this behind 2 trash cans, Tsukauchi said. You don't think that belongs to the hero killer? Tamakawa asked. I doubt it. But it'll be interesting to examine more of this. It'll lead us to more clues, Tsukauchi said. We're now at the second half of the round of 16. 4 opponents have punched their tickets to the quarterfinals. 4 more can clinch it. Let's welcome our opponents for this match. Present Mike yelled. First up, she's lost her match before but giving a second chance to redeem herself. From the hero course of Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd cheered as the creation quirk user stood in the ring with a serious look on her face. She was nervous before but this time, she was not. Izuku and the others look on, seeing the girl looking straight and focused. She looks ready, Ochako said. She's determined to win this one this time, Jiru said. I hope so. She's facing Sonic. That Hedgehog is going to give her a fight, Kendo said. Come on, Momo. You can do this, Izuku thought, remembering earlier in the tunnel he comforting her on the loss. Let's go. Yao Momo, Kami yelled from her seat. I wonder how she's going to fare against the Hedgehog, Mirio asked. She can create things. That's her quirk I heard about, but against that Hedgehog, it's going to be difficult, Inasa said. Unless she has a plan, Seiji said. And her opponent, this speedy Hedgehog has already sped his way through the tournament. Nobody is stopping him from his hot streak. From the Freedom Fighters, Sonic the Hedgehog. Present Mike yells as the crowd roared. The Hedgehog ran out from the tunnel, standing at the ring with a grin on his face. He looks to see the girl looking at her with a serious look. She's not smiling this time. Better take this very seriously, he thought, stretching his arms out. Let's go, Sonic, Amy yelled. You can do this, Tails yelled, returning to his seat in time for the match. In hero seats, Cream looks down at the ring. Her eyes were more focused on Momo despite she is rooting for Sonic to win. She remembers comforting her after her loss along with Izuku and Sonic earlier. She could tell that the creation quirk user was ready. I like her to win but it's Mr. Sonic that I want to win. This is so hard to choose, she thought. I hope you're ready for this, Sonic said to Momo. I can tell by the look of this you're determined to win. I am. This is a new me. I'm not going to fail this time, Momo said. Match 5, begin. Present Mike yelled. The Hedgehog wasted no time. He uses his boost to charge towards his opponent to go for the quick ending. He was going to try to go for the quick finish. This time, she wasn't going to end this match quickly. She surprised him by creating multiple flashbangs grenades, throwing 5 of them at the Hedgehog. She quickly closed her eyes from not being blinded. The Hedgehog saw them, confused by what they were when they exploded, blinding his eyes and a ringing sound hurting his eyes. Whoa! Kaminari yelled. What did Yaoyorozu just threw? Are those flashbang grenades? Uraraka asked. She just blinded the Hedgehog. Mina yelled. Sonic quickly shakes his eye, getting his eyes to focus after that surprise attack. He turns around to his opponent and out of nowhere, Momo charged towards him with a jetpack on his back she created to go fast. In her hand is her usual staff as a weapon she uses during the USJ incident. She tries to swing at him, only for the Hedgehog to dodge it by jumping over the staff. Sonic lands on the ring, turning back to the creation quirk user. The two stare down at one another. Not bad, you're not joking around this time, he spoke. I said I'm determining to try to win this match. I want to win it, she said, activating her quirk by creating roller skates on her feet like during the cavalry battle. She's going to go for more speed, Sonic thought. She activated the jetpack, with the roller skates she made for more speed. It's just like Sonic's boost speed. Sonic preparing for another attack by her staff. This time, she created another weapon. A shotgun. Everyone in the crowd was shocked, thinking she was going to kill the Hedgehog. What the? The Hedgehog asked in shock. Is she going to kill him? Amy asked. Okay, this is too much, Charmy Bee yelled. Momo pulled the trigger, everyone thinking she was going to kill him. Instead of real bullets, it was a net coming out from the barrel. She tried to capture the Hedgehog, only for Sonic to jump and dodge the net. He landed on the back of the jetpack. The girl felt him as she drops the gun, creating another flashbang. Sonic slapped it away from her. Then opened the hatch to the pack, disabling the jetpack. Momo was in trouble. Trying to find a way to get the Hedgehog, she notices that was inches away from being out of the ring. The Hedgehog quickly jumps off her to avoid the match to end in a draw. She quickly created a shield, slamming it to the ground, creating through the ground enough to slow her down. Then created another shield to block her from losing this match. Yaoyorozu is not going down without a fight. She almost was out of this match. Compared to her last match, she's showing determination against the Hedgehog, Present Mike yelled. She motivated after losing her last match. Sonic's giving her a fair fight, Aizawa said. Sonic looks on to see Momo, holding her knees while breathing. He saw a chance to end it by pushing her out of the ring. He quickly went for the finisher before she makes any response. Bad idea because she would surprise him by hiding another net she created, trapping the Hedgehog for good. Everyone was shocked, from Class 1A, 1B, the Freedom Fighters, the teacher's seats, and the other friends that didn't expect this happen. Sonic tries to pull every angle of the net as possible. Unbelievable. Yaoyorozu has pulled out a surprise trap on the Hedgehog. Could this be it? Is Sonic's magical run about to come to an end? An upset is about to happen with our own eyes, Present Mike yelled. And no way. Izuku yelled in shock. Momo's going to beat Sonic? This can't be happening, right? Ochako asked in shock. Come on, Sonic. You can pull this out, Tails said, getting worried. It's going to be an upset unlike any other, Kirishima said. How long do you think he'll be down? Kaminari asked. Depends on if he gives up. Right now, he won't. Unless Midnight calls the match for Momo, Kendo said. Sonic can't lose this one, Amy said. Right now, it's becoming a reality that Sonic will lose this one, Hiryu said. Sonic's not giving up. He has one trick on his sleeves. I know he does, Knuckles said. Sonic, can you continue the match? Midnight asked as the Hedgehog continues to struggle. Momo approached the Hedgehog with a determined look. Sorry, Sonic. I did say I want to win. I'm about to. Just give up. You can't get out of the net, she spoke. Sonic heard the words from her, noticing it was over. He felt his ride was about to come to an end. You know, you're right. I've been beaten by a human for the first time. I guess it's time to give up all of a sudden. But there's one more thing I have to say before I give up, he spoke. What is it? Momo asked when Sonic flashed his usual grin. I don't back down to anyone, he said when he showed off a flashbang in his hand, quickly pulling the pin. Momo was shocked as she tried to run away, but the grenade went off, blinding her eyes and noise ringing her ear. Surprisingly enough, Sonic escaped from the net and delivers a boost speed, flying her out of the ring, ending the match. Everyone was surprised how quickly the match was in favor of the girl, only to quickly shift to the Hedgehog's favor, again. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Sonic the Hedgehog advances. Midnight yelled as the crowd roars. He did it again. When everything was not in his favor, the speedy Hedgehog found a way to win again. He advances to the next round. Man, an upset was almost inevitable, Present Mike yelled. Yeah, Sonic won. Amy yelled as the Freedom Fighters, except for Shadow, cheered. That was close. I thought it was over for Sonic, Tails said, breathing a sigh of relief. I told Ya he finds ways to win again, Knuckles said, not surprised. Izuku was happy for Sonic to win the match. However, his focus was on Mono, who was sitting down with her head down on the grass. He prayed she's not devastated again like in her last round. He saw the Hedgehog approaching the girl. That was a great fight. I hope this loss doesn't hurt your confidence, he said when Momo looks up with a smile on her face. It's disappointing I lost, but it gives me great hope that I can learn from this. Besides, Momo got up from the grass, looking at the cinnamon bun from the seats. Someone wants me to become a hero, and I'm determined to be one. She smiled at the boy. Sonic notices this as he looks up seeing Izuku looking at her. He can only smile back before turning back to Momo. You got a long journey ahead of you. This match is only the beginning of your journey to becoming a hero. You were awesome, he spoke. Thank you, Sonic, she said before she stumbled on the grass again. Ow. The hedgehog quickly helps her on her feet. You, okay? He asked. I think I sprained my left foot after landing on the grass, she spoke. I'll take you to Recovery Girl. She'll help you out, he said, carrying her to the tunnel as Izuku looks on. You did great, Momo. You almost came close to beating Sonic. At least you're not devastated by this loss, he thought. Back in the hero's seat, the other heroes discussed the recent match. One person is Uebami, who her eyes were on Momo all this time. Looks like I found a person for the internships, the snake hero thought. Back in the League of Villains hideout, the standoff was over. Nobody was hurt throughout. The roof itself was quickly built back as Eggman and his minions retreat. Everyone outside couldn't remember what happened nor didn't saw anything thanks to Eggman's gadget that stops time. For Shigaraki, he was throwing a temper tantrum. Turning tables, throwing chairs, including some chairs throw at a nearby shelf where various bottles of alcohol were shattered, spitting a mixture of glass and alcohol on the ground. Kurogiri tries to calm down his partner but afraid he could be killed at any moment. No, 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 Shigaraki yelled, before throwing another chair at the wall. He quickly turns to the screen. Are you serious, sir? Calm down, Shigaraki. I know what I'm doing, the voice said via the screen. You don't understand. There's no way in hell I won't team up with the people going after All Might, he yelled. It's a decision that I brought up and it's final. We'll deal with this at another time. Right now, focus on the sports festival. I'll deal with Eggman in this key negotiation in the coming weeks. It will work. Trust me, the voice said before the screen went off, ending the conversation. Shigaraki sat down, trying to calm himself down. He uses his quirk to decay a nearby chair. Kurogiri can only look on, not wanting to try to calm his partner. I think it's better to wait until he calms down, the portal quirk user thought. Back in the stadium, the sixth match was already underway. Iida went against Tetsu, the last person standing for Class 1B with Kendo already out of this tournament. He's hoping he can be the only one left to advance further in this tournament. Activating his iron quirk, he tries to do a couple of kicks and punches. Iida dodges every attack from him. He quickly does a jump over him. He quickly activates his engine quirk, trying to deliver a kick with his right leg to him. The iron quirk user uses both arms to block his leg. However, Iida uses his left leg, hitting him from the left, sending him flying on the ring. Tetsu quickly got up, charging at the boy again. Iida again using his quirk, jumping over the boy. This time, Iida went for the finisher, delivering a massive kick with the power of his quirk, sending the iron quirk user flying to a nearby wall, ending the match. Tetsu is out of bounds. Tenya Iida moves on. Midnight yells as the crowd roar. Iida stood in the ring, bows his reed to his opponent as respect. He looks on screen to see the updated bracket. His name moving to the quarterfinal round. He had a surprised look when the opponent he was facing. It's Sonic he was facing. He turns from the screen to look at the seats, looking at the section where the freedom fighters. No way. You're facing Iida in the next round, Izuku said, looking at the screen. How great that match is going to be. Speed versus speed, Tails said. I can't wait for that to happen, Silver said. Sonic, who came back from Recovery Girl's office, arrived in time after the match was over. His eyes focused on his opponent. He saw Iida staring at him with a serious look. The hedgehog quickly flashed a grin to him. Speed versus speed. Let's see who's the faster person in this tournament, he thought. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions returned from the League of Villains hideout after their confrontation with Shigaraki. However, they came back with uncertainty after they were encountering that voice on the phone screen. Snively was the first to speak about this. I don't like this, sir. Are you sure you're making the right choice? Snively asked, turning around to Eggman. Calm down, everyone. I'm not saying yes on this until I see his face, he answered. This person thinks he can strike a deal now. I say we wait until negotiations begin. That Shigaraki person wasn't happy about this decision, Grounder said. He has a lot of anger in him. He acted like a spoiled child, Scratch said. Don't worry, until I know about these deals and I'll find out if any one of these is backstabbing deals. Because you know how I am with these things, Eggman said. What about the civilians nearby? Snively asked, referring to the people in the Camino ward. They won't know a thing. They'll pretend they didn't see anything after I activated the time stoppage machine before we entered. It'll be like nothing happened. Right now, we need to focus on the sports festival. We'll deal with these so-called League of Villains later, Eggman said. The others agreed, but they were still worrisome for everyone about teaming with the villains. It was going to be exceedingly difficult to join forces when it's the same target they're going after.